The night cloaks a life filled with lies. A quiet country road becomes a graveyard for secrets.
It's a very shocking crime.
But who is she?
We don't know who we're looking at. For some reason, nobody's reported her missing.
It has to be one of the most interesting and difficult cases that I've ever had.
An international manhunt fails to find the killer.
The frustration was starting to set in, and we were always one step behind.
Every body tells its tale, but it will take all the resources of forensic science to reveal this body's story and catch a murderer. April 17th, 2001. A jogger on the outskirts of Hamilton, Canada makes a grisly discovery.
Call came in for a body that had been found out in a rural area. Different scenarios start going through my head, like how did this body end up out here?
Detectives Thomas and LaHaye of the Hamilton police head up the investigation.
You're going, oh my God, why is this person here? You know, is this a homicide or is it not a homicide? You just didn't know what led up to that person being there.
Detectives hope the forensic pathologist can provide answers.
Okay.
But Dr. King faces a tough task.
This case presented pretty well all the problems that we're likely to encounter in forensic pathology. The first thing was the fact that the body showed advanced decomposition. I raised two possibilities. The body may have been driven out there and dumped beside the road. And the other possibility was that this may have been a pedestrian hit by a motor vehicle and thrown to the side of the road.
King's study of the skeletal remains reveals a key piece of information.
The impression I got was from the general bulk of the bones, the size of the bones, the stature of the deceased, and I had a closer look at the pelvis, which tended to confirm my impression that this was female.
You couldn't help but feel for this person that just, you know, was out there by themselves, alone.
The next challenge for investigators: determine how the victim died.
With advanced decomposition like this, the cause of death was going to be a problem. So this was quite a case, and we knew we were going to have to spend a lot of time on it. We're obviously trying to look at the possibility of bullet holes or knife holes, anything like that.
When King examines the skull, he finds evidence of a head injury.
I was able to see fairly clearly that there was quite a large irregular area of depressed fracturing on the right side of the skull. I think the posterior fracture, the object was brought down in this fashion, perpendicular to the side of the skull. The skull showed these areas of depressed fracturing consistent with several blows being inflicted on the right side.
The investigators have their cause of death: blunt force trauma to the head.
This was most probably a homicide.
King finds no evidence of any fractures on the left side of the skull. If the victim had been resting on a hard surface, there would be fractures on both sides.
Where I've seen homicides with blunt injuries to the head like this, I raise the possibility that the deceased may even have been in bed.
A picture of the crime is starting to form, but they still don't know who she is.
The number one investigative avenue right now. We got to get this person identified. And we knew that that was going to be difficult right from the very beginning.
Dr. King hopes DNA will identify the remains.
I collected a piece of bone, a tooth, and we also had hair samples.
But the lab can't retrieve anything at all.
We were unsuccessful due to the level of degradation that had occurred due to the sample being out in the environment for so long.
Thomas and LaHaye scour missing persons reports, but no one has reported this woman missing. Police turn to the streets looking for answers.
Quite often, those sex trade workers are not reported missing because nobody's looking for them, really.
Police interview prostitutes, but get no leads, so they try a different approach. Ross Barlow, a forensic dentist, joins the team. Barlow prepares a dental chart of the victim.
We found that there had been teeth that had been nicely restored, and indeed, two of the teeth have had root canal or endodontic treatment, which would indicate that she had pursued a fairly extensive dental treatment in her later years.
Looking at those clues, it just didn't match one of our sex trade workers that we would have in the city.
Prostitutes and transients can't usually afford expensive dental procedures, suggesting that the victim, whoever she is, was middle class.
At this point, I'm starting to think that we've got a pretty nervous boyfriend or husband out there that, for some reason, nobody's reported her missing right now.
Police decide to go public with the little information they have.
You know, the police get the word out in the media, which is what police do when they don't have a lot of leads. They go to the media, they use the media.
Still, they get no response.
So obviously our concern was heightened, you know. What else could we do to help identify this individual? You carried a torch of optimism that this person will be quickly identified.
It was very difficult and frustrating at this point of the investigation. We don't know who we're looking at.
By studying the victim's bones, the forensic anthropologist provides some useful information. Towered nasals, 2 lobes in the chin bone structure, and a protruding jaw are all physical traits common to a woman of East Indian descent. The fusion of the right and left pubic bones indicates the victim was 38 to 48 years old. Scarring signifies the woman gave birth more than once.
Obviously, when you find out the individual was a mother, it tugs at the strings of the heart.
Why has no one reported this middle-class mother of 2 missing?
It's quite frustrating in the sense that, you know, I often say that homicide investigators are keeper of the memories because who is the advocate for this individual right now?
There's lots of forensic work being done. You've got the forensic anthropologist, you have the forensic entomologist, you've got the pathologist. They're all combining with their expertise, and they're all chipping away, but really they're a long way from determining identity.
Fingerprints are the standard method of identification, but they can't pull a print from this body because the fingers are so badly decomposed. Detective Gary Zwicker comes up with a last-ditch plan.
In our forensic identification course, we are taught that fingers can be rehydrated. I asked Dr. King to amputate the first 4 fingers of the right hand. They were placed in individual vials of a rehydration solution.
It takes Zwicker 7 weeks to rehydrate the fingers, and still they won't yield a print. Zwicker goes at it again.
The final process used was a lanolin-based skin cream applied to the right thumb of the deceased.
Zwicker's determination pays off. He manages to pull a viable print, but all his work may have been in vain.
One of the concerns of the fingerprint avenue was that this person might not ever had their fingerprints taken.
They run the print through the criminal database system. It's a long shot. But the long shot comes in.
Once the fingerprint identification arrived, it was overwhelming because now we knew who the person was and the investigation could move forward.
That was a tremendous break that we needed in this investigation.
Their victim is 40-year-old Yvette Boudreau, but police are stunned by what they learn next. Yvette's prints are in the system because she's been arrested
Got you in pieces and get away from me, you
for assault with a weapon and uttering death threats against her husband. In April 2001, a woman is found murdered on a country road. She's Yvette Boudreau, a 40-year-old housewife. Police are astonished to discover that Yvette was arrested for assault against her husband.
Get away from me, you asshole!
Getting the date of her arrest is a big step forward for the investigators.
It gives us a point of reference, a point of origin that we knew that Yvette was alive in September of 2000.
The crime report also hands police a potential suspect, her husband, Mohan Ramkissoon.
Now we have to investigate that to decide what is going on and if this person is a person of interest that is responsible for the homicide.
Further investigation reveals that Mohan and Yvette are both from Guyana.
She met Mohan in Toronto, and he fell in love with her instantly. He was attracted to her, thought she was beautiful. You know, they got married, had 2 children.
I'm fed up.
Then the fighting began.
But their relationship was complicated and was stormy. They got in arguments. Mohan always professed his love to Yvette and took her abuse, took the verbal abuse. Friends said that, you know, she wore the pants in the family. He was the docile servant.
What are you doing? Just had it with you.
On September 3rd, 2000, 7 months before Yvette was found dead, the problems in their marriage blew up.
You know what? I'm going to cut you in pieces.
And Yvette threatened that she was going to kill him. Mohan ran from the house and went to a phone booth and phoned the police.
The police responded. Yvette was arrested and charged with threatening and assault, and she was put in jail.
After 5 days behind bars, Yvette is released.
Yvette, when she was eventually released, she was put on a number of conditions, and one of those conditions was that she was to have no contact with Mohan at all.
Yvette is due in court 2 weeks later. When she fails to appear, a warrant is issued for her arrest. Police have no idea of her whereabouts until she turns up dead. Now the investigators interview the most obvious suspect, her husband. Hoping he'll incriminate himself, they don't say anything about Yvette's murder.
We thought we would try and see covertly, if he does have any information at all, that he might be aware that she is dead, or how she died, or any information at all.
They tell Mohan they're investigating Yvette's failure to appear in court. The most troubling question is, why didn't he report her missing?
His answer was that he had already spoke to the police department about reporting her missing, but since she was wanted for a fail to appear, that there was no sense in putting her out as a missing person as well.
I'll be right back.
LaHaye tracks down a court officer to verify the facts.
The story checks out. We gotta tell him.
They decide to put their cards on the table, believing Mohan doesn't know about his wife's murder.
Mr. Ramkissoon, I'm sorry to have to tell you that your wife has been discovered dead.
What? She's dead? Oh my God, no!
In his emotional state, Mohan opens up to police.
He explained the domestic problems that he and Yvette were having.
Police knew that Yvette and Mohan's marriage was in trouble, but now he tells them something that takes the case in a new direction.
Is there anything you could tell us that can help us with our investigation? Anything at all?
She was seeing someone that summer.
She had a boyfriend, and his boyfriend's name was Harjeet Singh, but everybody referred to him as Happy.
Mohan says he assumed his wife had run away with Happy, but he also claims Happy had borrowed $5,000 from Yvette and refused to pay it back.
He's a very bad man.
Investigators are skeptical, but they have to check it out. First, they turn to Yvette's financial records.
We learned that Yvette had loaned Happy $5,000 just to help him stay in Canada.
Investigators delve deeper to find out what Yvette was doing in the time before she disappeared.
We had a search warrant for her credit cards, and we saw that there was some activity at a Mississauga Gate motel.
They learn the motel rents rooms by the hour. What was Yvette doing there? The desk clerk remembers seeing her with a man. They often rented a room, and they were sentimental. They always liked the same room.
What do you mean? I've been waiting for like 15, 20 minutes. Tell me.
The room has been cleaned countless times since Yvette and her lover were there. It's worth a look, but nothing more.
You know what? There was something. They had a fight the last time I saw them.
I told you that I was.
Where is my money?
I don't have your money.
What do you mean you don't have my money?
Illicit lovers fighting over money. It could be a motive for murder.
He didn't have steady employment. He was an individual that was able to get along on really on the fruits of others. He's an individual I wouldn't lend a dollar to.
You know, you're such a jerk. Mohan's a jerk, and you are another jerk. I've just had it with you.
The most telling evidence. After the fight, the clerk never saw Yvette again.
I hope it helps.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
That piece of evidence was odd and made us real intent that we better find Happy.
Running his name through the system, police discover he's in Canada illegally. Investigators suspect Happy's gone underground.
We went through telephone records to locate him. We knew that through the records that there was contact down in New York City. Happy was an illegal alien both here in Canada and the United States.
Police learn he has a criminal record, convicted of food stamp fraud in the U.S. When American authorities tried to deport him, he disappeared.
We gotta track down Happy and find out where he is, and maybe Happy is responsible for this.
Happy Singh is now their prime suspect.
My job and the investigative team's job to get him locked up as quick as we can.
But where is he? And how are police going to find him?
You know, you're such a jerk. Mohan's a jerk.
Police have a prime suspect in the murder of Yvette Boudreaux.
I hate my
But
life.
where is he?
I don't know what I saw in you.
We knew we were gonna have to put some effort into trying to track down Happy, and just to either find out if he was responsible for it or he is not responsible for it. A number of attempts were made to track him down.
Police pay a visit to Happy's last known place of employment in Hamilton and question his co-workers.
Hey. How you doing, sir? Have you seen this gentleman before?
Those people, what they did know is that in about mid-August, before Yvette is dead, Happy is going to try and get back into the United States again.
They learn he quit just after meeting two men in the loading area.
I seen the guys. They were over there with the car. You know, the guy was talking.
If Happy wanted privacy, he was careless.
Okay, here's what we got.
Police obtain the security video. It shows Happy handing the men a wad of cash.
Can you focus on that right there?
Yep.
Who was Happy in business with?
Printing.
Thanks a lot.
Investigators send the license plate number to law enforcement organizations across Canada. It turns out that Canada Border Services Agency has been interested in the car for months. It belongs to a criminal ring, smuggling people into the U.S.
The smuggling ring was through the reserves that border both the Canadian and American border.
Police are now convinced Happy has fled to the U.S. But where?
We contacted Interpol and through the intelligence community.
I'm checking out.
They were able to locate Happy in New York City, working at a deli. And this caused us to fly down to New York City to interview him.
They learn Happy has been working at the delicatessen for months, but he hasn't been seen in days.
We were directed by some of the people that were working there where Happy was actually living.
On a wild goose chase, LaHaye and Thomas track Happy across the city, from apartment to apartment.
Every time that we went to an address, we were always one step behind.
Happy's on the run. But is he hiding from immigration or fleeing a murder rap? Finally, the detectives get a lead from a parking ticket.
Thank you.
The ticket brought us to Flushing, New York, to an apartment, and there we were able to establish that that was where he was hanging his hat.
But once again, LaHaye and Thomas are told that Happy hasn't been home for days.
A number of his belongings are still right on the floor. There was a number of things that were found significant.
Buried in his clothing, they find a cassette tape and an envelope containing photographs.
Turns out Happy's married, and this is his wife, and we end up having conversations with her.
Yes, hello.
Thomas assures her that they aren't interested in Happy's immigration problems.
She doesn't really know where he is at this time, but she seems supportive of us. She said that she would help us.
Mike. Come here.
They listen to the audio tape found in the apartment.
You gotta listen to this.
Oh, yeah?
Ready?
Yeah.
One of the tapes was a recording of Yvette and Happy having sex. So we better find out what's up with these tapes and where were you around the time of Yvette's death.
Can you believe this guy?
That's a pretty kinky souvenir.
Yeah.
Thomas and LaHaye continue to track Happy across New York City, always one step behind. Then the unexpected happens. Happy shows up at the police station.
Thanks for coming in.
He says he thought immigration was after him. But when he heard from his wife that investigators dropped the name Yvette Boudreaume, he felt he had to contact them.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you. What happened? Yvette Boudreaume's been murdered.
She's dead.
Oh my God.
He claims he didn't know about the murder.
When we finally got the opportunity to speak to Happy, he was very straightforward with us, told us exactly what his movements were.
Happy tells them he left Hamilton in mid-September and never returned. He admits he had a fight with Yvette over the money he borrowed, but he insists they reconciled when he told her he would pay her back when he got a job in New York.
All right.
What about this?
Police question Happy about the sex tape.
Happy's story is that he kept the cassette tape so that if anyone came at him with the infidelity, it would show her as the pursuer.
His story doesn't ring true, but the big question is, where was Happy when Yvette was murdered? To find that out, the investigators need to determine exactly when Yvette was killed. Their only hope for an answer lies in the Center of Forensic Science in Canada. Thomas and LaHaye are about to learn that the life cycle of the blowfly will make or break their case against Happy. Police have located their prime suspect in the murder of Yvette Boudreaume. But to make their case against Happy Singh, they'll have to show he could have been in Hamilton, Canada when she was killed. To do that, they need forensic entomologist Dale Morris to determine the time of death. 5 months ago, during the autopsy, Morris had been called in to collect insect samples.
Blowflies are the important insects in helping to determine time of death.
A body attracts blowflies just hours after death. The eggs they lay develop into maggots, and calculating how fast the maggots grow and change determines the time of death. But Morris was missing a key piece of evidence.
I was a little bit concerned when I saw that there weren't any maggots present.
she immediately returned to the crime scene.
I was very happy to find blowfly maggots at the scene in the soil. That was wonderful because I knew that I would be able to eventually come up with something fairly accurate for the police investigation.
By determining how long the maggots have been on the body, Morris can conclude when the eggs were laid.
It takes a lot of patience, crunching through thousands and thousands upon thousands of numbers to come up with a time when insects first began colonizing the remains.
Yvette's body was found on April 10, 2001. Morris is able to calculate when the blowflies first laid eggs on the corpse, exactly 241 days before she was discovered.
Those maggots that I was able to recover from the crime scene, it just made all the difference in the world. I arrived at September 20th, and I gave a bit of leverage to the number because of 5 days either way.
The bug lady brings in a report. We look at a meeting with Happy. It just brought us to a head because now we had a scientific date where it was believed that she was murdered.
September 17th, Yvette had called somebody, and that was really the last time that we could say that Yvette was seen alive. Yvette had been given a court date of September the 20th. We know that she failed to appear on that date. The last time anybody hears from her is September the 17th, and potentially that 17th could be significant.
With that information, investigators set out to learn where Happy Singh was on September 17th. He claims he left Hamilton for Montreal in early September 2000.
And the purpose of that move is that he is going to be smuggled into the United States. And through telephone calls, we were able to identify the people that he eventually ended up staying with in Montreal.
Police pay the Montreal safe house a visit. They question the smugglers, insisting they are only interested in Happy, not illegal immigration.
They tell us that Happy was staying with them, and they explained, basically you go and you stay with them, and you just wait for the phone call. And when it comes in, you have to be ready to go immediately. Happy gets that phone call on September the 17th to go to the United States.
The couple says Happy left about 4 p.m. that day. Happy claims that he met with his employer in New York on the evening of September 18th. The deli owner corroborates the story. He met with Happy around 8 in the evening.
He started with me the very next day.
The time between leaving Montreal and arriving in New York City is still unaccounted for. Happy says that he arrived on the shores of the St. Lawrence River at around 8 p.m. on the 17th. A boat took him across to the New York side. At about 11 o'clock, he checked into a motel in Plattsburgh, New York.
Need a room for the night.
Just you?
Yeah.
You see my ID, please?
LaHaye and Thomas need to corroborate the motel story.
We call down there, and what do we have? We have a photo Ontario driver's license that he submits to check into the motel, and the person that had taken that identification remembered him as an individual that stayed there.
Perfect. He checked out of the motel about 2 the next day.
We did our best to work out all the times. Could he have come back, killed Yvette, and then got back? And with that evidence, I was satisfied that Happy was not responsible for this homicide.
It was just unrealistic.
After all their work, LaHaye and Thomas are no closer to solving the murder of Yvette Boudreaux. And just when they're at their lowest, a hand-delivered envelope drives the case in an entirely different direction.
Can you escort this man out of here, please?
Can I take my tape?
No.
Investigation into the murder of Yvette Boudreaux stalls when Happy Singh is totally exonerated. But then, Hamilton police are presented with startling new information.
During the investigation, we learned that Mohan had a girlfriend down in New York City and came to Canada under suspicious circumstances.
In 1987, Mohan Ramkissoon was living in New York City. He was dating a woman much younger than himself.
As that went on, Mohan became more and more involved with the daughter. He wanted to marry her, and the family, again, did not want anything to do with that. Now, the mother definitely indicated to Mohan that he should stop seeing the daughter. Several times there was confrontation, verbal arguments between the mother, father, and Mohan in reference to this relationship.
Get out!
He was a calm person, and he had a calm demeanor, but he could snap, you know, at the drop of a dime.
Shortly after these confrontations with Mohan, the young woman's mother was found murdered.
Get out of my house!
The cause of death was blunt trauma from a rolling pin and 11 stab wounds. Mohan was the prime suspect, but police had no hard evidence against him.
Mohan, during the course of the wake and the funeral, did show up. He was very supportive. Approximately 1 or 2 months after that, Mohan seemed to have disappeared.
Back in Hamilton, LaHaye and Thomas renew their investigation of Mohan. They now suspect he is much more than a wronged and grieving husband. They interview neighbors to find out more about the marriage. Surprisingly, Mohan stayed calm even when Yvette flaunted her affair.
He would take it, and she would dish it out, and, you know, this seems to be the nature of the relationship.
But police also learned this was not the marriage Mohan wanted.
I don't know, they just used to fight. They just seemed really unhappy.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your information.
Okay, thanks.
A condition of Yvette's release on the charge of assaulting Mohan was that she stay away from him.
But she does not stay away from him, and he doesn't want her to. He wants her back.
It seems like they can't live without each other. But they can't live together either. Desperate for answers, Thomas contacts Mohan to set up another meeting.
His response was evasive. He didn't want to really meet us. He said he spoke to a number of people, and these people had convinced him that for his own protection, he should contact a lawyer.
With no concrete evidence against him, police pull out all the stops. Thomas organizes a sophisticated operation, dispatching surveillance teams across the city. Mohan is being watched 24 hours a day. He appears to be an upstanding citizen, sticking closely to a regular schedule. Until one afternoon, when he deviates from his routine.
They go to a travel agency, and Mohan starts talking to the travel agent. And one of our surveillance members was able to go in and sit very close and could hear the entire conversation. Mohan bought the 3 one-way tickets on the flight to Guyana that was leaving the next day at about 11 o'clock.
Knowing he's about to skip town, police go on high alert.
All night, the surveillance team watches the house.
At dawn, Mohan makes his move. Taking his children, he tries to shake surveillance, climbing fences and cutting through yards.
Okay, come on, guys.
Only to run smack into a curious neighbor.
The neighbor sees him, challenges him.
Thinking on his feet, Mohan quickly turns the encounter to his advantage.
The neighbor drives into the GO station.
Come on, son.
Mohan's unpredictable behavior concerns police. So they watch his every move, and the surveillance team stays hot on his trail. But Mohan doesn't catch a train. He and his children run through the station and out the back.
He gets a taxi cab. They go back to his place of employment.
Why, again, I have no idea why he did this.
Get your bags, get your bags, get your bags. Here, get your bags. Come on.
With a suspected killer on the run, police decide to take action.
A quick decision has got to be made, and taking everything into account, the direction was given to arrest him.
Paul, let's go.
Come on, guys, hurry up. Come on, come on. Come on, Selena, faster.
The employees of the business, they had a real concern because of the state that Mohan was in. They were actually afraid that he might harm the children.
Selena, go, 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 faster, faster. Come on, come on.
But Mohan has disappeared into thin air.
Certainly escalated my concern for the children, and also, where's Mohan?
In a race against time, police rush to the airport, desperate to stop Mohan before he leaves the country.
Let's go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Mohan Ramkasoon, you're under arrest for the murder of Yvette Boudreaux. Stay right where you are. Don't move. Don't move.
I arrested Mohan for the murder of Yvette Boudreaux and brought him back and did speak with him.
As I sit back and I watch him being interviewed, and I'm trying to determine, is he telling the truth or is he lying? And usually we can get a pretty good sense of whether a person is lying or telling the truth.
But Mohan doesn't break.
And he never lets up. He cries, he's upset. He's just devastated that his wife is dead and that he's been arrested for it.
He still put forward the belief of Happy being responsible for the murder of his wife.
But I haven't done anything. I got nothing to do with it.
He was a terrific liar, and he was pretty good. He was pretty good at avoiding the truth.
So at this time, there's nothing you want to get off your chest? There's nothing on my stones, my stats, nothing.
The case is circumstantial.
I have no probability of conviction at this time. Mohan is released unconditionally, and he walks out the front doors of the police station.
Police know he's guilty, but without forensic evidence, they'll never prove it.
I believe that he was responsible for the homicide, but you've got to work within the rules, and if the evidence isn't there, he's got to go.
Police arrest Mohan Ramkasoon, but the case against him is circumstantial. He is released unconditionally. Mohan is a proven flight risk, and it's only a matter of time before he leaves the country for good.
Stay right.
No.
We are sure that he is responsible for this homicide. We just need the evidence to prove it. We executed a search warrant at Mohan's address.
Knowing Yvette suffered her blows to the head on a soft surface, they start with the master bedroom.
Just get out of my bedroom. Just leave me alone, can you?
It's very clean. Everything is neat. It's tidy.
Thomas knows if this is the scene of the crime, then there has to be blood somewhere. He starts with the mattress, the only soft surface in the room.
There's a big hole cut out of the mattress, but there's nothing, there's no blood. You couldn't see anything.
But the hole in the mattress doesn't make sense. Thomas orders a luminol test. The solution will glow blue if it comes in contact with any bodily fluids. His instincts pay off. They find traces of blood, but they need more.
Yvette was severely beaten. There should be other signs of blood that we should be able to locate.
They find nothing.
What can we do next? It's got to be here. It's got to be here.
They check every inch of the room.
And the forensic officer just just clicking on his flashlight on and off, and it just hit the TV, and there it was. A feathering type of blood stain was on the black console part of the TV.
Finally, the hard evidence they've been searching for.
Yvette, please, I just want to sleep. It's the end of the day, honey.
Oh, yeah. You want to sleep? I want to sleep. And I want to sleep alone.
Someone who murders for love in a twisted way. He had this possessiveness about her. He loved her no matter what she did, and took abuse, took it, and then snapped and killed.
The blood on the console suggests he must have carried her from the room, her body brushing against the TV. Next, police search the trunk of Mohan's car.
Luminol test shows a bodily fluid that runs right along the rubber that sort of seals the trunk when it's closed.
Police soon confirm the fluids from the car are also blood. But investigators still haven't been able to extract DNA from Yvette's body to match to the blood.
At this point, I'm getting rather desperate, so we moved on to looking at a portion of the femur. And in this case, we basically dug into the ends of the bone to access the marrow and put that in for DNA, and finally managed to generate a DNA profile.
The DNA profile from Yvette's remains matched the samples taken from the blood in the bedroom and the car. Now there is no doubt that Mohan Ramkissoon murdered his wife. Her only crime was being unhappy in her marriage.
Come and clean your I'm fed up. I'm sick of this marriage. I want out.
The man police first believed was the victim of abuse turns out to be a cold-hearted killer.
Come on. Let's go in.
I'm glad that we got it solved, and I'm glad that her husband is being held responsible for this, and I think she deserves that. And I think she deserves the effort that was put into bringing this investigation to a successful conclusion, just like anybody does.
In the end, justice is served, but a human tragedy remains.
In a quiet moment, it's very, very sad, because when you go home and you sit on your couch and you think about what you've just investigated, what you've witnessed, and how it's unfolded, it was tragic.
The New York homicide case remains open to this day.
Get out of my house.
His true nature exposed, his secrets revealed. Mohan Ramkissoon is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. He's a self-appointed assassin, a killer who believes he's on a mission beyond the law.
He felt he was almost an avenging angel, that he was doing God's work.
But to those who would cross his path, he was an angel of death.
He was, in fact, the judge, the jury, and the person that carried out the sentence.
Overnight, a city is thrown into blind panic that would soon spread across the country and beyond.
The fugitive aspect of the case definitely became a worldwide manhunt.
Clearly the sniper was playing a game with the police.
But armed with the very latest in forensic technology, this is one game the cops have no intention of losing.
People tell you policemen don't take things personally. I think we damn well do.
upscale neighborhood in Vancouver, Canada, a man quietly kicks off his day with coffee and the morning newspaper. But little does he know, a very different morning has been planned for him. In broad daylight, and for no apparent reason, a man is gunned down in the safety of his own home by an unknown sniper. After his wife calls 911, Garson Romales is quickly rushed to hospital. While at his home, forensic experts scour the crime scene for evidence. One of the first to arrive is Sergeant Ann Drennan, who is shocked by the very nature of the crime.
It's a very upscale, affluent neighborhood. It's normally very peaceful, very quiet there, and that type of call, a shooting or something with a lot of external violence involved, was very rare. When the first shot was fired, it went through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen area, but did not hit Dr. Romales.
And the next bullet tears through his thigh and blows a hole the size of a cantaloupe. Blood everywhere, gushing out of the thigh.
For a bullet to do that, the sniper must be using a very powerful weapon. And when investigators turn their attention to the laneway behind the house, their worst suspicions are confirmed. They find a spent shell casing, commonly used with M14 type rifles.
The ammunition itself was very unusual, and this particular ammo was manufactured in either Russia or Asia.
In the same garbage can, police find unused rifle shells. The problem is the spent shells and the live ones don't match.
They were quite different from the shells that were located following the actual shooting.
It appears their shooter has planted dummy evidence.
So clearly the sniper was playing a game with the police. He was purposely deceiving them. He's actually thinking ahead to what are the police going to be looking for.
Police are initially encouraged when a witness comes forward, telling them she has seen someone very suspicious.
The man had been in her gas station and had very, very muddy hands, that he was rather dirty, he was kind of wet, and he looked as though he might have been outside and digging around in dirt or leaves.
And from that, there were composite sketches made that police circulated. The man who was being sought had, average height, 200 pounds, white guy, not much to go on.
But the sniper may have left behind another clue.
They found what I'll call fresh garbage. It was remnants of food and drink boxes.
Were these left behind by the shooter? If so, police wonder what kind of person would casually eat before committing such a cold-blooded act.
It indicated that somebody had quite likely been in that area for a period of time.
Waiting for the right moment to take a shot.
The only good news in the case concerns the victim himself.
Fortunately, he was a doctor. He was able to take the sash off his robe and make himself a tourniquet on his leg to try and stem the flow of blood.
Garson Romales is headed for a full recovery. But despite their best efforts, police are no closer to finding their cold-blooded sniper.
We didn't know what the motive was here. We knew that for whatever reason, someone had wanted to kill somebody in that house, and that it was likely the doctor.
Certainly, the fear was there that there'd be another attack.
And nearly a year to the day, that fear is realized. This time, the sniper strikes 3,300 kilometers away in Ancaster, Ontario. It's a carbon copy attack. An unknown shooter fires from the back of the house. The victim is yet again a doctor who survives the shooting. Again, the ammunition found suggests a military weapon.
In a shed in behind the house, they find bits of wrappings, garbage. The sniper had been in there for some time, waiting for the right moment to take a shot.
The sniper waits again, and 2 years later.
On November 11th, 1997, it's Remembrance Day in Canada, or Veterans Day in the US, and out in Winnipeg, Manitoba, a bullet fires through the glass and strikes Dr. Feynman in the right shoulder.
Dr. Feynman survives the shooting, but the MO perfectly matches the previous 2 attacks.
There were a lot of similarities. It appeared to us that we possibly had a serial shooter out there.
And since police have no idea who their shooter is, they instead turn their attention to his victims.
Clearly, this is a sniper who is not just showing up and taking a pot shot and running. It's calculating and cold. He's basically hunting doctors.
But not just any doctors. This shooter is hunting doctors who provide abortions. On the trail of a mysterious serial sniper who has shot 3 victims in the quiet of their own homes, police come to a horrifying conclusion. He is specifically targeting doctors who perform abortions. Joyce Arthur worked in Vancouver for the Abortion Rights Coalition.
It's hard to think of any other issue other than abortion that is so divisive and so radicalized.
In late 1990s North America, government protection for both providers of abortions and the women who need their services caused anti-abortion activists to become increasingly violent, even in laid-back Vancouver.
We were very much aware at the Vancouver Police Department of the increase in the level of violence and aggression that was involved in the whole anti-abortion movement.
One guy was showing up with a baseball bat, being very threatening. Another guy showed up with a knife in his pocket. There were death threats. It was scary.
As time went on, the doctors definitely became the primary targets.
But no one had been this smooth and this well-planned that they would actually go in, shoot a doctor, and run with the intent of firing another day.
After forming a national task force to look into the shootings, authorities must decide whether to go public with one of the crucial links: the date. 3 shootings: Dr. Romales, 1994, Vancouver; Dr. Short, 1995, Ancaster; and Dr. Feynman, 1997, Winnipeg, all on nearly the same day, Remembrance Day.
This is someone who is attacking in the fall of each year for 2 reasons. For tactics, because the days are short and dark, and for symbolism. It's Remembrance Day, Veterans Day.
The doctors, I think, kind of started to take a much lower profile, started to take security measures. Some of them were wearing bulletproof vests.
These people were very afraid.
And with each successful attack, the shooter is gaining more confidence. He's emboldened by what he's doing.
And with Remembrance Day just weeks away, it's not only Canadian doctors who fear for their lives. Dr. Barnett Slepian is now on the sniper's list of victims, but with a terrible difference. He will be dead by the time police reach the crime scene. One of the first to arrive is Joe LaCourte, detective lieutenant with the Amherst Police Department.
We do a quick walkthrough so that I can see as much as I can see at a quick glance. The ambulance is already gone. Dr. Slepian had already been removed.
Dr. Slepian was definitely someone who stood up for his principles and what he believed in, and he felt it was a woman's right to choose, and many times he had been the victim of protests at his home.
Inside the house, LaCourte makes sure his men don't disturb any potential evidence.
If that one officer or that one civilian goes in, makes one mistake and kicks the bullet, the bullet ends up over there that started out over there, it could throw our entire investigation off.
Special Agent Mercer.
Police are soon joined by FBI Special Agent Joel Mercer, who is involved because the crime violates the FACE Act.
FACE Act stands for Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. It became federal law in 1994, basically to protect providers of women's reproductive health services.
Joining the crime scene is Captain Michael Melton, chief of forensics with the Amherst Police Department.
We learned of Dr. Slepian's death shortly after arrival on the crime scene. That information was transmitted back to us, so we knew that we had a homicide.
For FBI Special Agent Mercer, the reality of the case quickly sinks in.
There was a family portrait on the wall that kind of caught my attention right away. It's a beautiful family, 4 young boys, kind of living the American dream, one might say. You know, a father who worked hard and a mom and a very close-knit family. And the night that the shot was fired, the entire family was home. 2 of the 4 boys were within probably 10 feet of Dr. Slepian when he was shot. You know, and that's a memory they can never escape, no matter how hard they try.
Here you're at your house. You've been out during the evening. You come home, and all of a sudden a bullet comes screaming through the back window of your house out of the dark and hits you. How can you begin to imagine that?
Your home is your castle, and if you can't feel safe at home, where can you feel safe?
The deadly game between the sniper and his hunters has become an out-and-out war.
And killing a doctor, he's gone and done it. It's brought the full force of the law.
We instantly set up a joint command post with the local police, the New York State Police, and the FBI.
How you doing, sir? I'm Detective Williams of the Amherst Police Department.
They started doing a neighborhood investigation, asking neighbors if they heard anything or saw anything.
As the evening progressed, dogs were called out. The sheriff's department helicopter was in the air, searching for anyone who might have been back in the woods or any suspicious cars parked off at dead ends.
I had the helicopter in the air for 2 reasons. One, to see if the suspect was laying down in the field behind the house. 2, it had the forward-looking infrared on it, and if a cartridge is fired and ejected from a gun, it may retain enough heat to be picked up by that FLIR unit.
While his officers search from the land and sky, Melton's task is to determine exactly where the sniper fired from.
To find out where the bullet came from, I had requested the use of a ballistic laser.
Melton aligns the laser with the bullet holes in the sliding glass door leading to the backyard.
We projected that laser beam through the 3 holes that were present. We had the screen hole, which is on the interior, we had the interior glass surface, and then we had the exterior glass surface.
In a line formed by the bullet holes, the laser beam tracks the trajectory of the bullet back to the woods and finds the very spot where a few hours ago the killer stood and fired. But once again, the sniper has vanished without a trace. Or has he? Police hope the Slepian crime scene will finally turn the tables on their killer. After wounding his 3 previous victims, all of them abortion doctors, a dangerous serial sniper commits a brutal act of murder. State-of-the-art forensics identify where the shooter stood only hours ago. But what can this crime scene tell the police?
Our problem was, at night, we really had to stay out of that field. If you went in there at night, you're going to step on things that you can't see. So we chose to lock that part down.
The next morning, Melton searches the area around the tree.
We boxed off about a 12-foot area all the way around that tree, and we proceeded to do a ground cover recovery, meaning that all the leaves that were there, we scooped up and we sifted using sifters on location. The other thing that was really important was what we didn't find. And that was a crucial piece. And the fact that we couldn't find that cartridge case really started to tell us more about the suspect.
Unable to find any ballistic evidence, police turned their focus to the actual tree where the laser hit.
Pretty much looking for a needle in a haystack. Now, in this day and age, not only looking for hard forensics, looking for DNA materials, whether it be a hair or a fiber. You're not just looking for big items, looking for something that might have perspiration on it.
Bark has crevices in it, it's heavily textured, And if I lay a piece of clothing against that bark, it could scrape off a fiber. If I rub my head against it, it could snag a hair from my head and be caught on the back side of that bark, and we can't see it. We take what we call footwear lifters. It's an adhesive material, and we adhere that to the areas of the branches we felt were possibly used by a shooter to brace against.
Finally, they get lucky.
We noticed that there were some hair and fiber, trace evidence there.
The fibers that were found on the tree were a blue-green acrylic fiber, most likely from a sweater.
All of that was sent to the FBI lab in Washington so that they could start their analysis as to what they might find.
Certainly DNA has become the gold standard for homicide investigations, a critical step sometimes in convicting someone of murder. But the key point is, if you find the DNA, that's great. But if you have no one to match it to, all you have is the DNA profile of an unknown assailant.
And while the cops hope their forensic evidence will lead them to their prey,
Hamilton Spectator.
back in Canada, a mysterious package is delivered. But not to the police.
Thank you.
The package is delivered to the offices of the Hamilton Spectator newspaper, a 10-minute drive from Ancaster, Ontario, home of the second shooting. It appears to be a personal message from the sniper to the world. Running with the story is crime reporter Bill Dunphy.
It was a very disturbing package, complete with graphics, a collage and scribblings on it with some vague references and threats, including a taunt to the police telling them to solve the puzzle, piggies, is how I think he put it. The police became very interested in this and redoubled their efforts.
In all, 10 packages are sent.
These messages were increasingly violent and disturbing. I remember one featured a doctor lying in a pool of blood. There was another one with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The concern among the police, the public, and in our newsroom really was ratcheted very high.
But back in Amherst, New York, police are no closer to tracking Dr. Slepian's killer.
In terms of suspects for the shooting, there's certainly a list of radical pro-lifers in the U.S. that are on the radar of the FBI and police authorities. But in terms of the specific shooter, they don't have a name.
And with Remembrance Day less than 2 weeks away, the pressure is on.
We know we have other abortion doctors that live in town. There's certainly notifications that are made to make them aware. Heavy checks are placed on their homes and places of business. Certainly, now we're heightened as to something else might happening.
Pressure is only made worse by the media blitz the Slepian killing receives.
The story explodes. It's on CNN, it's international.
The murder of Dr. Slepian was a cold-blooded assassination. It was the type of murder for which the death penalty should apply.
It definitely drew media attention both locally and nationally, given the fact that Dr. Slepian was a provider of women's reproductive health services. And that certainly added the pressure to the investigators.
For police, it's time for good old-fashioned grunt work.
Investigatively, we're doing probably 100 things at the same time. We have detectives knocking on doors. We're stretching the perimeter out. For any suspicious cars over the last 6 months, we're putting out information to the news. If anybody saw anything, come in. We're establishing tip lines. We're meeting with the FBI and with the Canadian authorities. We're picking their brains, give us everything they know about the other shootings.
All that hard work pays off.
A person from the neighborhood of Dr. Slepian came in to the command post and said that she had information.
She jogs every morning, and 9 days before the shooting, she went out to do her usual jog.
She saw a party who was in an older model car. She said, "Nah, that's not right."
And the reason it catches her attention is that she jogs in that neighborhood every morning. She knows who the paperboy is. She knows who the milkman is. She knows when people are walking their dogs, when they're leaving for work, when they're getting home from work. And this car seemed out of place.
Realizing he's being watched, the man gets out of his car and begins to jog, but barely.
He's not really jogging. She describes it as plodding.
He kind of limped. He was lumbering along like he was pretending, and it just didn't seem right to her.
This individual turned left toward Dr. Slepian's house, and this witness turned right. and continued on her run.
After she came back from her jog, which was about an hour, and the car was still there, she thought it was very odd that he'd still be out there running, because he really didn't look like the type of person who would be in shape to do that.
The woman then does something truly remarkable.
She keeps a jogging journal, and she wrote what path she went and, what time she went out.
And she was a very, very smart lady. She wrote the plate number down. She knew it wasn't right, and she wrote it down. This is the kind of person you could die for on any investigation.
And when we ran that Vermont license plate, it was registered to James Charles Kopp.
Within minutes, police get their very first look at the man who may be their killer.
Kopp had 30-plus anti-abortion arrests throughout the United States.
We even were able to find arrests that he got when he was out of the country, when he was in Europe. We found arrests, I believe he was in jail in Italy for abortion protests. This seemed to be the only thing this man did.
The prime suspect in the murder case now has a name, James Charles Kopp. And Remembrance Day is just around the corner. Taunted by a killer who targets abortion doctors, police are not able to put together any leads until a witness connects them to a suspect who could be their murderer, James Charles Kopp.
We developed James Kopp as a suspect, but James Kopp is nowhere to be found.
But there was certainly a concern that if we went public with Mr. Kopp's identity, he would go underground.
Well, we don't want to push him further underground because we've kind of gotten the idea he's pretty good at hiding.
We try to make lists of everyone who knows him, everywhere he's been. We try to find out everything we can about Mr. Kopp.
And what they discover is that Kopp has been hanging out with a radical anti-abortion group called the Army of God.
The Army of God is a loose-knit terrorist group of anti-abortion individuals.
They will do whatever they need to do to stop abortions. They are the people that will glue the doors, who will set an arson fire in an abortion clinic, who will take it to the next level.
And one of the things in the Army of God manual is they give thanks to certain people. And the first person they give thanks to is someone referred to as Atomic Dog. And our investigation determined that Atomic Dog was James Kopp.
Mr. Kopp got the name Atomic Dog because in his quest to stop abortion and abortion clinics, he developed a lock that was able to lock two people together.
He would bolt himself to entrances and not allow people to walk through.
And I think they named that the Atomic Lock.
Everyone we talk to talks about Mr. Kopp as being a very gentle, religious man. He wouldn't hurt anyone, and so they're very surprised that he would be involved in anything like this.
Can't imagine the James Kopp I know doing anything criminal.
We don't know if he did the shooting. We don't know if he's just there. We still don't know. So we realize that he's a person that we need to talk to, if nothing else, to find out why he's there.
It's essential police find Kopp, especially since Remembrance Day is only a week away.
We did have a decision to make on whether to go public with Mr. Kopp as a person of interest in the investigation. Part of the public safety concern was that all the previous shootings in the United States and Canada had both happened around the same time of year. And given that's the time we were in, the decision was made to issue a material witness warrant for Mr. Kopp.
The FBI has their connections out of the country in case he's trying to get out. This picture was out nationally, locally, and internationally.
As the Atomic Dog manhunt goes global, Amherst police are even more determined to leave no local stone unturned. Detective Michael Melton and his team return to the Slepian crime scene.
The head of the Detective Bureau asked, was there a possibility that things were thrown into a bush and not found? Or was it a possibility of something being buried? And we said, yes, the possibility exists, but the probability doesn't. We brought in extra personnel. We laid out a grid pattern, 50-foot square blocks. As each block was cleared, we went to the next block. So it was shoulder to shoulder within that block, clearing the ground cover, looking for anything that might be there.
After hours of intense searching, they may have hit pay dirt.
one of the team members observed the tip of a black plastic bag sticking through the soil. And he said, "This is kind of odd. What's this plastic garbage bag doing here?"
If the bag was buried by the killer, why? What was he hiding?
In that hole was a plastic bag containing a hat, a shovel.
Hearing protection, a fanny pack, a cartridge case, similar to the 7.62 by 39 round that was used to kill Dr. Slepian. I believe he firmly planned to come back once the heat had gone down to recover those items so that he could continue on to his next victim.
If the killer didn't want to be seen leaving with his equipment, wouldn't he have also stashed the gun?
No gun.
But the hat hole items could contain DNA. DNA that might connect to the shooting tree and ultimately to the sniper himself. Knowing lab results will take weeks, police ramp up their hunt for Kopp.
When we went to the address where his vehicle was registered, the people living there knew Mr. Kopp through the anti-abortion movement and had agreed to Mr. Kopp's request to use their address. And then what they do is periodically they bundle up his mail and they forwarded it on to another address in the state of Vermont. When FBI agents went to that second address, they're basically told the exact same story.
He seems to have no permanent residence.
Mr. Kopp had dozens of aliases.
He lived from post office box to post office box, and we tracked down the family. They hadn't heard from him. They didn't know where he was.
But at a New Jersey address, they finally get a break. Stashed in a closet, they find a treasure trove of personal effects, left behind by Atomic Dog.
Some of the items of note included a magazine that was subscribed to a Dennis Malvasi. Initially, we didn't know who Dennis Malvasi was.
Investigators rushed to find out more about Dennis Malvasi and his connection to James Kopp.
As we started to do a workup on Dennis, we realized that he had been convicted of bombing abortion clinics in the 1980s in the New York City area. And obviously, the fact that Dennis had used violence in the past concerned us and caused us to want to locate Dennis.
Or to find out if Dennis Malvasi is the killer himself. But try as they may, they can no more find Malvasi than James Kopp. It's as if both had disappeared into thin air.
And this was common with the Army of God. They didn't want to be found.
Then, on December 22nd, 1998, 2 months after Dr. Slepian's murder, a Port Authority officer on a routine check of a public parking lot stumbles onto an abandoned car with Vermont license plates. The parking lot in question, Newark International Airport. The man they're chasing could now be anywhere in the world. Soon after discovering that their prime suspect is a member of the violent anti-abortion group Army of God, a car with Vermont plates is discovered abandoned at an airport parking lot. Police quickly recognize the plate numbers. They belong to James Charles Kopp.
It had been there since November 4th of 1998, the same day as the material witness warrant was announced. We were sure this was his car. The windows were rolled down and the key was left in the ignition.
Mr. Kopp was hoping someone would steal the car, and therefore it would never be found by law enforcement.
Just as the FBI feared, Kopp's material witness warrant has pushed him further underground. But his plan to make his car disappear has failed.
In that car was a binocular case that fit the binoculars that we found in the hat hole.
The connection is incriminating, but not exactly proof positive. They still need that elusive DNA match. The question is, now that he could be anywhere in the world, will they ever find Atomic Dog?
We just didn't know where to look. We had to look everywhere. The FBI was involved, Interpol was involved, we've got Scotland Yard involved. It just disappears. We couldn't find him.
But the case takes an unlikely turn in Hamilton, Ontario, when police finally get a look at the man who's been delivering threatening packages.
The messenger delivered a package to the front desk of the Sheraton Hotel here in Hamilton. Police were able to obtain a security videotape from the mall which showed the man who delivered the package very clearly.
Local police identify the messenger as Ronald Wiley.
Ronald was a former cabbie who'd been living on disability for the last decade or so. He was a man with a violent past. He'd been arrested for armed robbery, for assault with a weapon, possession of weapons, threatening.
Wiley is cleared of murder charges when his DNA fails to match samples collected at the crime scenes. He serves a 2-year sentence on 3 counts of threatening death.
One of the other mysteries about the Hamilton sniper attack is that Dr. Hugh Short was not a visible guy at all. Clearly the sniper was getting inside information from people locally.
This raised the real possibility that Ron Wiley and James Kopp actually did know each other. I think the question still remains.
After a long winter, the Slepian crime scene is once again accessible. Police search a 3rd time, more determined than ever to find the murder weapon. But they are confronted by a puzzling new clue.
One investigator noticed some red spray paint markings on a tree.
Suddenly, police realize they may have finally decoded the shooter's treasure map. The marked trees point to a new search area.
Dig it up, but let's be easy. We don't know what's in here.
What was going through my head is, do we have the gun? Do we have something else? You don't know.
At long last, the one piece of evidence police are desperate to forensically tie to Kopp: the murder weapon.
It was a very exciting moment. Inside the hole was a Russian SKS assault rifle. It was a high-powered weapon. It was wrapped in rubber and buried about 18 inches underground.
We really became excited about it because it told us more about the person. The fact that it was buried meant that he was in there more than once. When we pulled the gun out of its encasement, it was unique, very unique. And I've seen dozens of SKSs and AK-47 style rifles. Never one like this. This one had been modified. The stock was extended. A curvature was cut out in the end of that so it fit better on his shoulder.
Its only purpose, to make the gun's accuracy more deadly.
Crude, yes. Effective, absolutely effective.
The gun is also fitted with a custom scope.
When you put a rifle to your shoulder, the scope is very close to your eye. You could leave the DNA there just based on your handling of that gun.
And the answer to why they could never find a spent cartridge anywhere: a shell catcher.
12-gauge wire, a homemade cloth bag. It caught the cartridge. The cartridge was in the bag.
Forensic examination of the weapon did determine that it was the same caliber round as the fatal round.
On the gun, they also find the same blue-green fiber that was found on the tree. But more importantly, they also find that same fiber in Kopp's car. There's no longer any doubt James Charles Kopp is their prime suspect.
In June 1999, Kopp was placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitive list.
The fugitive aspect of the case definitely became a worldwide manhunt. That certainly raises the stakes for us.
Wherever Kopp may be, police figure he's forced to keep a low profile. That means he's most likely broke and in need of support from Army of God members back home.
Mr. Kopp wasn't going to be reaching out to many people. He wasn't going to put others in harm's way.
Several months after he's placed on the top 10 most wanted fugitive list, we get some information from an individual in New York who knows people that are in contact with Mr. Kopp. He provides information to us that generates some probable cause for electronic installations to listen to this couple in Brooklyn communicate with James Charles Kopp.
Their informant leads the FBI to wiretap Ted and Joyce Barnes, a couple leading a seemingly normal family life in Brooklyn. The name Ted Barnes uses at home: Dennis Malvasi. Investigators recognize the name from the magazine and Kopp's belongings, the man with prior convictions for bombing abortion clinics in New York City. Of even greater interest to the FBI is the identity of Joyce Barnes, Malvasi's wife. Her real name is Loretta Mara.
Loretta Mara was Kopp's closest confidant.
Loretta Mara protested with James Kopp, rescued with him, as they say, at the abortion clinics. And James Kopp had a deep affection for Loretta Mara, I believe, and friends of his believed that he loved her.
The wiretap confirms that Malvesi and Mara are hiding under the assumed names Ted and Joyce Barnes. The wiretap also confirms their primary topic of conversation, James Charles Kopp.
Our investigation determined that they were in contact with Kopp, providing him money when he needed and in emotional support as well.
The FBI monitors Mara and Malvesi's every move, but so far all they've overheard are cryptic conversations between Mara and Malvesi about Kopp. So the FBI gets a search warrant for Yahoo in the Silicon Valley and begins a systematic investigation of Mara's email account. And they strike gold. They discover Mara and Kopp are in regular email contact.
They both had the same password, and they could access the account and leave messages for each other, but they wouldn't actually send the messages, they would just leave them in draft form. It's what's referred to as a dead drop email account.
But the FBI is onto them.
The investigation had shown that Mara had attempted to send Mr. Kopp wire transfers of money.
Yet the FBI don't know where the transfers are being picked up until Kopp himself calls Loretta. And for the first time, the FBI hears the voice of their prime suspect.
When I heard a telephone conversation and Mr. Kopp is part of that, it just confirmed to me that all of our efforts were worth it.
And with one simple phone call, Atomic Dog finally makes a mistake.
No, I know I'm not supposed to use the phone. Listen. I need you to resend the password. I just need you to resend it. I need you to resend the password. Send it to the email.
A wiretap reveals that James Kopp is in contact with fellow Army of God members Loretta Mara and her husband Dennis Malvesi. And now the FBI trace a call from Kopp himself.
I need you to resend the money.
After months of covert emails, the FBI cannot believe their luck when Kopp calls Mara directly. A desperate act from a man who needs money wired ASAP to his secret location.
I think as time went by, Mara, Malvesi, and Kopp all fell into somewhat of a false sense of security. Just because they hadn't been caught, no one had knocked on their door, and they felt that as long as no one was at their front door, nobody was paying any attention to them. But little did they know we were.
I need you to resend it. Listen. I need you to send it to the post office in Da Nang.
During that call, Mr. Kopp actually identifies what town he's in. We relay that information to the French National Police through our legal attaché in Paris.
The clock counts down while Kopp gets his money. French police close in.
About 20 minutes after that, we were notified that Mr. Kopp was in custody.
After more than 2 years on the run, the cops finally slapped the leash on Atomic Dog.
We were thrilled. Finally, all our hard work came to fruition.
I was excited for the FBI, for the New York State Police, for the Amherst Police, and most importantly for the Slepian family.
On the day James Charles Kopp is arrested in France, FBI agents arrest Mara and Malvesi in New York City. But the question is, will they be able to keep him behind bars?
I felt that it was the beginning of the end, but I knew we had a long way to go.
Knowing he may face the death penalty in the U.S., Kopp claims it wasn't his intention to murder Dr. Slepian.
My intention was to injure him in such a way that he couldn't abort. And I failed.
If you want to hurt him so he can't do it, why don't you just go up to him with a baseball bat? Break his arm. Why did you pick a high-powered military rifle to do it? You afraid to go walk up to his face? No, you gotta snipe him from a dark, wooded area. You gotta hide in the woods in the night and shoot the guy in the back.
Because of French law, the notorious killer could wind up once again a free man. France refuses to extradite Kopp on the grounds that he will most likely be executed if sent back home. Like Canada, France's extradition laws prohibits them to do so.
The French government had to be assured from the United States federal government that the federal government would not seek the death penalty.
Confident they have enough forensic evidence to put Kopp behind bars for life, the U.S. agrees not to seek the death penalty. Atomic Dog is sent home. Changing his tune, Kopp soon admits to second-degree murder.
My own theory is that he admitted to the shooting to protect Loretta, to get her early release from prison for having been charged with harboring him as a fugitive.
But in spite of Kopp's admission, the evidence tells a different story. The shooting tree, the hat hole, and the gun conclusively tie Kopp to the first-degree murder of Dr. Slepian.
I have never experienced a case where I had such an avalanche of evidence. And we know that as a result of his convictions in state and federal court, the defendant James Kopp can never be released from prison. He's going to die in jail. In many ways, that's a fate worse than death.
It's only a matter of time before Kopp will be formally charged with the Canadian shootings.
I discovered that James Kopp had a couple of close friends in the Vancouver area, fellow protesters. There's no doubt in my mind that James Kopp is guilty of the shootings in Canada.
Mr. Kopp was forensically tied through DNA to one of the Canadian shootings in Ancaster, Ontario. The remaining shootings, he was certainly tied through border crossing activity of his vehicle.
He shattered a whole family. He took a husband away from a wife, and 4 boys spent the rest of their lives without a father. So when Mr. Kopp says, I did what I had to do to save lives, he ruined more lives that night than just killing Dr. Slepian.
Situated on the Mississippi River, Baton Rouge boasts the best of Louisiana's vibrant culture. Southern hospitality laced with French savoir-faire. But beneath the city's vital surface, a killer lies in wait.
I didn't know that there were people capable of doing such evil.
Random acts of violence.
Baton Rouge was in fear.
An outbreak of panic.
It was almost like a Scud missile. Like, where could this happen? Where could this hit next?
No woman is safe.
I often tell people that this serial killer stole my innocence.
But the race is on, and who will win?
In this case, forensic science was everything.
As the death toll rises, only a revolution in forensic science can reveal the killer and stop the madness. Home to Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge is a big city famous for its small-town feel. Locals take pride in Southern hospitality. So when Gina Green, a 41-year-old nurse, fails to show up for work, her concerned co-workers call police.
Miss Green? Police, are you home?
Detective Ike Vavasor is struck by the trail of clothing scattered throughout the house. What at first appears to be a scene of seduction is something far more sinister.
The fact that Miss Green was found nude in her bed, it certainly made you think as an investigator that perhaps that there was a sexual assault.
A closer look at the body reveals severe bruising on Gina's inner thigh.
The fact that she was covered suggests to me that he had time there, that someone obviously wasn't in a hurry to leave.
By the bed, Vavasor notices that the phone is missing. The only trace of blood at the scene is found on Gina's blouse. The single spot is sent to the lab for analysis. Heavy bruising on Gina's neck indicates she was strangled. Investigators examine the windows and doors, trying to determine how the killer gained access to the house. But there is no sign of forced entry. Hoping to capitalize on the neighborhood feel, police canvassed the area looking for information.
We had no eyewitnesses. We had no suspect vehicles. I mean, virtually whoever had taken her life had slipped in and slipped out unnoticed.
Investigators questioned Gina's friends and family.
Asking those same questions. Who last saw her alive? What were her plans yesterday? What was her plans tomorrow?
But Gina's reputation is clean, and the neighborhood is shocked by her murder.
It is out of place, and which made, in my mind, made her death as unusual.
Investigators comb through the evidence and quickly discover that Gina's purse and her cell phone are missing. Do police finally have a fast track to their killer?
We were able to determine through the service provider of the phone that the phone was still on. To know that her cell phone was on and to truly believe that her cell phone was taken by the perpetrator, that was very exciting. And you begin to think, well, hey, this is maybe the break we need. When you turn on a cell phone, wherever you are, it has to hit a tower. So you're able to, in your investigative efforts, tell what tower did that phone last hit.
Vavasor manages to isolate the last hit near a tower at the city's edge. Using a program called Triggerfish, a high-powered cell site simulator, police locate the cell phone's unique signal and follow it to its source. The evidence is undeniable. The items belong to Gina Green. So does the phone.
You ask yourself the question, why did he take it? Why did he discard it? Why did he discard it here?
Steps ahead of police, the killer has vanished, this time leaving his calling card behind. With no leads, no suspects, and no motive for murder, police have no way to track their killer. Until they get another call.
Darren, can you tell me what happened?
A man reports finding his wife dead.
In Ed's house, and it's like blood everywhere, man. Like.
Inside the family home, investigators find 21-year-old Geraldine DeSoto. She is brutally beaten, her throat slashed. District Attorney Tony Clayton joins detectives at the scene.
You have to take your heart out of your body and leave it at the doorstep as you walk into a crime scene. Because if not, then you can't do your job. There was blood splatter throughout the hallway. The neck was cut from ear to ear. There was a streak of blood, and it had dribbled down as if she was dying, as losing the power from her body. And in the end, grabbing her neck and holding her neck, trying to put it back together. The eerie marks of those blood prints were absolutely riveting.
Geraldine's husband, Darren, tells investigators that his wife committed suicide.
He said he found the body around 7 o'clock. Of course, he grabbed her, so his fingerprints were on her. The fact that Darren's bloody prints were in and out around the body, we knew that he obviously was walking in and around.
Darren says he couldn't find the phone, so he went to the neighbors to call 911. Police wonder why Darren was so quick to tell them his wife had committed suicide.
Why'd she kill herself, man? What?
He said suicide because he saw the gun. And he said he initially thought that she had shot herself.
But the wounds on Geraldine's body tell a different story.
The way that her face had been just beaten in, you would have thought that she had run into a fight with some vicious madman.
Suggesting that Geraldine went for the rifle to defend herself.
She grabs the gun, he grabs the front barrel of the gun.
But she is no match for her attacker. The killer slits her throat and then clubs her with the weapon.
The way that she was beaten unmercifully, you would have thought that she had been in a wreck with a train.
Much like the Gina Green crime scene, Clayton sees no sign of forced entry.
We thought to ourselves, there's a problem here, there's a pattern here.
And once again, the telephone is missing.
I remember very much having the feeling, gee, there's a lot of similarities here.
Whoever murdered Geraldine DeSoto walked effortlessly into her house. Trying to piece together her last known movements, Clayton searches Geraldine's desk and finds her diary.
I cannot handle the pain and anger and disgust he puts on me when he curses me worse than he curses his own enemy. You never get used to the mean outburst and pushing around, slamming against walls, throwing things. Never.
There was so much foreshadowing of what would happen to her in that journal. She was so beautiful and so intelligent, and her life was surrounded with unhappiness.
Yo, where you been?
All of Geraldine's friends spoke of incidents of abuse. He was a jealous husband.
Where you been?
I've been shopping. I told you I was going shopping.
I seen you smoking in the car.
I wasn't smoking in the car.
Police suddenly have a motive. Was the commonplace violence in the DeSoto home a precursor to murder?
Get on in there and cook me some dinner, woman. You heard me. Giddy up.
With a prime suspect in hand, do Baton Rouge investigators have enough evidence to prove that Darren DeSoto is their killer? The winter of 2002. Evil continues to lurk in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 2 women are violently murdered in their homes, and evidence suggests the victims knew their attackers. When investigators find male DNA beneath the second victim's fingernails, a prime suspect emerges. The DNA belongs to Geraldine's husband, Darren DeSoto.
Oh, man, I didn't do it. I was eating lunch, man.
Suspicion grows when Darren fails a voice stress analysis, a test that picks up increasing microtremors in the voice and detects when someone is lying.
He denied abusing his wife. He suggested that she might have committed suicide. Darren DeSoto did a lot of things that made police suspicious of him.
Suspect in our mind was her husband. That had a rocky relationship. And I was close to wanting to indict him from circumstantial evidence.
But investigators need concrete evidence that places Darren at the trailer when Geraldine was murdered. They start with her computer. Geraldine was a student at LSU, working on an assignment that morning.
She was on the computer at 11:42 a.m. in the morning. And at 11:43, she logged off the computer.
Telephone records show that an outgoing call was placed from the house phone at 11:44 a.m. Police learn that Darren is a shift worker at a local factory. His timesheet proves that he punched into work early the morning that Geraldine was killed, punched out for lunch at 11, and returned to work at noon, leaving more than half an hour unaccounted for.
So then we went to him and we asked him, where were you from 11:30 to 12 o'clock?
I loved her, man.
He told us that he had gone to a local restaurant to buy a hamburger. I said, well, we asked him just a shot in the dark. How can you prove that?
But Darren has an alibi.
He said, oh, I paid for it with my Visa. And I said to him, what man would buy a hamburger with a credit card? Sure enough, we went to that restaurant, to that corporate office, pulled up their paperwork, and he had paid for the hamburger with his credit card. And that was like $11.50 or somewhere thereabout.
One possibility remains. Could Darren have left the restaurant, raced home, killed his wife, and punched back into work for noon?
There's no way humanly possible. It's about an hour and 10-minute ride. We drove it.
All right, Darren. Free to go.
We didn't have enough evidence to indict him, so we knew there may be another murder out there.
DNA testing further exonerates Darren DeSoto. The blood recovered from Gina Green's blouse doesn't match to Darren's DNA. If Darren isn't responsible for the murders, the question remains, who is? Armed with the killer's DNA, detectives search the national database. If the killer has a criminal record, police finally have their man. But the search comes up cold.
And the only thing that we had, although very powerful evidence, was an unknown male profile.
Baton Rouge investigators go back to the drawing board, desperate to make a connection between the murders.
We looked at the case in depth. We looked at crime scene photographs, the facts of the case. There were a lot of things we need to explore in terms of commonalities between the victims, things such as that.
Both victims live in the same area. Their phones were taken, and there was no sign of forced entry.
What is there between these two ladies that you need to know? I mean, there was nothing that suggested that they were close friends or they even knew each other. There has to be some connection, or you certainly want to eliminate that. Or is this really a random act by some unknown person?
Investigators are about to get their answer.
Hi there.
Pardon me, miss. My car just broke down the way there.
On May 31st, 2002, the two seemingly separate murder cases are suddenly connected when Charlotte Murray Pace's roommate discovers one of the bloodiest crime scenes in Mississippi history. Two women are brutally murdered in their homes in Louisiana. Similarities between the crimes link the horrific acts. No closer to catching the killer, he strikes again. Baton Rouge detective Chris Johnson is dispatched to the scene. He turns to the evidence and begins to recreate the crime.
The blood in the hallway was transferred near the floor itself on the wall, which means that may have fought on the ground. She struggled a very long time to save up, fighting for her life. She had defense wounds on both sides of her hands. It was blood on all four walls in the bedroom, as well as the ceiling and also the floor as well.
The Pace autopsy enumerates 81 stab wounds. Although the cause of death is different, Johnson is struck by similarities to the previous crimes.
The perpetrator took trophies or items from the residence, Miss Pace's purse, her car keys, and also the handset from a cordless telephone from the resident was taken as well. We weren't sure if he's taking these things because they are trophies, or he's taking these things because he's trying to hide what he may have touched.
And once again, there is no sign of forced entry. The rape kit reveals a clear male DNA sample. The crime lab delivers news investigators have long suspected. The male DNA found on Charlotte Murray Pace's body matches to the blood stain on Gina Green's blouse.
Okay.
Withholding their suspicions from the public until now, police make a grim announcement. They are chasing a serial killer.
The whole climate in Baton Rouge changed because of one man who had women terrified. Women were afraid to look out of their windows at night because they were afraid of what they would see staring back at them.
July 10th, 2002. a joint task force is formed, combining the efforts of 4 Baton Rouge police agencies and the FBI. With no suspects and the death toll rising, police turn to the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit for answers. Profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole revisits the crime scene to learn more about the killer.
You have to be on site, which is what we were, and it took days just to get an initial sense for the kind of offender that we were looking for, knowing that it was very likely he was going to do it again.
O'Toole tries to put herself into the mind of the killer. How is he selecting his victims?
The choice of them as a victim may have come pretty quickly. I'll do her because she's right here, right now.
How is he gaining access into the house?
These were women who were raised, don't open your door to strangers. But the reality is, everybody opens their door to a stranger. It also told me the offender came across as very non-threatening.
Hi there.
Pardon me, miss. My car just broke down down the way there. Was be able to use your phone?
He was going into situations that were very high risk for him, but it was also exciting for him at the same time. And that told me something about his personality.
You know what? Come on in.
Great help.
Sure.
Thank
Come on in.
Thank you very much.
In the mindset of the killer, O'Toole begins to play out the crime. How is he choosing his weapon?
If you're highly impulsive as a serial killer and you didn't bring a weapon of choice with you, you just go and you do it, I'm a non-threatening individual was really a ruse to get to the victim, and then the mask comes off. It was my sense that this individual was highly impulsive. He could have thought of himself as omnipotent, all-powerful. He could have thought of himself as, that's what I want, that's what I'm gonna get.
Police dig into the lives of the victims, looking for a common thread. They note that the women were all students at Louisiana State University, and they discover that Green once lived on the same street as Pace. Police follow up on their first concrete lead: geography.
The offender is comfortable in a certain area. We called it the hot zone. And we felt that there was a reason he went back there.
He wasn't sure that if he worked down there, if he went to school in that particular area, or he had family down there.
Investigators take no chances and beef up police presence in the hot zone. But the impulsive nature of the killer makes it difficult to anticipate his next attack.
I think he was constantly looking at women and thinking in terms of maybe her, could be her, but maybe her.
July 12, 2002. Pam Kinnamore leaves her antique store and heads home. At 10 o'clock, Detective Tommy Rice responds to a missing persons report at the Kinnamore residence. Byron Kinnamore has returned home to find his wife missing.
Park. I came home. I was just gone for a little bit.
So as I walk in, I see Mrs. Kinnamore's purse on the counter. Keys in the door, which I'm being told by the family is a routine occurrence, that she would do that absentmindedly, leave them in the door. The bells and whistles are going off.
Keys are in the door, like she
The
always
bad feeling that I got at the time was that here's a lady who just doesn't routinely have long periods of absences. She's always been accountable.
Evidence suggests that Pam Kinnamore was following her regular nightly routine. And what looks like blood on cotton balls is actually red nail polish.
It hits me like a car. There is an open window. Here you have a female in a position where she would be almost defenseless, nude, bathing. And being able to look through that window, you could tell that there were no one else home. Those curtains, not closed, told him all he needed to see.
Investigators publicize the case, hoping witnesses will come forward.
We get a call from a truck driver. He observed a white pickup truck with what he believed to be a nude female in the front seat. She appeared to be somewhat incapacitated or could have been intoxicated. He sees a white male driver. As he slows down to get a better look, the truck exits at Whiskey Bay. This might be the first tangible lead we've got that can identify a person.
Police search the area, hoping to find Pam Kinnamore alive. And then, a transportation worker testing soil erosion makes a grisly discovery near Whiskey Bay.
Wired phone cord that you'd have in any home in America. It was around her neck. It could have been used for control, where it could have been tightened at any time. Toenails had red toenail paint. Some of them didn't.
The date inside a wedding ring worn by the victim confirms her identity. She is Pam Kinnamore. But the recent murder puzzles investigators. Kinnamore lived outside of the killer's hot zone. She is a working mother and is older than the previous victims. Most disturbing, this time the killer moved the body.
Taking a woman who may have been nude out of her home in a very upscale residential neighborhood was consistent with that high-risk, high-thrill, and what would be dangerous and just mind-boggling to do to somebody else doesn't seem to really faze him.
Trying to follow the psyche of a killer of this nature is like putting together a jigsaw puzzle while blindfolded. As we were waiting to project when the next body would pop up, the next body would pop up. And we knew at that time that it was someone who knew our every move, and he was extremely hard to catch.
The killer is ramping up his efforts, always one step ahead of investigators. With no discernible MO, no viable suspects, and no hard evidence, police have nothing to go on. Women across Louisiana fear for their lives, and with good reason. Panic rules as the summer of terror blankets Baton Rouge. July 29, 2002. The attacker's DNA, retrieved from latest victim Pam Kinnamore, matches the samples found at the Pace and Green crime scenes, confirming that the killer has struck again. And worse, in dumping the body in Whiskey Bay, the killer has moved from his hot zone.
He was trying to cover his tracks. He was trying to lead us in the opposite direction.
But the location of the Kinnamore dumping ground, 60 miles from his last victim, baffles police.
We started looking at each other and realizing that, man, you know, this is very big.
The task force concentrates on the 3 crimes linked by DNA evidence: Green, Pace, and Kinnamore. A solid witness lead focuses the investigation on a white male driving a white pickup truck. But finding it is a huge task.
We were told there's over 280,000 of those in this state. And that's a lot of trucks to look at.
Every white male from age 20 to 60 became a suspect.
Police set up roadblocks, stopping every Caucasian male in a light-colored truck and asking for a DNA sample.
The serial killers task force be-swabbed more than 1,000, possibly 1,200 men looking for a suspect.
We just had utter chaos in this part of the country looking for the guy who was this serial killer.
Move along, move along.
For all their work, investigators get no DNA matches.
So based on the information we've got, which is small, the suspect is male, age 25 to 35 years.
Now investigators look to build a definitive profile of the killer.
I did feel that this was somebody who came across so normally, so in such a non-threatening way, who had the ability to be charming, who had the ability to be maybe glib. This is not somebody that's a loner.
A criminal analysis or profile is usually for internal police use only. But in desperation, the task force releases the information to the public, hoping it will generate tips. Investigators assume the killer is aware of the publicity surrounding the case. But the intense media glare doesn't seem to slow him down. November 18th, 2002. A police officer discovers an abandoned car outside of a cemetery. He learns that the vehicle belongs to a young woman, last seen visiting her mother's grave. When the body of a young woman is found in the woods near Lafayette, a city 60 miles from Baton Rouge, police fear the worst. The victim is so badly beaten, her father can only identify 23-year-old Tranisha Dene Colombe by her tattoos. Male DNA recovered from her body confirms their earlier suspicions. The recent murder is the work of the Baton Rouge serial killer.
The fact that he displaced from the hot zone to another part of the city, but now we got a subject that is mobile now.
By crossing racial lines, investigators can't help but feel the serial killer is deliberately taunting police.
I used the Scud missile analogy that this could happen anywhere to anybody now.
Now, white women were not safe, black women were not safe. It didn't matter where you lived in Louisiana, you weren't safe. Everyone was a target.
His ever-changing MO continues to challenge investigators.
If you were to look at any of the actions of him to try to find out if there were some type of consistency in how he operated, he threw us for a loop.
We don't have consistency. We have variation. It was actually the variation in these cases that became the consistency, if that makes sense.
March 13th, 2003. A local fisherman thinks he's made a great catch. Instead, he discovers the body of a young woman tangled in his net.
Pam Kinnamore's body was found in this same area, general area, but this was out in the water. Because of what's going on in Baton Rouge, we're not sure yet, of course, if it's related.
Unlike with his earlier victims, the killer is now covering his tracks.
Now in the South, you've got to realize that you're dealing with a lot of humidity and you're dealing with a lot of heat here, you know. Decomposition in the South occurs quite rapidly. The DNA of a perpetrator is also part of the decomposition process.
Hey, we got an ID on the latest victim, LSU student.
The latest victim is 26-year-old Carrie Yoder, another LSU student living in the center of the serial killer's hot zone. To pull this off, the killer had to get through a massive police presence.
Obviously a determined individual to do just the brazen things that he did, and to be so determined that he would come right back into the area that he had taken 2 lives and take another.
For this offender to walk back into this area where there was such a law enforcement presence with that, again, that sense of confidence and that sense of arrogance was amazing.
This serial killer started acting more and more of playing mind games with us.
Police now have 5 samples of the killer's DNA, but are no closer to matching them to a suspect. Until one hard-working scientist makes a discovery in DNA technology that will break the case wide open. For 3 years, Baton Rouge investigators chase an impulsive, unpredictable serial killer. As the body count rises, so does police frustration.
We've pulled out every tool in the toolbox. And when are we gonna get that phone call? When are we gonna get that one dot, that one piece of this puzzle that's just gonna break it wide open?
Forensic technician George Shiro turns to an advancement in genetic technology to analyze the serial killer's DNA.
Essentially what I ended up doing was examining 21,000 profiles. And one of the markers that we looked at was called D21S11.
You guys clear that off, clear that off. I want to show you something.
When I examined the ancestry groups and the ethnic groups that were associated with this, what I found was that I found it occurring more times in people who were of African descent than Caucasian.
We might be looking for the wrong guy.
The DNA of the person they were looking for is that of a black person who has some small mixture of something else. I think American Indian and Caucasian. I was somewhat shocked.
A very, very powerful development for us. When this information came, that really was a turning point for us.
Turning their attention away from Caucasian men, police expand their search and look to African-American suspects that fit the FBI profile.
We had received some information from another law enforcement agency in St. Martinville that said there was an encounter by this woman that had actually been attacked by a black male.
Well, I had just gotten home with my groceries and was putting it away.
Diane Alexander tells investigators about an incident in her home 2 years earlier.
She was preparing to go to work, and she heard a knock on the door, and she went to the door.
Pardon me, ma'am. I'm really sorry to bother you. I'm looking for the Montgomerys, and I thought they told me 42, but by any chance you have a phone I might be able to use? Or do you know where they live?
I'm sorry, I don't, but...
And she saw this very, very good-looking man at the door, soft-spoken, and she remarked at his physical appearance, and not threatening, polite and gracious, asking for help.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Really kind.
There was nothing that he projected to her that spelled out, this is a problem, he's dangerous.
Y'all done with my phone?
I wish I was, ma'am, but I can't seem to find Montgomerys in here anywhere. Would your husband happen to know who they are, maybe?
My husband isn't home.
That's when the mask came off.
He coolly told her that he'd been watching her. He attempted to rape her, but he couldn't maintain an erection, which enraged him even more. Then he cut her phone cord and tried to strangle her. At this point, Alexander's son, Herman, returned home.
I got out the car and I heard a noise from inside, and I ran in. I saw Ma, and I ran outside, and just someone just drove off in a truck.
Diane suffered a serious skull fracture, keeping her in hospital for 5 days. But she'll never forget her attacker.
He's got really bushy eyebrows. Really bushy.
After 3 years, do investigators finally have an eyewitness?
His eyes, were they dark, light? They were dark.
We said, Chief, whoever assaulted Miss Alexander is the person responsible for your murders in Baton Rouge.
The sketch is released to the public.
Really, within a couple of minutes of him holding up the composite and giving the behavioral characteristics, a call came into the command center saying, this is who you're describing.
From a series of mugshots, Diane Alexander finally has a chance to identify the man who tried to kill
See
her.
if you can pick out the man who attacked you. Take your time.
The mugshot belongs to Derek Todd Lee. A petty criminal from Zachary, Louisiana, with a history of stalking and peeping Tom charges. With Lee's DNA already on file in Zachary, Baton Rouge investigators compare it to the samples collected at the Green, Kennemore, Pace, and Yoder crime scenes. The match is irrefutable.
We finally got the break. We finally got the match. We finally know who he is. That's the guy that has caused so much pain. That is the guy that has taken so many lives. And that is the guy that you're getting ready to put in jail.
I think quite a few of us, grown men, shed tears.
This had finally come to the end. And he was not going to take anyone else's life.
Derek Todd Lee, Baton Rouge Police Department, come out.
But when police move in to arrest Derek Todd Lee at his home in Baton Rouge, he's already gone.
And that, I think, was the other side of it, that, you know, until you caught them, that nothing was going to change. I mean, there would just be more cases and more victims.
DNA analysis confirms the Baton Rouge serial killer is Derek Todd Lee. But when police move in, they discover that Lee has fled the state. On May 26, 2003, the task force publicly names the killer.
A suspect has been identified in the homicides of Gina Green, Charlotte Murray Pace, Pam Kennemore, Danae Colomb, and Carrie Lynn Yoder.
Launching a nationwide manhunt, police track down Lee's friends and family.
We discovered that Derek was married. He had a wife and also a son. He also had a girlfriend.
Investigators learn that Lee remains in contact with his girlfriend. Tracing their phone calls will lead them straight to Lee's location.
All right.
But police have to keep Lee on the line long enough to pinpoint his whereabouts.
Hello?
Lee is quickly suspicious.
Are you with cops right now? Are the cops listening to...
After a short conversation, he's on to the ruse.
Well,
Are the cops listening to this call?
But not before police can trace the call to Atlanta. The noose around Derek Todd Lee's neck is tightening.
Now, there's a serial killer in Atlanta, Georgia, and realizing that he could strike there.
Sunday morning, this past Sunday morning, we began receiving information that we may have a fellow into our neighborhood by the name of Derek Todd Lee. He is suspected of murdering 5 women in Louisiana.
Can they find Lee before he kills again? Detective Johnson arrives in Atlanta to assist local police. He checks out the hotel from where Lee called his girlfriend.
Like I said, he was renting a room, but he's obviously gone now.
He knew we was searching for him, so he didn't stay many places very long, but eventually we got lucky again.
Johnson.
And I credit citizens. I called in the task force and the hotline and said, hey, we know where he is.
Okay, move in. Move in, don't wait for me.
Police track Lee to a location in the suburbs.
Police, freeze, down. Down to the ground, down to the ground. Hands above your head. Let's go. Derek Todd Lee, you're under arrest. Let's go, in the car.
Derek tossed me up, said, Detective Chris, I'm tired. It's pretty profound, you know, because I think he's referring to the fact that now he's dealing with the fact that he killed these women.
The evidence against Derek Todd Lee is overwhelming. A knife Lee pawned is matched to the stab wounds on Charlotte Murray Pace's body. The phone cord found around Pam Kennemore's neck is the same cord used to choke Diane Alexander. Lee had access to a white pickup truck owned by his girlfriend's uncle. But the nail in Lee's coffin is the silent witness, DNA. It is irrefutable. At his trial, Diane Alexander provides the most powerful emotional testimony.
She looked him eye to eye, and she said to him, "I will never forget that face, and I'll never forget what you told me when you were on top of me, trying to rape me, when you said to me, 'I've been watching you.'" That, in and of itself, sent a chilling effect through the whole courtroom. Derek Todd Lee is now on death row in Angola, Louisiana. He's now being watched, and he will be watched until the state of Louisiana respectfully puts him to death.
A passion for destruction, an impulse to burn. For nearly a decade, a mysterious figure strikes again and again, setting more than 2,000 fires across California.
He had a broad range of targets. These were not by happenstance.
The damage is in the millions. Entire communities are at stake.
What kind of person would do this? It would be an arsonist, someone that knew what they were doing.
And a sophisticated pattern of escalating violence has deadly returns.
Whoever was starting the fire had a understanding of fire progression.
And he set fire for power.
Following a wild hunch, one investigator joins forces with America's leading fire forensic experts to try to stop the arsonist before he burns California to the ground. January 1987. Thick black smoke pours over Fresno, California. Local firefighters are shocked by the rapid spread of the downtown blaze.
Well, the first 10 fire captains saw that the building was fully engulfed. Even though they had arrived only 4 minutes after the first alarm, the entire building appeared to be in flame.
It was a large fabric drapery material store, and because of the nature of the product in there, very flammable materials, that building was a total loss.
No sooner do firefighters get the blaze under control when another serious fire is reported. This one is also in a fabric store in Fresno. As exhausted firefighters battle the flames, a third fire breaks out. Again, it's a fabric store in downtown Fresno. Each fire is more destructive than the last. The third building is completely destroyed.
It burned the roof off about 3/4 of the structure and then completely gutted all of the contents. And there really was nothing salvageable from that portion of the building.
3 fires in 3 hours. Desperate for answers, fire investigators scour the charred building, searching for any possible signs of arson.
Are they starting at the same time of day? Are they starting at the same type of material? Is this a unique MO, modus operandi, or is it coincidental?
But before they can begin tackling these questions, a 4th fabric store goes up in flames, less than 60 miles away in the town of Bakersfield. Much like the Fresno fires, the Bakersfield blaze spreads quickly. The building is completely destroyed.
I think what happened when this fire took off so quickly that it raged through the building before the fire department had a chance to respond and get a handle on the fire itself.
Captain Marvin Casey responds to the scene.
They called me out because the fire was in question when they can't determine the cause of it.
Casey's first task is finding out how the fire started.
Arson is a particularly difficult crime to investigate because just by the nature of fire, the damage that fire does, it destroys most of the evidence. And it's crucial for an investigator to know what fire does, what it leaves behind, so they can search through and determine what actually caused the fire.
What Casey does know is that 80% of structural arson fires are caused by gasoline.
When people start using stuff, flammables and hydrocarbons and stuff like that to accelerate the fire, then it's easy to detect because it is accelerated with a hydrocarbon, which is an oil-based product.
In this case, there is no evidence of an accelerant at the scene. How could an arsonist start such a fast-spreading fire without using an accelerant? Casey digs deeper.
You first have to find out where the fire originated, which is called the area of origin. You go by degree of destruction, path of flame travel, heat indicators, flame spread, and different indicators like that leads you down to it. But you want to work your way from the less damage to the most damage.
Fire typically, I mean, if it starts from a single point of origin, it's going to burn up in what investigators call a V pattern.
In structure fires, the V pattern is usually pretty obvious. It'll be on a wall, it could be on a appliance, or it could be on some furniture, but there will be a V pattern to every fire.
At the Bakersfield scene, Casey uncovers the V pattern, and at its base, he finds a clue.
The V pattern, the depth of char, the degree of destruction, everything pointed right over to the foam rubber bin.
Polyurethane foam is one of the most highly flammable materials found in any retail store, guaranteeing the rapid spread of flames. But a key piece of evidence is missing.
There was no ignition sources at my point of origin that would have caused that fire to have erupted.
Investigators know how it spread, but how did it start? Back in Fresno, arson specialists reveal similar findings. The fires all originated from polyurethane foam material.
Whoever was starting the fire had a understanding of fire progression, and the material it was placed in, usually foam products, which are petroleum derivatives, so it's like gasoline in a solid form.
The four scenes reveal a repeating pattern.
One could say there's a definite pattern, a definite MO, because the fires were in stores with people and customers inside. That's unusual.
Less than an hour later, that pattern is repeated.
I hadn't yet completed the investigation for the fire at Kraft Mart until I received another radio transmission from the comm center that I had another structure fire. You know, Bakersfield's a community where we have fires, but to have two fires in a large department store within an hour, it would have been unheard of. I just figured that these stores were related in some way, but didn't know how.
This time, the fire is quickly contained. And again, miraculously, no one is hurt.
This was in a busy time of the day, customers coming and going, and so the employees wouldn't have a reason to look for anyone.
They really weren't able to tie someone into saying, I saw that person right at the point of origin just before the fire broke out.
Unlike the four previous fires, investigators find little damage to this latest fabric store.
Investigator Andy Schultz, store manager.
Casey learns that the manager was in the back, taking inventory when he first smelled smoke.
Some lady called up fire.
Seconds later, he managed to douse the flames before it could spread.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
By catching the fire at an early stage, the manager may have preserved the most telling clue yet.
I saw a rubber band and 3 matches and a cigarette butt.
At first glance, it doesn't look like much, but under closer inspection, Casey recognizes it for what it is. A cleverly designed ignition device.
What kind of person would do this? It would be an arsonist, someone that knew what they were doing, someone knowledgeable of setting fires.
The genius of the device is its careful assembly. The placement of the matches on the cigarette acts as a time delay, allowing him to slip away without drawing witnesses.
He would have to light the cigarette. He would have had to conceal this incendiary device in the yellow lined paper, take it in there and dropped it, and he would have had to have done it very quickly, too.
Demonstrating his advanced knowledge of fire, the arsonist has once again planted the device near the store's most flammable material, guaranteeing maximum impact. Casey knows that even the yellow paper is part of a complex formula. When the cigarette ignites the matches in turn ignite the paper.
Matches alone wouldn't ignite that material. The cigarette alone wouldn't light that material. But using the progression of the cigarette to the matches to the paper, placed inside the foam material, created enough heat in the right progression to actually get the fire going.
The device is then examined by arson investigator Glenn Lucero.
It gave us the impression that the person setting the fire probably had a little more knowledge than the average person.
Whoever was starting the fire was a thrill seeker and very brazen, because to start a fire, to have the nerve to go into an open business in the middle of the day, show someone who was really wanted to take a risk and wanted the thrill of the risk.
And like all thrill seekers, investigators know this arsonist will strike again, raising the stakes with every blaze. The question is, how far will he go before someone gets burned? Within hours, 5 fires tear through retail stores in downtown Fresno and Bakersfield, California. Suspecting foul play, fire investigators scour the crime scenes, desperate to learn something about the fire starter.
We realized that we had seemingly unrelated fires that, in fact, were related, in that they started in middle of the day, open business hours, in the same type of materials, and we realized we had a serial arsonist that was on the loose.
At the scene of the latest Bakersfield fire, Captain Marvin Casey recovers their first piece of evidence, a partially burned fire-starting device. Closer examination reveals that it's not the only thing the arsonist has left behind.
We saw what we thought was a fingerprint on the cigarette butt. So we submitted the cigarette butt and the paper to the ATF lab.
At the hands of ATF fingerprint experts, the device undergoes advanced anhydrous analysis. To Casey's surprise, the cigarette butt comes back clean. But the yellow paper is another matter.
I was amazed. It was on the paper. I thought I could see one on the cigarette butt.
In my experience, this is the only case that I've had where a fingerprint was actually recovered from one of the fire scenes.
Investigators run the print through the state and federal database looking for a match.
We immediately received a call back that they did not get a hit.
With no criminal record, the arsonist is free to work under police radar, planning his next attack. Based on the sophisticated nature of the device, Casey suspects he's chasing a consummate pro. He revisits the crime scene, hoping to learn more before the arsonist strikes again.
My assessment of it was a firebug setting the fires. He does it because he likes it. He enjoys it. He could be your next door neighbor, a businessman, or anybody in the community. He had a knowledge of fires, and he knew where to set the fires to get the desired results or to get the most damage.
Most serial arsonists are disorganized. We talk about starting dumpster fires, carport fires, using available combustibles they find at the spare moment. But this was a very organized arsonist.
An arsonist who does his homework.
He knew exactly where he was going to set it, the type of device he was going to use in it, his exit strategy. These fires were all close to freeways, so it was easy to get far from the scene within a short period of time.
The choices this guy was using to set his fires made me believe the guy knew what he was doing.
And the fact that they did several in a row on a number of occasions showed that they really wanted to push the envelope.
With every passing day, Casey grows more anxious. Where will the arsonist strike next? Desperate for clues, the wily investigator searches old case files, looking for those bearing similar patterns.
And I said, well, maybe there were other fires in other jurisdictions. And then I found out, yep, there was.
He discovers that south of Bakersfield along California Route I-99, 2 more unsolved fires had been started in polyurethane foam. Digging deeper, Casey comes across the worst case of all, a 1984 fire that destroyed the Olay hardware store in less than 12 minutes.
It was a horrendous fire in a huge hardware store, which of course is packed full of inflammables.
To have a fire that large in that type of a building during normal business hours, it was something that was unusual, not only for South Pasadena, but for Los Angeles. The fire grew so quickly and put out so much smoke that it confused people that were inside the building.
My wife is in there. My grandson's in there.
South Pasadena firefighters call 8 more trucks to the scene after learning that 12 people are trapped inside.
The victims became trapped in location because of the construction of the building, the fact that the building did not have a sprinkler system, as well as the location of roll-down fire doors.
Fear and panic overwhelmed the victims.
They saw a wall of flame as high as 30 feet, running at them like an ocean wave.
Firefighters use every available resource to battle the blaze and take control of the fire.
By the time they were finished, they were probably on scene close to 12 hours.
An anxious crowd waits patiently while emergency response teams swarm the building. Their #1 priority, victim recovery.
It was the kind of fire that terrified everyone because a pattern was being established.
The search turns tragic when firefighters pull 4 dead bodies from the ashes, including a young boy. The South Pasadena community is left devastated. If Casey's hunch is right, and they're chasing the same person behind the fire at Olay's hardware store, then their simple arson investigation just graduated to cold-blooded murder. California fire investigators are chasing a dangerous serial arsonist, suspected of starting 5 fires across Southern California. Determined to link their arsonist to a deadly blaze at a hardware store in South Pasadena that left 4 people dead, investigators dig deeper into their files and uncover an investigation ripe with controversy.
The original investigation in 1984 was very chaotic. To my opinion, the focus of the investigation was body recovery and not determining what caused the fire. And because of that, inappropriate techniques were used to get the building cleared in a hurry so the bodies could be found. There were many investigators from the local fire departments who felt that insufficient time was spent at the fire scene conducting an investigation and determining what caused that fire.
Many local investigators insisted that the fire was the work of an arsonist, but authorities quickly dropped the case, and no one was ever held accountable for the murders. Buried in the paperwork, Casey discovers that his former teacher, arson specialist John Orr, worked the case. He tracks down Orr at a fire conference in Glendale, California.
John. Wow. John Orr was a highly respected arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department.
He was a fire investigator and instructor. He taught me fire investigation 2B. I attended his class, you know, I got state certified through him.
So good to see you.
Orr confirms to Casey that he assisted in the Olay crime scene.
They had a pretty good understanding of where the fire started. The problem was they didn't understand how the fire started on that night.
Orr tells Casey that much like in the recent string of fires, no trace of accelerant was found at the scene.
Giant V-mark.
But the similarities do not end there.
I thought that was point of origin.
The hardware store had likewise been housed in a large building selling fabrics and furniture. And at the fire's point of origin, polyurethane foam pillows were found. Suspecting a connection, Casey adds the South Pasadena fire to the arsonist's rap sheet. But just as he's starting to make headway, the arsonist strikes again. 4 more retail stores are set ablaze just off Highway 101.
In a string of fires, it started along the coastal corridor from San Luis Obispo, Atascadero, Morro Bay. We again had the same signature device, same type of stores.
The fires continue. 2 more fabric stores are burned to the ground south of Pacific Grove.
There was several fires along the coastline, Atascadero, and then there was one in San Jose.
The arsonist is hitting cities along California's main north-south corridor, setting fires as he moves back and forth. He is wide-ranging and unpredictable.
We knew we had a serial arsonist, but we did not know to what extent at that point in time. But we knew we had a serious problem because of the life hazard associated with these fires.
Casey decides to trace back how he first learned of the Fresno fires.
I received a radio message from 2 of the fire investigators that were attending the CCAI conference in Fresno. It's attended by arson investigators, adjusters, insurance people, policemen, anybody that's interested in arson. And they made me aware that there was several structure fires in Fresno during their conference.
Casey looks up the date and location of the last CCAI conference and discovers it was held in San Luis Obispo on the very same day a downtown fabric store was set ablaze. Was there a connection between the symposiums and the fires?
So I said, well, you know, this may be a coincidence, it may not be a coincidence.
Sensing he's finally onto something, Captain Casey cross-references fire reports with every CCAI conference held in Southern California over the last 2 years.
In 1989, I found out about a symposium that they were having in Monterey. During the conference, there was several large structure fires in that area. There was several that happened the day before that were on Highway 101. So there was several fires along the coastline of Atascadero. I believe there was one in San Jose.
If there is any truth to his theory, Casey suddenly gains the upper hand on the arsonist, able to predict where and when he will strike next.
Once I developed the theory, I found out about a symposium that they were having in Bakersfield.
With the latest symposium just weeks away, he places downtown stores under surveillance and waits for the arsonist to strike.
Because it was just too coincidental, way too coincidental.
Ravaging fires do break out in Southern California, but as it turns out, not in Bakersfield. Instead, they rage across the dry hills of Glendale, California, as Casey and millions of others watch in horror.
The brush ignited during yesterday afternoon's fire with absolutely no warning. This morning, several hot spots were still burning in Glendale. Fire crews worked on the ground and in the air.
The College Hills fire was ignited just off of Verdugo Road in the city of Glendale. It's one of the main thoroughfares through the town. The fire then spread throughout the community, causing the burning of approximately 64 homes, either partially or totally. It actually jumped an 8-lane freeway.
The community is devastated. The fire leaves hundreds homeless. Damage is in the millions of dollars.
It was one of the windiest days of the year. The fire to spread throughout the community much faster than the fire department could ever respond to it.
Even worse, the Glendale fires don't appear to support Casey's theory.
The Glendale fires were the different scenario. They were brush fires opposed to mine was structure fire.
More news.
At the Glendale fire scene, arson specialist John Orr briefs the press.
Fumes generated by the fire itself were extremely toxic. About a 5-block area had to be evacuated. Knockdown was achieved after about 2.5 hours and full extinguishment after about 1 a.m.
Orr immediately suspects the fast-spreading fire is the work of an experienced arsonist.
One of the things that our investigation discovered is there was roughly 10 arson fires all set in the community surrounding College Hills throughout that day. It was one of the more active days for fire setting.
Finding a fire-starting device would confirm Orr's theory of a highly skilled arsonist, but little has survived the fire.
The fire spreads in a general V pattern up the hill And also, as happens with most brush fires, it burns in all directions.
Despite the odds, the veteran investigator finds the ignition source, a disposable lighter, rigged with a clip jammed into the depressor that allows for the free flow of butane and a continuous flame. In particular, the rubber bands strike a chord with investigators.
The devices were what we call in the business a signature device because they were unique enough in that we felt the perpetrator was sort of bold and cocky enough to say, I don't care if you know the device, I would rather you give me credit for the fires that I've set.
This has to be a message that the arsonist is sending to us, saying, in effect, now I'm going to give you my calling card and prove to you that this is arson.
But with no firm pattern, no evidence, and no suspects, investigators have no idea what the serial arsonist is planning and where he will strike next. A series of deadly structural fires tear through Southern California, causing millions of dollars in damage and killing 4 people. Fire-starting devices found at the scenes, coupled with a distinct crime signature, strongly suggests it's the work of a serial arsonist. But with no leads, no suspects, and no regular pattern to go on, investigators are at a loss to predict when or where he will strike again. And then, in the winter of 1989, things go from bad to worse. The LA area is blitzed with a fresh series of retail fires.
Those fires occurred during business hours in open stores, and they started in what was believed to be highly combustible available materials in those stores.
Investigators immediately recognized the arsonist's MO. Only this time, he's targeting a much more populated area.
It was a great concern to us because the lack of concern for the safety of the people in the stores. And the fact that they were set during business hours also showed a certain aggressiveness and lack of fear in the person setting the fires.
A worried city government asks Mike Matassa and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives for help. A state task force is set up to capture the arsonist. Agencies across California come together to share information. Matassa's lead investigators are Glenn Lucero, arson investigator for the LA Fire Department, and April Carroll, an ATF agent.
We named the case Pillow Pyro, which was sort of corny, but it's what we all came up with as a common factor. For a serial arson investigation, yes, this was one that, became pretty big pretty fast.
But despite the work of the task force, the fire starter keeps rolling. In March 1990, firefighters respond to 5 3-alarm fires in less than 3 hours.
5 stores with customers inside were set alight in a matter of a couple hours. One of them was a fabric yardage store that was burned to the ground.
Investigators once again recognize the pattern, but this time the arsonist has struck further north.
It was in Lawndale, California, Redondo Beach, California, and Inglewood, California, which are within about a 30-mile range of each other.
But of greater concern than the range and frequency of the attacks is the people factor.
One of the fires was set in a fabric store. Oh my God, hey, and by the time the fire was observed, the flames were already starting to shoot to the ceiling. They almost trapped 2 or 3 of the individuals who were in the store. We took a look at the fire with the sheriff's deputies, and it was our mutual understanding that the fire was intentionally set during business hours, and the fire had spread so fast and so completely that the entire store was gutted out by fire.
Fear across the state of California rises with every blaze.
It was disturbing because he had taken it to that level and yet kept going, knowing the potential life-threatening situation, not just to those victims, but to the firefighters every time they responded to one of these fires.
Faced with a statewide jigsaw puzzle, investigators revisit old clues, hoping new information might shed light on old leads. Bakersfield Fire Captain Marvin Casey shares his research with the task force.
He's sharing what had occurred in 1987 and all the steps that he took, identifying that there had been fires in the Central Coast as well, looking at the coincidence, not being a coincidence, that there was an arson conference in Fresno and an arson conference along the coast at the same time as these fires occurred.
Casey shows the ATF agents the only piece of hard evidence he has, a lone fingerprint.
In 1987, when Marvin Casey ran the print, he ran it through the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Unfortunately, there was no hit on that time.
Do you mind if we run it one more time?
No. That print, we submitted to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Laboratory in downtown Los Angeles. They went ahead and analyzed it and computer enhanced it and submitted to the Department of Justice.
Investigators also bank on the fact that the California database has expanded since the print was last submitted.
They had in their system not only criminals, but they also put in all sworn law enforcement in Los Angeles County had their fingerprints in the same database.
Lucero.
And when we ran the print through them, they called us up and we heard something none of us on the task force ever expected we'd be hearing.
You're not gonna believe this.
What?
That was the lab. They have a match for our fingerprint.
They called and says that the print belonged to Glendale Fire Captain John Orr.
And we said, wow, there's got to be a logical explanation for this.
A serial arsonist responsible for more than 60 fires and 4 killings across California continues to elude police. Desperate to find clues that may lead them to their killer, investigators turn to the only piece of concrete evidence in the case, a fingerprint found at the Bakersfield crime scene. Running it for the second time through the federal database, they finally get a match. The only problem is, it doesn't belong to a convicted felon. It belongs to one of their own. Arson investigator John Orr.
Glenn and I looked at each other and immediately sort of froze, processing those thoughts of, okay, well, this person is a colleague of ours.
We kind of looked at each other and we thought there's probably a valid reason that his print was on that particular device. So the focus of our investigation then was to backtrack through the investigation to see how he could have gotten his fingerprint on that device through normal investigative means.
And we knew that he was very proactive and very involved in the arson investigation. Our first thought was maybe somehow he helped Marvin Casey out in this case and innocently touched the paper and got his print on there.
Their review focuses on how the evidence was collected.
The chain of custody for that particular fingerprint was ironclad. Marvin Casey spotted it, he booked it into evidence, and the chain of custody remained intact from that point on.
He had handled that evidence exactly the right way, so there was no way that that fingerprint was placed on there accidentally by John or by anyone.
Investigators immediately turned to Casey for information.
We specifically asked him, did John Orr come by to assist you with your fire investigation? And he said, absolutely not.
Casey confirms their worst fear. John Orr was never at the scene of the crime in an official capacity. How did John Orr's print get on the fire-starting device? Casey revisits his original theory, the possible connection between the arson conferences and the fire spree.
I got the attendance roster from CCAI and looked at the roster, and I had an idea.
He starts with the Fresno Symposium.
I developed 55 names from this attendance roster.
He repeats the same exercise for the Monterey Conference and highlights attendees appearing on both lists.
And now I've narrowed my investigation down to 10 names. John Orr was number 5 on the list, not that they were in order of importance. The theory made sense. He attended the conference in Fresno, he attended the conference in Monterey. He lived down in the Glendale area, he lived south of Bakersfield. It all fit. Yep, he would be the one.
It made perfect sense.
Suddenly, simple, isolated pieces of information take on new significance.
We had John traveling to arson investigators conferences back in 1987 in Fresno,
The devices were sophisticated. The delay was unique and well known by this particular person, had been taught at symposiums and lectures and courses.
The evidence is simply too overwhelming to ignore.
There just was no other explanation besides John Orr being our perpetrator. And the reality of that was, it was severe. It was severe for me as a relatively new agent. It was particularly harsh, I could tell, for Glenn Lucero, who was a colleague and had worked with John on numerous things.
It became a very solemn investigation for us, especially all those of us that knew him.
Like instantly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I happened to think this was an individual well known. I knew him. He was my instructor for Fire Investigation 2B, got me state certified. Wow. I mean, this all just flashed through my mind at one time, and I thought, well, okay, so it is. Let's get him off the street, and let's get him.
You want to go after someone that's betrayed you, even more of a desire to get him and make sure that the case would stick, because this was not okay.
We only had his fingerprint on a small dollar loss fire in Bakersfield. So we couldn't jump the gun and arrest him on that and take the chance of him getting a small sentence when we realized that he had dozens upon dozens of fires that we were all convinced he was responsible for.
Investigators put Orr under surveillance 24/7, waiting for him to slip up and make a mistake.
So we became aware that he was going to go to a seminar up in San Luis Obispo. It was at these types of seminars that some of the previous fires had been set at. We had to follow him from that point on and never really lose touch with him for fear that he may set a fire and potentially have someone hurt.
Of course, we as the investigative team were anticipating that this would be a time where we would catch John in the act, because it would be a difficult case to prove without that. It's always better to have a smoking gun, so to speak.
Carol and Lucero follow Orr to San Luis Obispo.
Surveillance on him was about as difficult as a surveillance can get. We even had aerial support on the surveillance, and once he got out onto the interstate, he drove so fast that if we didn't have the aerial support, we wouldn't have been able to surveil him. Sometimes he would go into the fast lane on the freeway and use his emergency equipment to clear the lanes.
To hedge their bets, investigators had placed a tracking device underneath Orr's vehicle.
Okay. 2 packs of cigarettes, please, sir.
His first stop of the day worries ATF agents.
John wasn't a smoker. If John had cigarettes, those would be part of a device.
With the ATF hot on his trail, was John Orr about to set another fire?
And when he came back out, he slowed down around his vehicle, and the surveillance team that had the eyeball at the time said, "John's looking under the back of his car. What's up with that?" And John had seen a wire that was hanging down from the tracking device. Unfortunately, it was the type where it had to have some wires, antennas, and hitting bumps and speed bumps and potholes and things can cause those wires to jar loose, and clearly that's what happened in this case. And we figured from there, John being a seasoned investigator, he knew what was going on.
Suspecting he's being watched, Orr returns home. Matasas secretly sets up shop across the street from their suspect's house, determined to see what his next move might be.
The serial arsonist, particularly the organized serial arsonist, wants credit for their fires. This is part of what they do, is to be recognized, not to be identified, but to be recognized for their acts.
Matassa plays on Orr's greatest weakness, his need for recognition, and sets up a sting operation that will blow the case wide open.
So you do it. That's so nice to see you.
On the hunt for a California serial arsonist, investigators place veteran fire investigator John Orr under 24-hour surveillance. When Orr holes up in his office for days, Special Agent Matassa fears he may be planning his next attack. But instead, Matassa shockingly discovers he's been writing a tell-all manuscript.
This is actually unbelievable, because we wanted to take a look at that before we arrested him and concocted a plan to get a copy of that manuscript.
David, come in.
Once again, Matassa plays into Orr's need for recognition.
Just by coincidence, we had known a retired LA City firefighter who had become a published writer. And we called him, he says, "You're not gonna believe it, he's already called me." And he wanted to talk.
Here you go.
Posing as a helpful story editor sent over by the publisher, the novelist is eager to read Orr's work.
Well, yes.
The goal of the covert operation, to walk away with a copy of the novel. But all Orr wants to do is talk about his book.
It's about these fires that have been happening in the Los Angeles area for the last 5 years, but they haven't caught the arsonist.
Orr gets swept up in the idea of a potential book deal.
If you'd have a look and left some feedback,
I'd be flattered.
The novel is nothing more than a thinly veiled confession.
Mike Matassa, Glenn Lucero, and I sat and we read it cover to cover. It wasn't great reading from the perspective of a novel that might sell. In fact, it was rather amateurish, but you immediately put that out of your mind because we were sitting reading what our suspect was doing, step by step, and why. And that was very enlightening because that was the biggest question.
We realized that this is actually unbelievable. The accounts of what people were doing, what they were seeing, was beyond what was in any of the public record. It was only in police interviews, and it had to be from someone who was actually there when these fires were occurring.
And there was one particularly disturbing area of the manuscript regarding a fire that occurred at a hardware store in South Pasadena, which paralleled a real fire that had occurred in the Ole's fire.
Keep it till later. Give me that.
He matches the time exactly as well as the location. The piece of evidence that the manuscript gave us that we felt was most significant to the case was a brief description of interaction that we believed only a person who was there could have known.
Hi, John. Hi. Book him, guys.
At long last, ATF agents stamp out the fire starter.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Well, we made a decision to arrest him because we felt that we had as much forensic and physical evidence. And during that course of time when we first identified him to the time we actually arrested him, we had conducted a tremendous amount of follow-up investigation.
In 1992, a federal court convicts Orr of 3 counts of arson. In 1993, Orr pleads guilty to 3 counts of arson as part of a plea bargain. 5 years later, he is tried for the Ole hardware store fire, is convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder, and is sentenced to life plus 20 years, with no possibility of parole.
John, to this day, has never shown any remorse or admitted guilt. He claims that the plea bargain, he felt it was in his best interest to take the plea bargain, and that's the only reason he did it.
In our life, I think people have 3 different lives they live. We have a social life that we live out where our cohorts know us, and then we have a family life that we live where our family knows us. And then we have a private life. It's a secret life, a life that nobody gets into. And I think John's secret life was, he was not the John Orr fire investigator of Glendale anymore. He was a Superman. He could do anything. He was untouchable. And that's his secret life. And I think it jumped up and bit him in the long run.
This type of arsonist is an attention-getting or gets a sexual gratification from watching the fire and gaining an inadvertent attention from being in the crowd and the only one that knows how the fire started. He gathers attention from that.
February 5th, 2002, Hudson, Wisconsin. A shocking double murder triggers the town's first homicide case in nearly a quarter century. For two rookie cops, it's a baptism by fire.
My first thoughts were, this just can't be real.
Shot execution style, no motive whatsoever.
With little evidence left behind and no eyewitnesses,
we had absolutely nothing to go on.
Everyone is a suspect.
I had a certain sense of an Agatha Christie sort of thing.
And the small town is suddenly thrust into a real-life mystery.
Are these guys that mad, that angry, that they would actually commit murder?
Driven by the cold logic of forensic science, investigators tackle unspeakable secrets, uncover impossible truths, and struggle to answer one burning question.
Who wanted him dead?
Hudson, Wisconsin, an otherwise charming riverside town, a place where big city worries seem a distant reality. But on February 5th, 2002, at 1:40 p.m., all that changes when police receive a 911 call from the O'Connell Funeral Home. Within minutes, the emergency response unit is on the scene. Tipped off that a killer is on the loose, they search the building room by room.
We had a police scanner running at the time. We could hear the emergency response team was on a channel and they were talking about being in the building. You could hear them talking real soft. So we knew they were in there and they were looking to see if somebody was still in there.
But the killer is long gone.
And the word came across the scanner, bodies found.
And with that grim discovery, at 2:27 p.m., the building is finally declared clear. The focus now is on the murder investigation. Leading the charge are rookie detectives Sean Petit and Jeff Knopf. The young policemen stop dead in their tracks when they recognize one of the victims.
The fact that made it extremely disturbing was that it was Dan O'Connell, somebody that I knew well, a very close friend.
Dan O'Connell is the director of the funeral home and from one of the town's most prominent families.
And now he's gone by somebody shooting him.
This just can't be real. It can't be. To see somebody that you've grown up with deceased, I couldn't believe it.
The second victim is James Ellison, a mortuary science intern from the University of Minnesota at River Falls.
Well, this kid was just, he was squeaky clean. Oh Lord, you couldn't ask for a happier, kid, and everybody loved him.
I hadn't witnessed a homicide ever. It was a very disturbing crime scene, to say the least.
Both victims were killed by a single bullet to the head, in classic execution style. For the young detectives, the brutality of the murder scene is made all the worse by their personal ties with Dan O'Connell.
There was a time that I had to step away from the crime scene and shed a tear or two. But on the flip side, I knew that, it was a task that I had to complete. I was bound and determined to do whatever I could to find out who did this to him.
But the crime scene raises more questions than it answers. The only things out of place are papers James Ellison appears to have been carrying when he was shot.
Absolutely no struggle whatsoever. The coats were still hung on the back of the chairs. The phone itself was still standing in an upright position on his desk. That wasn't even knocked over. Nothing disturbed in the office or throughout the funeral home.
Why did the victims try to defend themselves? The lack of a struggle is baffling and leads to various theories.
Were they both in the office at the same time? Was this a murder-suicide?
Possibly the two of them had an argument, but there was no weapon at the scene.
With the absence of a gun, investigators quickly dismiss the murder-suicide theory.
Perhaps this was a robbery, but there was nothing missing from the funeral home. There was ample opportunity to take the wallet from James Ellison.
But the crime scene provides investigators with little evidence.
In this case, about the only thing that was left there were 3 shell casings.
Police look to the 9mm shell casings to help unravel the crime. Using a dowel and string, they chart the trajectory of a shot from its casing on the floor to where the bullet was found lodged behind a shattered picture. A closer examination of James' body reveals a small wound on his left hand.
Perhaps the very first shot that was taken at James was a miss. The shot entered his pinky and it startled him, and he essentially dropped his folders,
explaining the scattered papers on the floor. Investigators find the next shell casing on the chair, under James Ellison's body.
The spent casing on the chair indicated that Dan O'Connell was shot at about a 45-degree angle behind his desk.
Detectives reason that the remaining casing on the floor near the desk is from the shot that killed James point blank. In both cases, the entry wounds placed the shooter no further than 5 feet from the victims.
It appeared that a person entered the funeral home that Dan knew, that this was a surprise attack.
I think it was a very good shot and very calculated.
The person knew exactly where a good shot placement would essentially kill them.
Detectives wonder if they're chasing a skilled marksman. Knowing how quickly word spreads in a small town, police keep all gathered information under lock and key.
They kept a very tight lid on this thing.
Equally important is finding a motive for the killings.
What made this case unique from anything else was the fact that we had 2 victims. We didn't know if the target was James Ellison or Dan O'Connell. We dug into Dan's background and James's background as thorough as one could, and we just came up with absolutely no motive whatsoever.
That these 2 men didn't appear to have any outside enemies.
James was just an ordinary, happy-go-lucky college student that had a bright future in the mortician business.
We could find no reason for him being killed.
Eliminating James as a possible target, detectives shift their focus to Dan O'Connell. As a deeply involved member of his community, he appeared to be loved by all. But was he?
We're probably looking for a person who knew Dan, who had something to do with Dan, something that Dan knew that we had to find out. What did he know that caused this to happen?
But locals can't possibly believe anyone living in Hudson is capable of such violence.
There was certainly a desire on the community's part to have this be from somebody from the outside. I mean, I think that would be the case with anyone who was murdered here, but because it was the O'Connells on top of it, people just didn't believe they had enemies of that sort.
But this was more something that was up close and personal.
You have to start working close to the victims, work your way out. Family, friends, acquaintances, The person who did it had to know one or both of them.
And so detectives begin the delicate task of questioning one of their closest friends.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, Sean.
Do you mind if we come in?
No, not at all.
Thanks.
Dan O'Connell's wife, Jenny.
No, I'm not stupid. Well, of course, the first person you look at is, you know, the spouse.
I know this is difficult, but I'm gonna have to ask you some real personal questions, okay?
Of course. I want to know who killed my husband.
Who could have shot him? Everyone liked him. Who wanted him dead?
A prominent funeral home owner and his apprentice have been shot in cold blood by an unknown killer. The first homicides to hit Hudson, Wisconsin in over 20 years leave the small town stunned and reaching for answers.
Who would ever dream of coming in and shooting Dan O'Connell? I mean, a very well-respected person in the community, father of two, wonderful husband, and just a great friend to everybody. It was a shock.
The search for a motive is critical and drives the early days of the investigation, turning everyone in town into a suspect.
As it's always said, the nearest and dearest.
Knops and Petit start by questioning Dan's wife, Jenny O'Connell.
Personal questions, okay?
It was awful tough for me, being a personal friend of Jenny, to ask her very personal questions, from sex life to financial end of it. Jenny knew that I had a job to do.
Jenny, I'm only asking this because I have to.
And I know you're doing your job. Because I want you to do your job. I want you to find out who did this to my life. I want to know who ruined my life.
Jenny cooperates fully, offering up DNA and fingerprint samples, even submitting to a polygraph.
I was home. I was making banana chocolate chip muffins for my kid for his birthday. I didn't do it. I mean, no, I loved him. I loved my husband.
Fueled by Jenny's grief, Knops and Petit are more than ever determined to find her husband's killer. And they start by looking at his final hours.
We looked at Dan's daily planner and where his normal whereabouts would have been on a typical day.
Jenny tells the detectives about the last time she saw her husband alive.
Take care.
Love you.
Bye.
So he left about, I don't know, 8:15 before the kids went to school. He went to a meeting in Baldwin with his brother.
To find out more about Dan's morning meeting, detectives contact his brother, Mike O'Connell.
Thanks for seeing us.
My pleasure, my
Why
pleasure.
don't you tell us about that meeting?
Absolutely.
Mike tells them that Dan left the meeting early.
By retracing the last moments of the victims is how we came down to the time of the shooting for Dan and James.
All right, tomorrow night.
Records show that Dan placed an outgoing call from his office at 1:07 p.m., proving he was still alive at that time. For his part, James Ellison received a cell phone call at 1:22 p.m., which he never answered. And since the 911 call was logged at 1:40 p.m., it means that some 30 minutes remain unaccounted for. Detectives continue probing Mike for answers.
I seem to recall that he also mentioned he had a guy he had to go see in Hudson.
An encounter so important that Dan rearranged his entire schedule to accommodate the meeting.
Dan had originally set a meeting for 1 o'clock to discuss some funeral arrangements. However, he bumped that back later for 2 o'clock.
But who exactly was he meeting with? Knops and Petit talked to various business associates, but none can answer that question. Aware of Dan's strong professional and personal ties to St. Patrick's Church, detectives next turn to Father Ryan Erickson and any special insights he may have on the case.
You know, did anybody ever confess to you? Did anybody ever talk about the homicides to you?
Torn by his oath of secrecy, Father Erickson reluctantly reveals hearing gossip about an improper relationship between Dan and his assistant. When detectives later interview that assistant, she claims to know nothing about Dan's mystery meeting. When pressed about their relationship, she insists it was platonic, but admits her husband had a different view of things.
I guess he was
A little jealous of the bond that Dan and I had, but other than that, everything was fine.
Given that fact, we thought, hey, here's a break in the case. We hadn't had a motive prior to that.
Detectives learned that her husband often checked up on them, going as far as accusing Dan of having an affair with his wife.
Hi, guys. Hey. What's going on?
Just going over some papers for the funeral.
When police interrogate the jealous husband, he denies meeting with Dan on the day of the murders, and he turns hostile and uncooperative.
In my mind, he became suspicious because he didn't want to help. Here it is, a double homicide. He knew Dan O'Connell very well, but he wasn't willing to help.
Despite having a solid alibi, the jealous husband shoots to the top of their suspect list. With the investigation in high gear, Knops and Petit attend Dan O'Connell's funeral.
It was a huge number of people, the biggest funeral we've ever had. And they were watching the funeral very closely.
The detectives are here for personal reasons, to pay their respects and mourn the loss of a friend.
I looked at the Ellison family and the O'Connell family, and I got emotional.
But they also have an ulterior motive. The killer might be among them.
A reading from the second letter of St. Paul to Timothy.
Initially, from day one, I guess I would have to say an overabundance of suspects.
It was something, you know, out of a crime novel. It just didn't make any sense, and it was very, very mysterious.
For Knops and Petit, no one is above suspicion.
The gates of paradise opened to you.
And the mystery deepens when old-fashioned police work unearths the dark and dangerous side of the local funeral business. And with it, a world of deadly obsession. The cold-blooded murders of Dan O'Connell and James Ellison stunned the small town of Hudson, Wisconsin. Family members put their faith in two rookie investigators. But their only suspect so far has an airtight alibi. And they have no other evidence to go on.
There wasn't any DNA or any of that great stuff that you look for at murder scenes. All that was not there.
Detectives Knops and Petit tirelessly re-examine every single detail in the last week of Dan's life.
They didn't look at things twice. They looked at them 3 and 5 and 6 times, and that's the thing for me, that it was a window into police work. Police work sucks. I mean, it's hard and it's dreary and it's monotonous.
While pouring through old files, the detectives discover some highly suspicious mail.
It was a threatening letter from a organization called the Rest of Jesus Ministries. It was essentially a group of people who opposed the embalming of a body.
In pseudo-biblical language, the letter accuses Dan of desecrating bodies and convinces detectives to approach the extremist Christian cult with caution. Police learn the group meets weekly to quote scripture and to hear their charismatic leader, like a prophet, speak in tongues.
The leader of the Rest of Jesus Ministries was previously arrested for stalking. We took that very seriously. In fact, that was probably one of the strongest leads that we had. So immediately we thought, hey, could this person be that radical to commit murder?
The O'Connells had received this letter from the group telling them, what you're doing is abomination.
Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And police keep the cult leader and her followers under close surveillance. To make any charge stick, they need to place a cult member at the scene of the crime on February 5th. And while canvassing the area for eyewitnesses, they catch their break. A man driving past the funeral home at the precise time of the murders noticed something odd for a frosty February day.
He saw a gentleman in a white t-shirt, black pants, and a ball cap.
But the underdressed gentleman doesn't match any current police suspect photos.
And nothing changed, and they were frustrated. They were very frustrated.
And everything continued to lead to kind of a dead end.
We received numerous different leads on this case. Nothing that was ever really substantiated. It was more speculation. Did you look at this? Did you look at that?
I mean, they went so far that they would stop at gun ranges all the way along up to northern Wisconsin to check and see if there were shell casings that might match the gun. I know it wore on them. I know it wore on them terribly.
I was a relatively new detective, and there was a lot of talk throughout the community that these two new detectives had no chance whatsoever of solving the homicides.
This case was getting cold, it was, and that's the thing the family was afraid of.
So it got really frustrating. Not gonna lie about that. That was fairly frustrating.
Losing faith in local police, the family looks outside for help. To the TV show America's Most Wanted. The broadcast spotlights the unsolved murders and offers up an attractive reward.
The community went together, the Rotary guys, and a lot of people went together to put together a pretty substantial reward fund. And there was a lot of hope that that would trigger something, money would trigger something, but it didn't.
After nearly 2 years on the case, the detectives are no closer to making an arrest.
I always told Jenny that no matter what it took, I was going to work the case, even if it took me beyond retirement.
I was scared. I didn't know who did this. I didn't know, are they gonna be after me? Am I next? Are my children next? Because I'm still looking over my shoulder.
The only thing police know for sure is that the killer is still on the loose, ready to strike again. The killing of funeral director Dan O'Connell, a respected community leader, and James Ellison, a mortuary intern, has rattled the sleepy riverside town of Hudson, Wisconsin to its very core. Nearly 2 years after the murders, police are no closer to solving the crime.
We had nobody that we could narrow down to a good, viable suspect.
Unable to get on with their lives, the victims' families are deeply frustrated, including Dan's sister, Kathy O'Connell.
I wanted to know who did this. And it wasn't because it was my brother, a dear friend, James Ellison. It was safety for my immediate family and the community.
I wondered myself if it was ever going to be solved.
Dan's sister has been pursuing the VDOC Society, a Philadelphia-based group dedicated to solving cold case homicides.
But these are like the best of the best. They're from around the world, this group of retired homicide detectives.
And they said they do not take cases unless they're cold cases, which is 2 years. So when the 2 years came up, I emailed them, I think it was midnight.
Renowned criminal profiler Richard Walter, the group's co-founder, agrees to join the investigation and travels to Hudson.
Hudson, when I arrived, was a wonderful little quaint town that it seemed almost bizarre that this could happen. In fact, I had a certain sense of an Agatha Christie sort of thing, where a great mystery in improbable circumstances took place.
Okay. Now, Richard, this is where we found the bodies.
When asked to review a crime, the very first thing I want to see is the crime scene photos.
This desk used to be over here.
I want to know what's there, what's not there, what happened, who, how many people were involved, all these other sorts of things, immediately. The crime scene, by its simplicity, then revealed there was a high investment. He wanted those people dead. But there wasn't great emotion. It seemed very purposeful in the sense that you have someone come in, shoot at an opportune time, a window of only about 15 minutes, walks out, and basically that's your crime scene.
Walter's assessment of a cold-hearted murder is backed up by the use of the gun.
The gun is detached. You don't have to touch anybody. It tells us about power.
I think that's about it. All right.
I think the challenge was the sense of mystery because there was no clear definition. Not only to try and find out who did it, but more importantly, understand why.
To bring Walter up to speed on the case, the detectives set up a war room.
My goal was to educate the police so that they could do their job. I wasn't here to replace them. I was here as a supplement. I was a technical tool. Are they seasoned homicide investigators? No. Are they good police officers with a developing talent? Yes. How can you ask for more?
You know, from Sean and Jeff's point of view, you could see in their body language and everything that they were, this was a whole new ball game now. There was a look in their eyes, there was a kind of an excitement that they hadn't had before.
No matter how unlikely, Walter considers anyone who had any connection with Dan O'Connell in the days leading up to his murder a suspect. Systematically, detectives scan their gallery of possibilities. Walter dismisses the Rest of Jesus ministry cult.
These murders were way too cold for any kind of emotional satisfaction that an Argot group would want, such as whether they threw embalming fluid on the victims, or whether they set them afire, or whether it was percussive in the sense of a strangulation, stabbing, or whatever else the case may be.
Walter is also doubtful about Knopp's and Petit's key suspect.
As a relatively new detective, I was looking at the crime scene as to what was there. When Richard Walter told me to not only look at what was there, but look at what wasn't there, that's when I started to think, you know, hey, this doesn't seem to be a jealous husband where they're gonna come in and rant and rave and knock things over. We didn't have that. There was nothing disturbed.
It would have been much a higher level of emotions, may or may not have used a gun, but it didn't really follow.
These insights convinced detectives to drop the jealous husband as a suspect.
We could not put a firearm in his hand.
Walter methodically works to eliminate all the suspects, but one.
At that point, then, the only person that could not be dismissed was Father Ryan Erickson.
Needing to know more about the priest, detectives tell Walter about Father Erickson's unique style of preaching, a style that has made him a local character.
He didn't need a microphone, and he could cry on demand. His emotions were just something else.
He was certainly different, but young and energetic. He had his detractors, but he also had a very supportive group around him as well.
But digging through old files, police discover a complaint lodged against Father Erickson. Walter's advice to the detectives is simple.
Follow the evidence.
The youth, now a college freshman, reveals the true nature of his complaint. That on numerous occasions, the priest had supplied him and other boys with beer and liquor.
I won't tell if you won't tell.
I mean, he gave us some beer once, but I mean, maybe once or twice, but that's it.
I think all of us were astounded by the fact that he had provided alcohol to young boys.
The youth then reveals something even more shocking.
We learned that Father Ryan carried out acts against parishioners by mocking that he was going to shoot them. And he would actually be up in the rectory pointing at individuals that he didn't like and actually mock that he was killing them. That's odd for anyone. It's even more odd for a priest.
For every person who finds Father Erickson peculiar and bizarre, there are those staunchly devoted to him. Detectives return to St. Patrick's to pay the holy man a visit.
We're looking for Father Erickson. Have you seen him?
Oh, didn't you hear? He got transferred to St. Mary's Church.
Father Erickson has left the parish, and investigators need to know why.
In my mind, I thought, yeah, it's possible, but a priest?
2 years after a double homicide rocks the town of Hudson, Wisconsin, famed criminal profiler Richard Walter turns up the heat on a most unlikely suspect, a man of the cloth. Tracking Father Erickson to his new parish, some 200 miles away, detectives finally get a chance to grill the controversial priest, who, although only a pastor, arrives dressed in the full outfit of a Monsignor.
I looked at the priest and I said, "Young man, you're lucky I'm not in charge of this investigation, because if I were, you would not be wearing that costume." And he's taken back a little. And he said, "But I'm a priest 24 hours a day." And I said, "Here, you're not representing the Catholic Church."
Detectives forego the alcohol complaint for now and focus on what, if anything, Erickson might know about the murders.
Hello, Father. Thank you for coming in today.
My pleasure. Anything to help the investigation?
We went in asking for his help. Has anybody said anything to you? You know, given the fact that you're tied in with the funeral home, do you speculate or do you suspect anybody?
Erickson's theory about why Dan O'Connell was murdered catches detectives off guard.
I heard that he may have had ties with the mafia.
He also gives a detailed but rambling explanation as to his whereabouts on the day of the crime.
My house, and I was driving down, I think it was York Boulevard, I think south. No, maybe, I'm sorry, maybe I was driving.
I thought to myself, this guy can't keep his story straight. Lies change, the truth always remains the same. When we got back to the city of Hudson, we had learned that Father Ryan had already called several of his close friends and had told them that we were questioning him on the homicides and that we thought of him as a suspect.
And then he wanted me to corroborate his alibi, and I just can't lie for him. That's against my faith.
Where in fact, never once did we come out and say, "Hey, you're on the radar screen, you are a suspect."
And the priest's alibi continues to unravel. On that fateful day, Erickson claims to have visited the Carmelite monastery between 4 and 4:30 p.m. The nuns recall, however, that he came closer to 2:30.
Oh, yes, I am. You see, we always have a nap at 3, and he came by before that.
Their schedule is so systematic and so routine that there's no way that they can't remember it.
To me, hers was the clincher, because there's nobody more credible in the world than Sister Gemma.
Oh, yes.
But even more incriminating is what Erickson discussed with the nuns that day.
Father Ryan proceeded to tell them that there had been a horrible tragedy at the funeral home and that Dan O'Connell and his assistant had been murdered.
At that time, the ERU hadn't even cleared the funeral home. We didn't even know who it was, all in there. So how could he have known that?
Walter tells detectives to get a search warrant as fast as possible.
Shake down the rectory, take all that stuff, and see what you can find.
When we went into the rectory, I was surprised at the number of videos that were in there that were R-rated. But I was probably more surprised at his gun collection. He had numerous firearms, far more than I have. And the amount of swords and items of such that just didn't seem to me fit that of a priest.
I certainly would not hold it against anyone for being a gun aficionado. I think it may be a bad taste that you have your refrigerator filled with squirrels that you just shot.
Oh, God. Sean.
Police also confiscate several computers. Among the collected weapons, detectives discover semi-automatic 9mm handguns. The problem is, none match the shell casings from the crime scene.
Colt 45.
But their luck changes when it comes to the priest's computers.
Well, we really hit the jackpot with the computers.
Police discovered that Father Erickson recently installed a deleting program.
They may believe it's deleted, but for the most part, a good, proper computer forensic examination can recover all or most of that deleted file.
Stillman scans for old ghosts in the machine and uncovers 800 hidden files and 700 deleted emails.
It's almost like you're looking into their soul. It's very revealing.
Looking into the soul of Father Erickson's computer, Stillman discovers that the man has been living a bizarre double life.
The fact that he had two accounts, the admin account, the hidden secret password protected account, and the account that's open to the public, to me was very, very indicative of the double lifestyle that he had. There's emails about how he's teaching Sunday school classes and things related to the Catholic Church and things of that nature. But on the other side, there's pictures and websites showing some of the boys and young males engaged in some pretty graphic sexual scenes.
Without a doubt, this was child pornography. When we spoke to Father Ryan about the day of the homicides, he was very clear on where he was, what he did.
I was probably on my computer at the time.
But forensic science tells another story.
I built a timeline of when the computer was being used, and I told them the computer was turned off on that day. The computer wasn't even turned on. So they were very excited. The detectives were very excited about that.
With Father Erickson's alibi blown to bits by computer forensics, detectives revisit their college student witness with the hope of getting more information on the lying priest.
Quite a number of the emails were addressed to you. Is there anything you want to tell us?
I don't know what to do. I'll help you.
The youth reveals that Erickson sexually abused him on a number of occasions. Walter immediately requests another interview with the priest, who all but refuses. But a phone call to the bishop quickly puts Erickson back in the hot seat.
I may have made some poor judgment in supplying them with some alcohol, but it's just...
Come on, Father! Detectives confront Erickson with the allegations of sexual abuse. The priest admits to giving alcohol to minors, but denies the rest.
I just counsel them. I just counsel them on sex education.
Really?
I may have used poor judgment to help them get ready for the future, but they have to see the dangers that await them.
And with that, I looked at him and I said, how can you be so stupid as to say that? You're a pervert.
Because his story is ever-changing, detectives grill Erickson for details about the murders. What specifically does he know?
I heard that they both had one shot to the head, or that Dan was behind his desk. I think someone told me.
And that's exactly what they were hoping to hear.
These details were never released to the public. In fact, they were kept so tight that it was even hard for our own people to explain how and why the bullet casings were where they were.
Only the detectives knew about the bullet wounds or the placement of the bodies. From retrieved shell casings, they had established that Dan was shot first. But now comes a new piece of information.
James was going in a door or going out a door.
Father Ryan had said something that nobody else had ever said. In fact, he said something to me that now described the crime scene and exactly the events that unfolded that day. What that told me that there was no way that James Ellison was in the office at the time that Dan was shot.
Erickson's comment suggests that after Dan was shot at point blank, the killer left the room and might have left the building entirely if he hadn't heard James Ellison arriving.
Dad?
The shooter came back into the doorway, shot once, missed, got closer, and then the round into his head that killed him instantly.
Detectives and their profiler know that only one person could have told that story.
I mean, he just knew too much.
But do they have the evidence to make him pay for his sins? More than 2 years after a grisly double homicide in Hudson, Wisconsin, police finally have a prime suspect, a troubled, charismatic priest named Father Ryan Erickson. Still seeking a motive, detectives keep the pressure on Erickson, first busting his alibi and then proving he knows crime scene details never before released to the public. Initially, Erickson claims the information came from another priest, then that the details came from a Hudson police officer. He also suggests he heard them from Dan O'Connell's family.
We checked on those explanations, and they were not true.
After the second interview, Erickson agrees to take a polygraph, then backs out on advice from a state public defender. A few days later, with police moving closer to an arrest, Erickson takes matters into his own hands. Richard Walter recalls a prophetic statement made by Father Erickson near the end of their last interview.
He was asked what should happen to the person who committed these murders. And he said they should commit suicide.
As soon as I had learned that he was dead, in my mind, I thought, yes, he is the one that killed Dan and James.
Following the priest's death, the wall of silence that once protected him starts to crumble.
People were afraid to come forward. The fact that he was a priest, I believe, helped him get away with this for so long.
In the end, a witness comes forward and hands police the final key to their mystery.
Afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Daniel.
A few days before the murders, the witness overheard Father Erickson arguing with Dan O'Connell.
It's over. Daniel!
The motive that we came up with was that Dan O'Connell was going to be the whistleblower on Ryan Erickson for his sexual acts with juveniles. James Ellison just happened to be an innocent bystander.
My first thought was, oh my God. I trusted that man. I welcomed him into my home. I trusted him. He was my priest. And he had enough nerve to come to my home to console me, console my family, console my children, preside, over a funeral, and do a reading, and not be remorseful at all. It's like, what kind of a monster are you?
Gathering all necessary proof, a hearing is held on October 3rd, 2005. Faced with overwhelming evidence, a judge concludes with no hesitation that Father Ryan Erickson is guilty of both murders.
3 years of hell, but it was over. I know who did it, and I knew why.
Dan was the type of person that stood up for what was right. I think ultimately that's what cost Dan O'Connell his life.
He was actually being the humanitarian he was. He was defending children.
Las Vegas, Nevada, the world's epicenter of entertainment, famous for wealth, lady luck, and second chances.
People come to Las Vegas to start anew. They come for the jobs, for a better future.
But beyond the city limits, Sin City reveals a darker side.
It's a great place for killing people and dumping their bodies.
A thrilling investigation that pulls detectives into a dangerous world of high-stakes deception.
It was worth several $1 million, and a number of people were in line to inherit that money.
It was extremely suspicious.
Where nothing is as it seems.
You realize My word, this whole thing is a tapestry of lies.
And in the right place at the right time, investigators quickly learn that anyone is capable of anything.
Behind that veneer of niceties, there's a cold-hearted killer who will kill you in a heartbeat.
Lake Mojave, Nevada, January 23, 1995. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Crimes Unit responds to an urgent call.
A group of fishermen were on the shores of Lake Mojave and they were walking back to their vehicle. It was just before dawn. When they got near the parking lot, one of the flashlights had illuminated a human skull.
Las Vegas homicide detective Phil Ramos and his partner Jim Vaccaro lead up the investigation.
When we found the skull, we examined it at the scene.
Ramos notices burn marks at the base of the skull. On closer examination, he spots something equally disturbing.
We found bullet holes in the skull that clearly showed that the victim had died of multiple gunshot wounds.
The damage to the skull clearly suggests foul play. But where did it come from? And more importantly to Ramos and Vaccaro, where is the rest of the body?
This way.
They notice a series of markings on the rocks leading up a hill and follow the trail deeper into the desert.
We came across a fire pit, and you could clearly see the remains of fire, a very substantial fire. And within the ashes and the debris of this fire, we saw small finger bones, small leg bones. There was very little left.
Recovered bone fragments are sent to the lab for analysis. But the bones are not the only puzzling clue to come out of the fire pit.
There was some nails in there and the outline and the framework of a steamer trunk.
Because the remains are so badly charred, the forensic pathologist is unable to determine the victim's age and sex. Desperate, he sends bone samples from the skull to the lab for DNA analysis. Ramos knows that recovering any usable DNA is a long shot.
At the time that this happened, DNA was in its infancy stages. So we were counting on the dental records.
You can start looking at wear of teeth, calcification of the pulp canal or the nerve canal of the tooth. You can also look at the type of dentistry being done. We take x-rays post-mortem, and we are then able to see that pattern and match it to the pattern ante-mortem.
But without existing dental records, he's unable to identify the victim. Investigators then turn to the metal fragments found at the crime scene. And piece by piece, forensic analyst Cherie Norman begins to rebuild the trunk.
We could see the dimensions of it, and the framework was there, and the metal straps were there.
Norman soon realizes that this is no ordinary trunk.
We had an antique dealer look at the remains of this trunk, and they said, yeah, they looked at the nails, and they looked at the metal, and they looked at the pattern, and they said, this is a very old trunk. It's probably 70, 80 years old. It was described as an antique humpback trunk that we learned are pretty hard to find.
Was the trunk used to transport the victim? If so, then investigators have one important question.
How did the head survive this very intense fire when everything else was just burnt down to a crisp?
Ramos gets his answer when the forensic pathologist makes a gruesome discovery.
He looked at the base of the skull where it had become separated, and he said, it looks to me like there were cut marks on one of the vertebrae. The head was decapitated from the rest of the body.
Bearing that in mind, investigators begin to reconstruct details surrounding the crime.
The body obviously was stuffed into the trunk, and the head clearly was in there as well.
The body was then dragged to the Nevada hillside, where the trunk was set on fire.
framework of the trunk exploded because of the fire, and the skull somehow rolled away from the main fire and only suffered that small amount of thermal damage.
Minimal damage to the skull provides a valuable piece of evidence.
There we are, gentlemen. Number 3.
We were able to get a firearms examiner to look at these bullet fragments.
Marks on the bullet fragments are characteristic of a .22 caliber weapon, but it's a set of tiny grooves that catches the examiner's attention.
He saw these unique rifling marks that are placed on the bullet when it passes through a silencer.
In the case of a sound suppressor, and I like the term suppressor better than silencer because unlike the movies, these things don't really silence a gun, but they do reduce the sound by a fixed level. Certainly some of the older silence pistols, there were holes that were drilled in the barrel to control the velocity of the bullet, to keep it below the speed of sound. Those leave some fairly characteristic scrapes on the side of the bullet. Once they find what they suspect was the weapon that was used, then they can shoot that, trap the bullet, then compare the bullet with their comparative microscopes.
But so far, there's no sign of that weapon.
They had no murder weapon. They found the skull. There were holes in the skull. Looks like he was shot, but where's the gun?
All they know for sure is that someone was shot execution style and dumped in the desert.
Was this a mob hit? Police did look into the possible mob connection here.
That suspicion is confirmed when investigators find an abandoned Cadillac in town.
It was found in the parking lot of the Topless Club. This particular club had very close ties with known organized crime figures. In fact, it was owned by the mob.
Investigators examine the car.
I was hoping for some major piece of evidence in that car, especially maybe in the trunk or in the back seat.
The detective's instincts pay off. In the trunk of the Cadillac, he discovers a loaded semi-automatic 12-gauge shotgun. But who did it belong to? Ramos immediately runs the license plate number and learns that the car belongs to a high-profile Las Vegas businessman.
Ron Rudin.
I recognize that.
Yeah.
Ron Rudin was a real estate man. He was very, very successful, made millions of dollars buying and selling residential real estate.
Ron had a bit of a reputation around town. There was two aspects to Ron. He was a very well-respected real estate developer and known to be very keen and aware of business opportunities. He was also known to be somewhat of a player.
Was Ron Rudin somehow involved in the Lake Mojave murder?
There was always some questions about his real estate deals, whether they were on the up and up.
When investigators contact his office, they are alarmed to hear that the successful businessman hasn't been seen in 3 days.
My first reaction was, oh, there's something wrong here.
Ron was a creature of habit, so when he didn't show up at work, his coworkers were immediately concerned.
Ramos and Vaccaro fear the worst when they learn that Ron Rudin's wife recently reported him missing.
The dental records of Mr. Rudin had already been supplied to the department as part of the missing persons investigation. So the forensic examiner had the dental x-rays and he compared them to the teeth that were in the skull, and he was able to make a positive identification in a matter of minutes. It only took 10-15 minutes for them to say that's Ron Rudin's skull.
Investigators finally have a victim.
Once those remains were identified, there was a full-on murder case.
But who would want to kill Ron Rudin? And why?
His car was found in a parking lot behind a strip club. Immediately raised suspicions that maybe the mob was involved, maybe something about the strip club was involved. What was it doing there?
Detectives quickly learned that Ron Rudin was a man of many secrets.
Everyone knew he made a lot of money. What did he do, and what deals did he have in the works, and who are these partners he's involved in?
In his drive for ultimate power, did Ron Rudin, the big shot Vegas mogul, make a deal with the devil? And did the devil finally come calling? Deep in the desert hills of Nevada, police uncover the charred remains of real estate mogul Ron Rudin. Soon after, homicide detectives Phil Ramos and Jim Vaccaro also find his car. abandoned behind a Las Vegas strip club.
This particular club, as many clubs in town, topless clubs, did have ties to organized crime.
To add to their mystery, investigators find a loaded shotgun in the trunk of the car.
Ron was known to do some business transactions that were barely legal.
Was Ron Rudin's murder the result of one of those dirty deals gone bad? Investigators approach Rudin's former clients and dip into his financial records, hoping to flush out any secret business associates.
There was always something a little hinky about what he did. He wasn't always paying all the taxes he should have been paying, and he would go into sort of distressed areas and houses that weren't in very good shape or condos that needed fixing up. He'd fix them up and he'd flip them.
Sellers would find themselves in a desperate situation and would have no choice but to accept his lowball offer, and a lot of them weren't happy about that.
Checking up on the shotgun found in the back of the Cadillac, police learn it's registered to Rudin himself, who happened to be a licensed firearms dealer.
Which enabled him to possess a number of weapons, including fully automatic weapons, weapons with silencers, and the sort of weapons that only a gun dealer, a licensed gun dealer, would be allowed to possess.
Unable to tie Rudin directly to any illegal activities in town, detectives decide to change their focus.
Who stood in line to gain the most from Ron's disappearance?
But before they move any deeper into the investigation, they have to tend to a particularly unsavory piece of business, informing Rudin's wife that she is now a widow.
I said, "Margaret, can we come out and talk to you?" And she said, "Oh my goodness, something's happened, hasn't it?" And we told her just exactly what was happening, that, you know, the missing persons case had been turned over to homicide, that we were homicide detectives, and we were anticipating that Ron had met with foul play.
Margaret tells detectives the last time she saw her husband alive was the night before she was scheduled to open her new business.
She was getting ready for the grand opening, and he wanted to take her to the movies, and she was too busy to do that. So he told her that he was going to go to the movies or going to go do something by himself, and she said that was the last time she saw him.
That night, when Ron didn't come home, Margaret was hardly surprised. She tells police that Ron would often take off without warning, especially around the anniversary of his former wife's death. Several years ago, around Christmas time, Peggy Rudin took her own life.
She put a high-powered handgun, a .357 Magnum, up to her head and pulled the trigger.
Oh my God. No.
It was a horrible end to her life, and it left Ron devastated.
Margaret explained to us that that's why he disappeared, was because he was having, you know, a bit of a depression over the suicide of his former wife. You know, the memories were just still there.
Eventually, when Ron failed to return days later, Margaret finally contacted police. She reveals that in the days and weeks leading up to his murder, her husband was extremely paranoid.
He installed a very elaborate alarm system in the home, and it was a fortress.
Ron's obsession with security went beyond video cameras and motion detectors.
He had converted his closet into a very elaborate gun safe.
It was heavily protected and fortified with a state-of-the-art alarm system.
There were hundreds and hundreds of handguns and long rifles in his home, which was part of his leftover business when he was a firearms dealer.
There were these guard dogs that roamed around the outside. It was his private Ron Rudin arsenal.
According to Margaret, her husband never left the house without a gun.
And he would have one on his ankle or in his waist, and then he'd have one in the trunk of his car, and he was always worried that someone would come after him for his money, that someone was out to get him or out to rob him.
Fearing for his life, Ron Rudin was protecting himself from someone. But who? Investigators returned to the parking lot where Ron's Cadillac was discovered.
He was not the type to go to topless clubs, although his car was found in the parking lot of a gentleman's club. We spoke to the manager and to some of the dancers and showed his picture, and nobody was able to say that he was in the club that night.
So why was Rudin's car left abandoned in the club's parking lot?
And the police had a very, very sophisticated knowledge of how organized crime played into Las Vegas at the time of Ron's disappearance, and they pretty quickly knew that the mob had nothing to do with this.
No further ahead, investigators turned their attention to Rudin's fortunes.
Ron was worth anywhere between $5, $10, $15 million.
A reading of Rudin's will reveals that company trustees Sharon Cooper and Harold Bascuti stand to inherit a whopping 40% of his estate.
The trustees were loosely associated with his business. One was a mortgage broker, the other one had a finance company, so he did business with them. These are the kind of people that he had as his friends, and they became his close friends and advisors. So he was going to compensate them for their dedication and their work to him over the years by giving them some of his money when he departed.
Poised to earn millions from Rudin's death and complete control of his real estate empire, have police finally found the motive for murder? Las Vegas real estate businessman Ron Rudin has been brutally murdered. His charred remains dumped in the hills of Nevada. Digging into Rudin's financial affairs, investigators discover that his company trustees are in line to inherit millions from his death.
Was last night.
The trustees look even more suspect when investigators discover they've been captured on a security camera in Rudin's downtown office in the middle of the night.
It was extremely suspicious.
Margaret tells police that her husband kept thousands of dollars in his office, and only she and the trustees knew about it.
They were aware that Ron kept a lot of cash in a safe that he had in the office, so they went to that safe, took the money from there. She said that the trustees stole money from him and they were keeping it for themselves.
Ron Rudin's company trustees, Bascuti and Cooper, quickly moved to the top of the suspect list.
So we had to speak to them at length.
Investigators tracked down Harold Bascuti at his private club. He immediately denies allegations of robbery and foul play.
They told us, yeah, we took money out of there and placed it into an account so that it couldn't be used.
Unsatisfied with his answers, investigators bring Bascuti to the station for further questioning.
When Ron went missing, the trustees very quickly froze his assets, took petty cash out of his office.
But something doesn't quite fit for Detective Ramos. Why didn't Bascuti and Cooper wait for regular business hours to take care of Ron's transactions? Did the trustees have a hidden agenda? Cooper claims the $20,000 they took from Ron's safe was to finance the company payroll. Investigators aren't convinced.
January 18th. Can you tell me?
I was away on business in San Francisco.
Tell me your whereabouts on that day?
Well, from the 17th to the 22nd, I was in San Francisco on business.
I was.
Okay.
The trustees have an airtight alibi. Plane tickets and hotel receipts confirm they were both in San Francisco on business. As Bascuti and Cooper move down the suspect list, a new witness steps forward. A woman claiming to have seen Ron the day he died.
How do you know Ron?
She was a realtor, and I think Ron had done some real estate transactions with her.
Sue Lyles is heartbroken at the news of Ron's death.
We learned that Ron was having an affair with a woman, Miss Lyles. Miss Lyles, his mistress, so to speak, didn't stand to gain a thing from Ron's death. She wasn't named in the will. She wasn't given any lavish gifts. She just didn't stand to gain anything.
In fact, Sue Lyles is married with children and has everything to lose by coming forward. She presents Ramos with an anonymous letter threatening to expose her affair with Ron Rudin.
They were trying to find out, who would have known these details and how they came to know these details. If it wasn't Ron and if it wasn't Miss Lyles, who in the world else would know about these, sexual details of this affair?
Investigators can only think of one person who might want to sabotage Rudin's secret liaison, his wife.
You know Sue Lyles?
Margaret isn't surprised to learn of her husband's latest indiscretion.
Ron could not be faithful to his wife. He was having affairs with at least one woman and probably more.
Under pressure, Margaret admits to writing the letter, a desperate last-ditch effort to save her marriage.
It had to have been very difficult for Margaret. She knew that Ron was having an affair. And worse, she knew that this lady was not after Ron's money. She knew that it was an emotional attachment, which made it all the more hurtful.
Grandma, are you coming?
Yes, sweetie, I'll be right out, okay?
Okay.
Investigators decide to keep a closer eye on the bereaved widow and place her under surveillance. They soon learn that her life is wholly dedicated to running her own antique store and spending time with family. That is, until one afternoon, when she strays from routine and drives to a townhouse in downtown Las Vegas. Where moments later, a young man comes to join her in a secret liaison of her own. It appears the widow, Margaret Rudin, has found a handsome way to heal her broken heart. Investigating the murder of Las Vegas businessman Ron Rudin, police discover that his widow is having an illicit affair with a mysterious stranger.
We learned that Margaret was carrying on with a man named Yehuda Sharon, an Israeli national, who, you know, he was a character himself.
Records show that Sharon was born in Israel, served in the Israeli intelligence service, and recently became an American citizen.
He always had these sort of fuzzy job descriptions: finance consultant, computer consultant, even though he had no qualifications. His main talent was making older, richer women feel good about themselves. Sharon is what police called a gigolo. And he would become friendly with these older, lonely women and implicate himself in their lives and their finances.
Detectives learn that the townhouse Margaret and Sharon were using for their affair is owned by Donna Cantrell, Margaret's younger sister.
Margaret and her sister Donna Cantrell had a very complicated sister-sister relationship, and they would be close, extremely close, and then they would go years in which they wouldn't talk to each other.
I'm Detective Ramos. This is Detective Vaccaro. We're with the LVPD.
Questioning Cantrell, they discover that Margaret and Sharon have been secretly meeting for quite some time.
The friendship/affair with Yehuda Sharon was probably going on for 6 months before Ron was killed.
Why didn't Margaret tell police about the affair? They bring her in for further questioning, and this time she lays out her marriage like an open book.
From day one, it was not a peaceful marriage. It would be very, very happy, and it would be very, very miserable.
But Margaret insists that Ron was the love of her life.
Ron and Margaret met in church, and Margaret had eyes for Ron. He was good-looking. He had these cowboy boots, this kind of Western, rugged, adventuresome image.
The handsome couple was soon wed, a fifth marriage for Margaret, a sixth for Ron. But life with her new husband was hardly what Margaret had hoped for.
Ron wanted her just to be a wife and sit at home and do nothing all day. And it drove Margaret bananas. And she wanted to be out and doing things and meeting people and spending some of the Ron Rudin millions.
Margaret tells police she learned to put up with her turbulent marriage, finding solace instead in the things she loved: her grandchildren, her antique store, and Yehuda Sharon.
Margaret's idea was that Ron Rudin would drop dead of a heart attack.
But when he didn't drop dead, did Margaret take the matter into her own hands? Was she even physically capable of killing her husband?
Ron weighed over 200 pounds. He was more than 6 feet tall. If his body was stuffed in this trunk, there is no way that Margaret Rudin, this little lady, could have dragged the trunk across the rocks and the soil at Lake Mojave.
If Margaret didn't kill Rudin, then who did? Investigators bring in Yehuda Sharon for questioning.
Everything was there. Passions were strong, and there was this undercurrent of money.
girlfriend move.
Yehuda tells police he had nothing to do with Rudin's murder.
He had what he called a Loctite alibi for the night of Ron's disappearance, the night that we believe he was murdered. You know, he freely told us, yeah, I was sleeping with so-and-so. You know, so you can check that out. And yeah, we called this woman and said, do you remember, you know, dating Yehuda on this specific night? She goes, yeah, he spent the night here.
But something about Sharon's story doesn't add up.
We were able to find from rental car receipts and records that Yehuda had rented a car on the night of Ron's disappearance.
The receipt confirms that Sharon returned the van later that same night.
The mileage on the van was within 1 or 2 miles of the distance from the rental office to Margaret's house to where the body was found and back to the house.
Is the date of the van rental and the mileage merely a coincidence?
Yehuda was in the business of selling holy oil from Israel to the Catholic Church. In fact, when we interviewed him, he said that he would travel to California to pick up the oil and bring it back, and he would bottle it himself, and then he would sell it to the church.
With no concrete evidence to tie Sharon to the crime, investigators returned to the drawing board. A jealous widow, scheming company trustees, and his wife's ambitious secret lover all stand to profit from Rudin's death.
The motives in this killing are as old as murder: passion and greed.
But which one pulled the trigger?
He got pretty intense. I mean, it was clear that there was either, you know, a motive of revenge or money that was linked to his murder.
The suspect list narrows when the trustees ask to meet with investigators. To clear their names, they offer to close Rudin's business, cutting off any chance at profiting from his death.
We eliminated the trustees because of the level of cooperation we had gotten from them. So they were telling us about a directive that was in Ron's will, that if he died under suspicious circumstances, that he wanted anybody that was eligible for his money to be thoroughly investigated. And the trustees were convinced 100% that Margaret was behind Ron's murder, so they, in essence, locked her out of Ron's estate and Ron's trust.
But investigators have no hard evidence tying Margaret Rudin to her husband's death, until a mysterious package found at the bottom of nearby Lake Mead blows the case wide open. After spending months investigating the murder of Ron Rudin, police narrow in on one suspect, his wife. But they have no concrete evidence to link her to the crime, until a man diving in nearby Lake Mead makes an unlikely discovery.
He sees this bundle, picks it up, who knows, could be anything, brings it up, opens it up, and it is a gun with a silencer.
The diver notifies police and the weapon is sent to firearms examiner Torrey Johnson for analysis.
Torrey Johnson examined it and he said, wow, this is, you know, crazy. You don't very often see abandoned guns with a silencer on them.
Johnson takes the gun apart looking for clues.
The gun itself was examined for fingerprints, but it had been submerged in water for some time, so it had gotten rust on it, so there were no fingerprints on the gun at all.
Turning his attention to the bullets, Johnson test fires the gun.
He said, holy smokes, I don't believe this.
They shoot the bullet through the gun, perfect match.
The bullets that came out of Ron's skull came from a gun that we have in evidence.
Investigators finally have their murder weapon.
You know, probably one of the biggest breaks we had in this case was the finding of the gun that was used in Ron's murder.
But who does the gun belong to? Johnson enters the serial number into the National Firearms Database.
He called me up and he says, you're not going to believe what I found.
The gun belongs to Ron Rudin himself.
And that's when we did a background check on the gun and found that it was stolen or that it had disappeared.
It turned out to be an amazing development in this case, that he was shot with his own gun.
Detectives learned that Rudin reported the gun missing years earlier. Knowing that their victim kept his weapons under strict lock and key, police zero in on the only person who had access to his guarded collection. And again, all roads lead back to his beautiful widow.
And we started focusing directly on Margaret.
Investigators search her antique store.
I was doing the search warrant at the business and found a receipt for a humpback trunk, the exact kind of trunk that we had found at the crime scene where Ron's body was disposed of.
Discovering the receipt prompts investigators to search Ron's office, hoping to find evidence that will more strongly link Margaret to the murder. Scanning through hours of Rudin's surveillance footage, they discover that his wife was spying on his every move.
It was the office manager who actually had found some listening devices that Margaret had planted in his office.
But Margaret's obsessive nature isn't enough to charge her with murder. Police still need something concrete tying her to the crime.
Yes, can I help you?
We have a search warrant.
Ramos and Vaccaro return to the Rudin home looking for signs of foul play. While the forensic team combs each and every room, they discover that Margaret has converted the master bedroom into a home office.
Why that was done, we don't know.
Was Margaret covering something up?
They made an eerie discovery. They found something else in that bedroom.
Forensic experts discover traces of blood on the ceiling. The samples are rushed to the lab for DNA analysis. But the blood doesn't belong to Ron Rudin.
And that was brain matter from Ron's previous wife, Peggy, who killed herself there. And it was one of the very eerie and very, very disconcerting discoveries during this case.
The discovery once again lets Margaret off the hook. When pressed about the renovations to the bedroom, she claims she's just getting on with her life and making necessary changes.
She wouldn't cooperate with us and she wouldn't talk to us. You know, everything was pointing towards her.
The case stalls once again until a young man comes forward with new information.
I think his mother kind of convinced him to finally talk to police.
We were contacted by a young man named Augustine Lovato, and he was a day laborer who had been hired by Margaret to clean up the bedroom in the house. He was charged with taking that bed apart, stashing it, and pulling the carpet up. And while he was doing all this, he noted that on the carpet there was a really dark, smelly, gelatinous fluid underneath the carpet, and it smelled really bad to him. And he thought, boy, that's weird. That almost looks like blood. And he said to us, it just gave me the creeps.
Margaret had Lovato repaint the walls, replace the carpet, and dispose of the bed.
The bed and the mattress and the frame were taken to a dumpster.
Well, he wasn't 100% sure what had gone on. I mean, he's just some guy who's being hired to clean up this house. He knows that it's creepy and something weird went on there.
Led by Lovato, investigators head to the dumpster, hoping to find Margaret's bedroom furniture and any DNA evidence.
And we went and looked for the mattress and the frame that he had described.
But the dumpster has been recently emptied. Desperate to find the mattress and bed frame, Vaccaro and Ramos sweep the area.
Is this a mattress?
Yeah, that's it.
And we found him. There was blood stains on there, and that confirmed every bit of his story.
The handyman's information was critical. It proved, if it was a murder, where it occurred in the house and really propelled the investigation forward.
At the forensic lab, luminol tests confirm that the stain on the mattress is indeed blood. But the problem is matching it to Rudin. His remains are much too charred to yield any useful DNA. To prove that the blood on the mattress belongs to Ron Rudin, Ramos and Vaccaro return to his home, hoping that traces of his DNA survived Margaret's recent renovations.
Carl, got something? Yeah.
And we found a handkerchief on Ron's side of the bathroom that had dabs of blood on it. And we thought, well, this is going to be a way to get some DNA.
DNA experts compare the blood on the mattress to the DNA on the handkerchief. Both belong to Ron Rudin. The match proves that Ron was shot inside his home and in his own bed.
This is the room he
Margaret Rudin lied to police. She renovated the bedroom to cover up a murder scene and hired Augustine Lovato to dispose of any incriminating evidence. With subpoena in hand, Ramos and Vaccaro move in to make the arrest.
We went to where she was staying and Margaret was gone.
A fugitive wanted for murder. Margaret's disappearance spawns a national manhunt.
Let's go.
And suddenly, Ron Rudin's broken-hearted widow, his beautiful high society wife, and his cold-blooded killer is now on the run. Ron Rudin, a Las Vegas businessman, has been brutally murdered, his body dismembered, burned, and dumped in the Nevada desert. His wife, Margaret, is charged with first-degree murder.
There was an emotional motive here to kill her husband.
But when police move in to arrest Margaret, she has suddenly vanished.
We put her into a national database to locate her, and then we just started trying to find out where she was, you know, using all the resources available to us to track her down, and she did a pretty good job of running from the law.
Desperate to locate the fugitive, investigators turned to the media for help.
While Margaret was on the run, she was featured on America's Most Wanted many, many, many times.
By the time there was enough evidence to charge Margaret Rudin with the murder, she was gone. America's Most Wanted soon joined the hunt.
I think the media exposure was a big help for us because Margaret knew we were hot on her trail.
The national exposure pays off when Phoenix police receive an anonymous phone call.
We got information that someone had seen someone that matched the description on America's Most Wanted.
Acting on the tip, Phoenix officer Christopher Mendez is dispatched to a flower shop where Margaret Rudin was spotted. But when he arrives, there's no sign of her anywhere. He questions the florist.
Good morning. Can I help you?
When I spoke with her, she was sweet as pie. She was very nice.
Certainly.
She identified herself as, I believe it was Ann Boatwright, and gave us an ID. In fact, she even produced a social security number.
Thank you.
Anything else I can do?
It seems the anonymous tip is nothing more than a dead end.
I'd like to give you one of these.
No, you know what? That's okay.
No, really. No, really. I think it would look awesome on you.
But something doesn't sit right with Mendez.
The way she carried herself, how she walked, she looked like a lady of power.
He runs Ann Boatwright's name through the police database.
At the time, we didn't have anything on our computer systems that said that Ann Boatwright was wanted or that Ann Boatwright had her identity stolen.
But Mendez can't get around Boatwright's striking resemblance to Margaret.
Where's that lady I was just speaking with?
Annette, she's gone out back.
The Phoenix police officer is too late. Desperate to locate their fugitive, investigators launch a citywide search. But somehow, once again, she manages to slip under the police radar.
I believe what made Margaret Rudin so dangerous is that she's likable.
Margaret developed into a social chameleon. She was charming, and so she could just blend in. She would stay on the run forever if she could have.
Margaret was gone for about almost 2 years. She had a pretty sophisticated network of friends that were helping her avoid capture.
Cut off from her husband's estate, police know that Margaret is short on cash and hunting for new targets.
Margaret was a very charming lady, and if she really wanted to lay on the charm, she would bring on her Southern Belle accent, and it worked, especially on men.
Investigators ramp up national media attention, splashing Margaret's face across America.
Again, there was an airing on America's Most Wanted, and some people in the Boston area recognized her. The cops set up a surveillance on the apartment where Margaret was living.
Undercover officers quickly learn that Margaret is up to her old tricks, already with a new and promising companion.
She was able to charm this fireman and began living with him.
While they're watching, they see a pizza delivery guy show up.
With Margaret finally within their grasp, police make their move.
You know, the cops, God bless them, this was a great piece of police work. They said, that's our way into the apartment, and her roommate opened the door, and they came in and heard Margaret running into the bathroom. So the cops crashed the apartment and found her hiding in the bathroom, and she was trying to cover up her face, and they opened up the door, and they said, "Margaret?" And she says, "Yes." And they said, "You know what this is about?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's about that Vegas thing." And, you know, game over. They called us, said, "We got your girl here." And, you know, I'll be honest, Jimmy and I high-fived and jumped on a plane and went out to Boston to get all the evidence that we could.
Charged with murder, Margaret's story captures the attention of the American public. As prosecutors present their case to a grand jury, the compounding evidence is undeniable. Margaret Rudin is the only person who had access to steal the murder weapon. She owned a receipt for the purchase of a Camelback trunk found cremated with Ron Rudin's remains. And most damaging, she lied to police to cover up a murder scene in her home and hired a handyman to dispose of the bloody evidence. Proof positive that Ron Rudin was shot to death in his own bed. Convinced beyond a doubt, the jury finds Margaret Rudin guilty of first-degree murder.
Prosecutors believe that Ron Rudin was shot in his sleep, that his wife put a .22 caliber pistol with a silencer and fired multiple times.
In May 2001, Margaret Rudin is sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. But one question remains unanswered.
The lingering question is, did Margaret have help? In life, Ron weighed over 200 pounds. He was more than 6 feet tall. If his body was stuffed in this trunk, there is no way that Margaret Rudin, this little lady, could have dragged the trunk across the rocks and the soil at Lake Mojave.
Investigators have no physical evidence to prove she had an accomplice.
Although they had suspicions, never arrested or charged anybody else. In this case,
on January 19th, 2009, after a decade in prison and 2 attempts at appealing her sentence, Margaret Rudin is granted a new trial on the basis of incompetent defense. At present, the prosecution is appealing her request.
Margaret had this odd view of herself, and she would write about it in her journal. It was like she was watching herself performing in what she called the play that is my life. Then reality finally set in. It finally hit her that she has been convicted of murder.
Spokane, Washington. Wedged between the sloping plains of the Columbia Basin and the forested foothills of northern Idaho.
The city slogan is near nature, near perfect, and there's a lot of truth to that.
With its perfect blend of urban and rural, Spokane seems like the ideal place to raise a family. That is, until April 1st, 1996. When hundreds of innocent people become the target of an unholy war.
We were dealing with some very dangerous and committed individuals.
A peaceful city is transformed into a combat zone.
The whole new level of violence for us.
A series of escalating attacks, a vicious secret society, and a terrifying manhunt that forces police into the darkest corners of the Northwest Underground. Only the precision of forensic science can cut through the twisted logic of bloodthirsty radicals and bring their holy war of terror to its knees.
Everybody out! Out! There's a bomb!
In Spokane, Washington, the Spokesman Review, the local newspaper, is well known for delivering the latest breaking news. But on April 1st, 1996, the paper itself becomes the headline story. when the entire building is rocked by a sudden, violent attack.
Everybody get down at the floor!
10 minutes later, only a few blocks away.
All right, everyone, this is a robbery! Get down on the ground! Get down on the ground now! Come on! Everybody down on the ground like you! That's in case you tried anything funny. Fill this up! Come on, open it up! Hurry up! Fill it up! Come on! All right, good, good! Fill it up! Max, come on! Fill it up! Hurry up! Now get down! You get down! You stay there! Don't move or I'll kill you!
For a second time that day, a deadly fuse is lit.
Let's go! Everybody out! Everybody out! Out! There's a bomb! There's a bomb! Out! Out!
Almost simultaneously, we heard about a bombing which had occurred at the Spokesman Review newspaper, as well as a bank robbery at the U.S. Bank.
FBI agents Mark Cullinan and Norm Brown rush to the scene.
This was an unusual event, and normally in a bank robbery, you don't have a takeover with weapons displayed and someone who actually sets off an explosive device. It was a whole new level of violence for us.
We'll get them once we know everything's clear, but right now we got to check and see, because quite often they'll put a second bomb in here.
We're taught that occasionally people will use a bomb which garners an awful lot of attention to get a lot of attention and then utilize a second bomb perhaps to actually injure and kill people that are responding.
A pipe bomb can vary in its destructive damage. It depends on the size and the composition of the bomb itself. Until one actually goes off and you know what the components are, you don't know exactly how much damage can be caused. However, all of them, we believe, are dangerous to life and property. Immediately upon securing the crime scene at the bank, our first priority was to gather and collect evidence so that we could determine who had done this bank robbery. Included in that evidence were pieces of the bomb that was set off. There were papers laying on the floor that were not part of the bank's paperwork. It was something that was left there.
Behold, I am against you, O destroying mountain, says Yahweh. These guys.
There was a letter found at the site of the bombing. It was a one-page, rather lengthy letter that rambled on in religious rhetoric. Without doubt, this was a brazen approach that we hadn't seen. We knew we were dealing with some very dangerous and committed individuals.
People were very upset and distraught at this event. Several were overcome by emotion.
Cullinan questions the teller, who bravely tripped the alarm.
Our first impression was that, one, this was a well-organized event by individuals who had at least practiced, if not been trained in this kind of activity.
Don't even think about putting a dime back in the bag!
And secondly, we were dealing with individuals who had some sort of statement to make.
Attention for a second.
We realized early on that they had used the bombing at the Spokesman Review building as a diversion for law enforcement so that they could freely rob the U.S. Bank shortly thereafter.
Investigators raced to the Spokesman Review, the site of the first bombing, hoping to find a possible connection between the two attacks.
As it occurred so close in proximity to a bank robbery which occurred down the road, investigators were spread between the two crime scenes.
While the close timing and the proximity of the attacks suggest a connection, police still need to prove it through hard evidence.
When we stood back and regarded both crime scenes, the one at the Spokesman Review and the one at the U.S. Bank, it became apparent that there were some similarities. They were both located in the Spokane Valley, approximately a mile apart, but they were on a busy thoroughfare where it was easy access to get to and from and quickly to the scene and away from the scene. Secondly, a white van was seen at both scenes. Pipe bombs were used at both scenes.
Their suspicions of a connection are made stronger when in the rubble of both sites, they discover a pattern, the bomber's calling card.
The letters located at both crime scenes were identical, and they were obviously written by someone who had strong feelings against the banking system, and it said that the banking system would be punished by Yahweh. Usually, white supremacists refer to God as Yahweh in their writings, in their teachings.
Investigators start to hone in on a possible pool of suspects.
In the early 90s, we're very aware that we have in the Inland Northwest groups who are anti-government, anti-race, and this kind of brought home to Spokane that we're not immune to that. We'd always had these groups in kind of in the fringe areas of Spokane County, but never really had they had much of an impact other than through media on the population of Spokane County. And here all of a sudden it's kind of in our face.
Every deputy that was on the road, every police officer in a cruiser, every off-duty officer who had heard about the situation were all looking for this getaway vehicle.
In the movies, it's round up the usual suspects. The problem in eastern Washington and North Idaho is you don't know who the usual suspects are until they actually commit some overt act.
It wasn't the individuals who you were aware of. It was followers of those individuals and people on the outskirts of the movement who would typically be the ones involved in the criminal activity.
Faceless vigilantes in a deadly phantom sect, impossible to trace. Can America's top investigators hunt them down before other innocent victims get caught in the crossfire? April 1st, 1996, Spokane, Washington suffers a sudden attack of homegrown terrorism.
Get down now!
2 bombs threaten the lives of hundreds. And destroy a local newspaper office and the branch of a major bank.
So that's it. That's just a basic pipe bomb.
While the devices themselves are crude, the timing of their use was cleverly designed.
We didn't know what we had on our hands, but obviously they had put some serious planning into this. Anyone who will use a bomb or an explosive device in furtherance of a later crime has thought through their crime spree fairly thoroughly. The use of a diversionary tactic is something that's not generally used, so we were caught off guard to some extent.
Bomb fragments and shrapnel are sent to the FBI lab for analysis in an attempt to identify any distinguishing characteristics.
With the composition of some of the materials used and perhaps codes that would tell you where things were purchased. Certain items are available in some places and not others. Tool marks, firearm marks, all kinds of potential evidence.
But bomb fragments aren't the only telling evidence left at the scene.
Everybody down! Come on! Everybody
The thieves have underestimated the high-quality resolution of the bank's security cameras.
This bank robbery was captured on 35mm film, which is not something you're going to find in a bank today. Everybody's gone to video. 35mm film, in some calculations, has the equivalent of 18 million pixels. You think of a digital camera that you may have today that's 6 megapixels or something like that. This 35mm film has 3 times as many pixels. So it's got so much better resolution than anything you're going to see today.
The first thing that jumps out at investigators is the gang's choice of weapons. Instead of the usual semi-automatics, one robber carries a revolver, while the other wields a rather distinctive shotgun. Investigators identify the first firearm as a Ruger Vaquero handgun, and the second as a rare Benelli Italian shotgun.
Second gun is a Benelli M1 Super 90 Tactical.
The FBI distributes a flyer featuring pictures of both weapons. They meet with a witness from the bank who claims she got a good look at the getaway driver.
He was older, maybe a beard, but not much of one.
A witness was able to recall what they looked like and provide a decent description to a composite artist who drew up excellent drawings.
Take a look at that. Does that look like our guy?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Investigators look more closely at the target sites and employee backgrounds, searching for possible connections between victims and their attackers. In the Spokesman Review archives, agents discover that Bill Moreland, a veteran reporter, has a long history with the Christian identity movement.
Got here as soon as I could. Thanks for coming.
I was writing about them and telling the bigger world about their hate crimes that they were committing in various communities throughout the United States, ranging from murders and robberies and counterfeiting and armored car robberies.
Moreland suspects that his most recent article, a story published 3 months earlier, may have sparked the attacks. In November 1995, he developed a contact deep inside a self-described patriot group who promised to provide him with unprecedented access to a secret militia cell.
I knew those kind of groups existed. I just hadn't been able to actually document and photograph those kinds of things. And I knew he wasn't just some wannabe, that he was really apparently dialed into the who's who.
The contact sets up a covert meeting between Moreland and members of the cell.
When we pulled into this clearing to meet these men, there was no one there.
So how long do we have to wait?
And then they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, all wearing camo military-style gear with face masks and the latest, best equipment you can find.
The men agree to be photographed for the article on 3 conditions. They remain faceless, they're shown the negatives, and they approve the final printed photos.
They were clearly heavily armed. From my Army days, I knew they had some very good military-style automatic weapons, shotguns, communications gear, better than you see in most police departments. It was frightening, but at the same time, I knew I was onto a hell of a news story, because I've now documented, with the help of a photographer, the fact that these folks are in our midst. Because once we had those photographs, the editors here saw reason to put them in special sections. And the special sections, in fact, were not only given and sold to our readers, they were used at FBI training sessions. They were used by various state and law enforcement agencies throughout the United States. And I believe they were angry at the newspaper. So that's why, in my opinion, we became the target of the bombing.
Agents take advantage of Moreland's insider knowledge and have him examine the letters found at the crime scenes.
We had no idea what to make of that.
I was surprised when I picked up that note the FBI agent gave me. On the bottom of the second page was what I'd come to know as the mark of the Phineas priesthood.
Do you know what this means?
There you go.
Do you have a Bible?
Suddenly, the group's elusive nature, their invisibility, begins to make sense to investigators.
The Phineas priesthood was an unknown group to us. We had never heard of them before.
Phineas priest, what is that? Phineas priesthood. I've been doing a bit of research and discovered them.
The Phineas priest in the Bible was an Israelite who killed a mixed-race couple and was told to do so by God.
Here.
The way this is interpreted in the white supremacist world is that God has prohibited racial mixing, intermarriage, any kind of interracial sex.
Detectives Cullinan and Brown dig deeper to find all they can about the Phineas priesthood.
We quickly learned that it was very difficult to identify members. In photographs taken by the Spokesman Review in a series of articles, they all had their faces covered.
Fundamentally, we are talking about the terrorist wing of the radical white supremacist movement. It's a theology that calls on you to go out and kill.
They were very violent and very aggressive in their actions, so we were assuming at the time that the story was not over, that something else would occur.
Those instincts are dead right. Armed to the teeth, the Phineas priesthood is planning a hostile takeover, their most brazen show of aggression yet. Police have finally identified the Phineas priesthood as the secret white supremacist cell suspected of committing terrorist attacks across Spokane, Washington. Knowing the group is armed and dangerous, investigators are desperate to learn when they will strike next. And on July 12, 1996, they get their answer. Explosion destroys a popular Planned Parenthood clinic in downtown Spokane.
It's just a miracle that somebody wasn't injured or killed.
10 minutes later, blocks away, history repeats itself when gunmen attack the same bank they hit 3 months earlier.
Except you! Everybody down! Come on! Don't move! Castrates up on the counter now! Castrates up on the counter!
This time, the gunmen are more impatient and more threatening.
You! Back off around the corner on the floor! Fill it up fast! Come on! Excellent!
These, in fact, are some of the same employees that had lived through the earlier robbery and had seen a pipe bomb go off in their bank.
Nobody does anything stupid! Nobody gets dead! Come on!
They only made one mistake.
There had been an individual who had observed the robbery and had observed the robbers leaving the bank and getting into the getaway van.
The witness reports seeing a white van fleeing the scene and calls police.
We had investigators spread between the scenes, contacting and coordinating with each other in an attempt to further identify who may have been responsible.
Interviewing bank employees, FBI agents are disturbed to learn that in some ways, this robbery is more smoothly executed than the first.
One of the robbers carried into the bank what appeared to be some sort of bomb constructed from a 5-gallon propane tank. That device was left sitting during the course of the robbery.
Different from the first attacks, the robbers seem to be timing their operation. They don't use names, they speak in code. And they pull the heist off with remarkable precision, escaping with even more cash than the first time. And this time, luckily for bank employees, they take their bomb with them.
There's no doubt in my mind it could have leveled the bank.
Agents find the group's choice of a diversionary target very significant.
By bombing a Planned Parenthood clinic, it became even more clear to me, at least, that these were individuals that weren't just committing crimes, they were attempting to deliver a political message.
It was a form of protest as well as a diversion.
Once again, a witness outside the first bomb site reports seeing a white van racing from the scene.
Slow down, you jerk.
I think he was like late 50s. He might have had gray hair and a beard.
Police suspect that the white van is the same vehicle spotted leaving the bank robbery.
It became very clear to everyone paying attention the second set of bombings and the second robbery at the same bank was the work of the same individuals that had done the earlier robbery.
But police still need hard evidence to prove the connection. They scour the Planned Parenthood site, looking for clues.
A pipe bomb was left at the door, which was ignited and exploded. It did embed shrapnel in the surrounding area and walls, shattered the door, and generally destroyed the entryway.
Investigators learned that the clinic was uncharacteristically closed on the morning of July 12th, a twist of fate that saved many lives.
There was an item of evidence found which piqued our interest in that it was a matchbook with a Bible quotation written on the inside.
Do I not hate those who hate you, O Lord, and abhor those who rise up against you? I have nothing but hatred for them. I count them my enemies.
That's classic terrorism. It's not really about killing you directly or about bombing this little newspaper office or that little bank branch. It's about, teaching the world that, usury is a cardinal sin and we will kill you for it. Teaching the world that, we will murder you for performing abortions or for being a gay man or whatever it may be.
Knowing who is responsible is one thing. Finding them is quite another.
It's not like you open the phone book and find out, where's your local Phineas priest. It's a very secret group.
There was a very real sense of frustration for the people investigating the crimes. One, they didn't have a lot of leads to follow. And two, I think the sense is that these guys are going to keep at this, and sooner or later somebody's going to die.
While law enforcement tries desperately to hunt down a deadly white supremacist sect called the Phineas priesthood, under their very noses, the outlaws boldly strike again.
A pipe bomb shatters the lobby of the Planned Parenthood office in the Spokane Valley. Moments later, robbers take nearly $37,000 from the same U.S. Bank Valley branch.
Don't move! Fill it up fast! Come on! Excellent!
The attack sent shockwaves through the city of Spokane.
People weren't reacting well. They wanted to know, who are these people? Why are they doing this? And most importantly, what is law enforcement doing to catch these people?
Without knowing what the motive is, without knowing what their next target will be, it puts us in a bit of a bind as far as assuring the community that they live in a safe place.
You'll find detailed descriptions of all these characters in the files that I gave you. This is my...
Once the second robbery and bombing occurred, our alertness level went up considerably, and we realized we had to catch these guys as soon as possible.
Here we go. Fill it up.
In many ways, the most recent incidents are a carbon copy of the first attacks. They strike first with a diversionary bomb, followed by a full-on charge on the same local bank. The only difference is that their numbers are growing.
We knew that they had at least 3 inside the bank and a getaway driver.
Stay down!
Once again, the FBI obtains high-quality surveillance film that they send to their lab to learn anything they can about the assailants. Using a process called photogrammetry, Dr. Richard Vorta-Brugge attempts to estimate the height of the robbers.
The process by which height analysis was done in this case was using a technique called perspective-based analysis, or single-image perspective analysis.
Because the surveillance cameras in the bank are ceiling-mounted and facing downwards, Dr. Vorta-Brugge uses complex mathematics to establish how size reflects at that particular angle.
I went back to the U.S. Bank at the request of the photo analysis unit back at our laboratory, took measurements of the heights of fixed objects and cameras inside the bank.
You can combine all of those into a 3-dimensional analysis of the room and thereby use a known scale in the scene, such as the height of the counter, and use that to determine the height of the individual in the picture that you're analyzing.
Using his innovative method, Dr. Vorta-Brugge concludes that in both bank robberies, one of the robbers is 5'7.5" tall and another is 6'1". The matching heights strengthen the argument that the same people were involved.
In cases like this, height determinations can provide circumstantial evidence that verifies other facts in the case.
Metallurgy tests confirm that the bombs from all locations were constructed from the same materials, further reinforcing the link between the 2 attacks. But despite the forensic breakthroughs, police are still no closer to finding their attackers.
In order to assist us in this investigation, we solicited funds for rewards for information leading to the identification of the individuals who had conducted these crimes.
Local banks joined together to post a $25,000 reward, looking for anyone knowing anything about the inner workings of the Phineas priesthood. The reward triggers an immediate response, but not from any expected witness. It comes from the Phineas priesthood itself, outraged by the recent advances in the case. The message is both personal and terrifying.
After the robbery, we received this letter. It was addressed to me personally, and it said that the newspaper's public enemy #1. We're going to park a truck bomb outside your newspaper. We're going to blow up the newspaper and the U.S. courthouse across the street. Everybody took this very seriously. At the time, I was a single parent and had 2 sons living with me, and my chief concern was that my sons would come home from high school and pick up a package on the front porch, and I wouldn't have a son anymore.
We may have an appointment next Friday.
Moreland isn't the only target. A death threat delivered to the newly restored Planned Parenthood clinic sends a chilling message.
Let me just give you a call right back.
It reads, "So sorry to have missed you on July 12th. We'll do better next time. Praise to Yahweh."
I think it's worth understanding in this strange world of radical white supremacy that, these people, by and large, do not oppose abortion for all people. They're gung-ho about abortion for black people, for Jews, and so on. So the reality is that the reason that they attack abortion clinics is because they think these clinics are run by Jews in order to destroy the white race.
At this point, we decided that we had to change our tactics a little bit in order to address the situation. We had individuals assigned full-time from the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, from other FBI offices, solely to assist in the solving of this incident.
Terrorists win through fear. And these people were intent on creating fear in Spokane County. I think they were successful.
Several employees transferred out of this U.S. bank branch. They say their lives and sense of security will never be the same.
What really made me angry was not the threats that were directed at me so much as the people, my colleagues, people that I work with in other departments as well as the news department who had nothing to do with this, and suddenly they were being put in a very dangerous situation for some of the work I had done.
The escalating threats convinced banks to up the reward to $130,000. Focusing back on the evidence, the FBI canvasses sporting goods stores, looking for information about the Benelli Nova rifle.
Hi there. How you doing?
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for this gun.
Across the border in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, a gun shop owner recognizes the make of the weapon.
He was reluctant to come forward at first because he feared for his safety, and rightfully so.
That's a Benelli 12 gauge.
The informant tells us about some individuals who are considered survivalists. Many of them have military training. They all espouse a religious and political view that is similar to each other.
Based on things that they had said in the past, based on their reported ideology, he believed that they could be the ones responsible for the crimes in Spokane.
The informant reveals the identity of 3 men operating an auto repair shop in Sandpoint, Idaho, 75 miles northwest of Spokane.
We sent in an undercover agent to actually have some work done on a vehicle.
The agent discovers that the owners of the repair shop are selling their used Suburban. Hoping to learn more about the suspects, he purchases the vehicle. The Suburban undergoes an extensive forensic examination.
Is that lead? Who are these guys? These guys are prepared for war. Let's look at the trunk.
We realized that it appeared to have been outfitted for a machine gun, so that when the doors were swung open on the Suburban, a individual behind the gun could rapid fire at anyone following behind.
The Suburban doesn't link the owners of the vehicle to the crimes directly, but it certainly suggests that whatever is going on in that repair shop needs further investigation.
We realized that we're dealing with the real deal here.
But still lacking concrete evidence to tie the suspects to the crimes, can police make the forensic link before the masked terrorists make good on their newest deadly threats? After months of chasing a clandestine white supremacist cell responsible for terrorizing Spokane, Washington,
Get back, you, over there!
a reluctant witness leads FBI agents to an auto repair shop in rural Idaho. Suspecting that the men running the garage are armed and dangerous, the FBI's Special Observation Group moves in.
We started watching these guys around the clock. We also brought in a surveillance team from Salt Lake City, Utah, and we took turns and rotated through our shifts.
But agents are frustrated by their restricted vantage point. From their limited sight lines, the suspects appear to be running a legal business.
We had been told that weapons had been seen inside the shop. We were concerned that any further incidents may result in fatalities.
Outside looking in, investigators are desperate to learn what is going on behind closed doors. When the three suspects unexpectedly leave the repair shop, the agents seize the opportunity. One team follows the Suburban while the second installs a series of surveillance cameras. Time is of the essence.
Heads up.
Better get out of there. I see them on the way. Watch them.
And for the first time in the investigation, agents are privy to the inner workings of the Phineas priesthood. The footage is nothing short of startling. Police are finally able to piece together the identities of their suspects.
Robert Berry was an individual from the inland Northwest area. Charles Barbie was a former telephone repairman who reportedly had quit his job when asked to take some affirmative action or equal opportunity training.
We realized that Barbie and Berry had been arrested in Western Washington during a vehicle stop. Their vehicle had weapons in there, as well as some survivalist gear, maps, and some marijuana.
Agents are finally able to loosely connect Barbie and Berry to the Spokane robberies and bombings.
These individuals were reportedly associated with a Christian identity church in the Sandpoint, Idaho area, which tied into information we had received from the papers left at the crime scenes.
The third man is identified as Vern J. Merrill.
Jay Merrill was reportedly a former nuclear engineer who had moved to the inland Northwest basically to be in a white-only society. He wanted to create a white nation in the inland Northwest.
The fact that Merrill had security clearance for years in several nuclear power plants sends chills through the investigators.
These individuals were all considered to be very dangerous.
Cullinan and Brown note Merrill's striking resemblance to the composite sketch of the getaway driver.
These guys were considered dangerous because of their prior military training and their extremist religious and political views.
But investigators still can't pin the crimes on the highly trained cell members. To make an arrest, they're going to have to catch the gunman in the act.
We saw them going over maps and going through some equipment preparation that appeared to us like they were getting ready to go out and do something again. This brought us into a heightened sense of alertness.
On October 7th, Barbie, Berry, and Merrill make their move.
They're loading their trucks up.
We followed them from Sandpoint, Idaho, south to Interstate 90, where they headed west in the direction of Seattle. After traveling about 60 miles or so, they cut south and were headed towards Oregon.
Investigators follow the SUV, not knowing where the gunmen are going or what they have planned.
It was very difficult. It was the middle of the night. It was a small town in a rural area. It's difficult to conduct a surveillance in those situations.
By the time they had reached Oregon, we had notified the Portland, Oregon office of the FBI that we were headed their way. We needed additional agents to assist us on the surveillance. We also notified the SWAT team of the FBI in Seattle and Portland. So by the time we reach Portland, we have close to 30 agents on these three subjects.
The SUV suddenly pulls into a parking lot, near a bank in Portland.
We realized that that was probably their next intended target.
With tactical response units blocks away, the FBI frantically calls the bank before it's too late.
U.S. Bank, branch 2735. How may I help you?
The trained terrorists waste no time moving in.
There's a call on line 1 for you.
Hello. Anna, get everybody in the back now.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Come on. Let's just go.
What happened?
It's locked, man.
It's locked.
Go.
At long last, armed with sufficient evidence to arrest, police move in.
We knew they were heavily armed, so the debate was, when do we try to take these guys down?
We did not want to try to do a felony car stop on them because that would certainly put many people at risk. We wanted to have the element of surprise on our side.
When the men stop in Union Gap, Washington, investigators quietly surround the scene.
We didn't know if they were armed. Obviously, we didn't see any, but that didn't mean they didn't have a concealed weapon.
Go.
Our agents went into the store with submachine guns in hand, ready for anything that they might try to do.
The FBI had swooped in so quickly that these guys were caught totally flat-footed, totally off guard.
FBI, hands up!
Merrill refused to acknowledge our presence or our authority. He could have easily tried to shoot out with us. However, he saw our overwhelming presence, our surprise.
Hands behind your back.
Had they been prepared for our arrival, undoubtedly there would have been bloodshed.
Searching their vehicles, agents are shocked by what they find.
It was a treasure trove of military surplus gear. These guys were prepared for war.
Agents also seize 4 copies of a note addressed to the Spokesman Review, threatening bankers. As well, they find 2 large envelopes, one addressed to the usurer bank and the other to Bill and Hillary Clinton. Authorities have finally arrested the men responsible for terrorizing Spokane County. But if they're going to bring down a professional criminal ring, do they have enough forensic evidence to make it stick? A group calling itself the Phineas Priesthood is claiming responsibility for a string of bank robberies and bombings that have terrorized Spokane, Washington. Authorities trace the secret terrorist cell to neighboring Idaho, where after intense surveillance, 3 men are captured before they can pull off their latest heist.
Hands behind your back.
The person most surprised by the news of the arrest is journalist Bill Moreland. He is shocked when he discovers that the man who once guided him to a covert meeting with a well-armed militia group is in fact one of the suspects.
Little did I know in '96 that those men in the woods that I'd seen a few months earlier were the same individuals that were committing the bank robberies. I didn't draw that connection until later on.
The militia had kept several negatives that they felt were too revealing regarding their operation.
And when the FBI served the search warrants and went through their stuff in their houses near Sandpoint, they found those negatives. And of course, then bingo, these are the same guys that newspaper photographed.
Look at this.
With the trial of Barry, Barbie, and Merrill in progress, police still need hard evidence to prove they are responsible for the bank robberies. Agents Cullinan and Brown once again turn to FBI photo analyst Dr. Richard Vorderbrugge for answers.
Can you get in tighter?
Yep.
Dr. Vorderbrugge scans the surveillance footage, looking for something that might tie the suspects to the crime.
What was unique was just the degree of detail that was present in this film and the ability that you could actually go in and count individual markings on the seams of these jeans.
The FBI expert analyzes jeans collected from Charles Barbie's residence.
Ultimately, I was able to find more than 30 individual marks that were consistent between this pair of jeans in the film with the pair of jeans that was ultimately identified as being the ones worn by the bank robber.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah.
I think we have the same genes. Where did you get these genes from?
It's really remarkable. The type of case that you might encounter once in 10 or 15 years, where you get this type of level of detail. If I have that kind of evidence, then it's going to be possible for me to positively identify those blue genes to the exclusion of all other blue genes.
The forensic evidence was the key to this investigation. The photography work done by our laboratory was phenomenal in that specific items of clothing were identified from the bank robbery photos, which we discovered in the individuals' residences once we served search warrants. We used lead analysis, which tied lead we found at their residences to the items used in the bombs, which exploded at the Spokesman Review, the Planned Parenthood clinic, and inside the bank. We found a destroyed computer printer, which was determined to have had the same typeface and font, which produced the letters that we initially discovered at the crime scenes. This whole investigation was the solid base and foundation was the forensic evidence.
Charles Barbie, Richard Berry, and Vern Merrill are given life behind bars. At a later trial, accomplice Brian Radigan gets 55 years.
The right-wing militia is still out there. They're still a concern.
I saw more than 4 individuals out in the woods, and I know that there are other groups like that, not just here in the Northwest, but in fact throughout the United States and Canada, who, if the right set of circumstances were to occur, certainly could strike again.
In the fall of 1990, 3 friends come together in Bartow, Florida with plans to start a small manufacturing plant. By the mid-90s, their company has grown into a multi-million-dollar operation with a rock-solid partnership.
They would visit each other, they would go to each other's homes, you know, like they were family.
But beyond the surface, it's a family plagued with allegations of stealing and corruption. Under pressure, the partnership implodes, ending in a deadly fallout.
Even to this day, it remains the worst mass murder that the entire county has ever seen.
It's a monster that could have committed a crime like this.
But a series of ironclad alibis will stonewall police.
They made a promise to the family that we would bring him to justice, and that's what we were going to do.
For one relentless investigator, the search for truth means that seeing is not always believing.
Do I think there's such thing as a perfect crime? As far as a homicide, no.
What's the problem? It's murder. What's going on? 1520s and dinner drive and the party. Okay, sir, I need you to calm down. What's going on? What is going on? I tell you, it's a murder. 12 people they got murdered over here. 4 people were murdered? Yes. My daughter, my son-in-law, and my father, they all dead.
At a manufacturing plant in Bartow, Florida, police usher out the couple who called 911. The company's owner, Phil Dasso, and his wife, Nicoletta. Inside, the forensic team, led by Officer Lynn Ernst, arrives to investigate the murder scene.
When we entered the room, the first person that we saw was the first victim.
The woman is identified as Diane Petiso, Phil and Nicoletta's daughter.
The female victim was halfway in and out of a doorway leading to a hallway and an office.
The position of the body and the wounds in the back of the victim's head suggest that she was running towards the exit when she was killed.
Well, beyond the female victim, leading down the hallway was another hallway that led to several offices. And in that one office there was 3 male victims.
The 3 men are identified as Phil Dasso's business partner and co-owner of the company, George Gonsalves, Phil's son, Frank Dasso, and Phil's son-in-law, George Petiso. All 3 were shot multiple times, with 11 bullet casings found at the scene.
Well, the position of the bodies were critical. They were laying side by side because of the position they were in when they were shot.
The victims having no opportunity to defend themselves.
The area had been ransacked. File cabinet drawers, some items that probably had been on desks were now on the floor. There was a disarray of paperwork and different items from an office.
Suggesting a possible robbery. What was the killer looking for? The team processes the room for clues.
There was a blue vinyl chair, and on the seat of that chair, there was footwear impressions.
To lift the impression, she uses what is known as a delt kit.
The delt kit is the dust mark electrostatic lifting kit, and it is used by placing a sheet of window tint on top of the footwear impressions, and then a small electrical charge is added to it, and the dust impression adhere to the window tint, and therefore you're able to collect the footwear impressions on the window tint.
At the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Crime Lab, Lynn Ernst looks for answers. She compares the shoe print impressions obtained at the scene with the victim's shoes and comes to a quick conclusion.
It was determined that it could not have been made by any of the victim's shoes,
leaving investigators with their first valuable clue. The shoe print could belong to the killer. Bad news travels fast through small-town Bartow.
It's just the kind of community where neighbors know each other. It's the kind of community where you want to raise your children.
When you have a small community like this and 4 people are brutally murdered all at one time, everybody is afraid.
Even to this day, it remains the worst mass murder that the entire county has ever seen.
And suddenly, everyone at the Erie manufacturing plant is a suspect.
Who would go out and just mercilessly kill 4 people in quiet little Bartow?
No one can be trusted.
The randomness of it had people very concerned about the possibility that this could occur at another place on another night.
Meanwhile, a family is destroyed.
They will never be able to get beyond the fact that their son and their daughter were both murdered, their son-in-law, their partner and friend. The family was just distraught about it.
FDLE Special Agent Tommy Ray joins the case and immediately questions the idea of robbery.
There were several items, computers, laptops. None of those items were taken. Diane was still wearing her wedding ring. She still had a very expensive necklace. None of those items were taken.
To the experienced agent, that can only mean one thing.
The scene was staged. You know, the ransacking, just items tossed around.
It's a manufacturing plant. You wouldn't expect a person that just wanted to steal money to go to a manufacturing plant. So there had to be something else.
The results from the autopsies are equally puzzling.
Some of them had been shot 2 or 3 times, some of them had been shot 5 or 6, but each of them died of gunshot wounds to the head.
There definitely appeared to be overkill. They wanted to make sure there was no survivors, no one that could identify the suspect.
Convinced they are not dealing with a robbery, investigators study the crime scene footage and notice an unusual pattern.
We observed the blood spatter. There didn't appear to be any on the ceiling or higher on the walls.
For all the bloodshed, why are the spatter patterns located only at the base of the walls?
They're all at the same level. That's exciting. That's interesting.
Tommy Ray turns to bloodstain expert Leroy Parker for answers.
I got involved in this case because I'm one of the few people in FDLE who do bloodstain pad analysis.
From photographs, Parker recreates a life-size copy of the blood-stained wall from the crime scene.
Bloodstain pad analysis is very crucial for reconstruction of the scene to determine where the assailant and the victim were at the time of the fatal shooting.
And more importantly, perhaps reveal something about the killer. Using calipers, Parker measures each drop of blood on the wall.
When the width is divided by the length, one gets a decimal. One goes to the sign tables and look up what we call the arc sign of that number, and that translates to an angle.
An angle that reveals a startling conclusion.
All four of the victims were shot execution style, all shot in the back of the head.
This is no ordinary murder. Well orchestrated. It can only be the act of a professional hitman.
They actually were told maybe to go down on the ground. They did what they were told, and while they were on the ground, they were shot.
Someone was sending Phil Dasso a deadly message. But who would want to kill his partner and his loved ones? And why? In Bartow, Florida, a local businessman finds 3 family members and his business partner shot dead in his factory. A detailed forensic analysis of blood patterns reveal that the victims were murdered, execution style, suggesting a professional assassin is responsible for the recent massacre. But the mob-style killing has police scratching their heads. The more they look at the evidence recovered from the crime scene, the more the mob angle makes sense. Specifically, the strategic use of a .22 caliber handgun.
.22 caliber handguns typically produce wounds in which the bullets are mangled or otherwise destroyed inside the head,
making it impossible to trace the bullets back to the murder weapon, a tactic used by professional killers. But what would the mob be doing in small-town Bartow? And why go after Frank Dasso's family? Looking for answers, Tommy Ray turns his attention to the family business.
Erie Manufacturing makes garment conveyor systems. They make the machinery that you might see in a dry cleaner that moves the garments around.
Tommy Ray learns that Phil Dasso and murder victim George Gonsalves ran the business with another partner.
You know, we found that Nelson Serrano was the former CEO of the business, and that he was in partnership with George Gonsalves and Phil Dasso, and he had been in business with him for the last 12 years.
Together, the trio managed to turn a small business opportunity into a multi-million-dollar venture, always placing the emphasis on family. In 1992, to help deal with expanding operations, Phil Dasso's son Frank and his son-in-law George joined the business. Nelson Serrano's own son Francisco ran the accounting department. But as Ray learns, the family-like partnership turned sour when Nelson Serrano accused his friends of cheating him out of money.
Nelson Serrano was suing for $1 million that he said was kept from him by the other 2 partners.
This is ridiculous!
In response to his lawsuit, Nelson Serrano was unceremoniously fired.
This is your doing, George! This is you! I'm gonna get my lawyer!
Mr. Gonsalves and Mr. Dasso had a board meeting. They voted Mr. Serrano out.
Nelson Serrano had been stripped of all his power and had gone from making $900,000 the previous year to making $0.
His son Francisco was also fired from the company. Suddenly, police have a motive for murder. They bring the former CEO and his son in for questioning, the father openly admitting to the corporate falling out. When questioned about his whereabouts on the night of the murder, Nelson Serrano claims he was 500 miles from Bartow, Florida, at a hotel in Atlanta, Georgia.
It was the La Quinta, I believe.
We sent agents to Atlanta, Georgia on December the 5th, 2 days after the homicide. they found a videotape that showed Nelson Serrano on video in the lobby of the hotel.
The ironclad alibi automatically eliminates Nelson Serrano as a suspect. He also helps police refocus on their mob theory.
Well, you know, these guys are from New York, and they've got connections to the mafia.
There were accusations that the Dasso family may have some kind of connections that would have led the mob, somebody presumably from New York or the Northeast, to have perpetrated the crime.
Working from Serrano's accusations, Special Agent Ray drops in on Phil Dasso. The Dassos strongly resent the suggestion that they have any connections with the mob.
They were devastated. I mean, this was their son, their daughter, and their son-in-law, and Mr. Dasso's best friend that he had worked with for the last 30 years.
After a thorough background check, the Dassos turn out to be as clean can be.
They were just the kind of person that you would want to be your neighbor or your relative. You know, they were just really good, genuine people, hardworking. I promised him that we would solve this case and that we would bring the suspect to justice.
The investigators spoke to everybody in the plant, what they saw when they came to work, when they left work, whether they saw anybody outside of work standing around, all those sorts of things.
But no one claims to have seen anything suspicious on the afternoon of the murders. Ray learns that the last employee left Erie Manufacturing at 5:05 p.m. on December 3rd, after which time only one car remained in the parking lot.
Anytime after 5 o'clock, the only person likely to be present in Erie Manufacturing was George Gonsalves,
leaving police to believe that George Gonsalves was the sole target of the murderous attack. What the killer hadn't counted on was that Frank Dasso and George Petiso were still at work that night, waiting to be picked up by Frank's wife, Diane.
They just happened to be there. Their cars were not parked out front, so there was no reason to believe that they were in the building. But they were. They had just walked into a bad situation.
When Diane Petiso finally arrived to pick up her husband and brother, she walked into a living nightmare.
Wait, you said the hair color was black?
Yeah, it's actually more salt and pepper than what the picture's showing.
Okay, let's try a little more gray in there.
But as it turns out, the killer may not have eliminated all the witnesses.
We were able to find a witness who was by Erie Manufacturing around 5:45 p.m., the night of the homicide.
A witness who, on the night of the murders, saw a mysterious stranger in front of the plant.
And he said as the lights shined on the subject that was standing out by the telephone pole in front of Erie Manufacturing, he kind of took his lapel and kind of hit his face. So he thought either he was lighting a cigarette and using that to block the wind, or he was intentionally hiding his face.
Could the mysterious stranger be their cold-blooded assassin? As the forensic sketch comes to life, the face of the man begins to emerge. A face strangely familiar to police. The man spotted outside Erie Manufacturing on the night of the murders is a dead ringer for Francisco Serrano. 4 people have been shot execution style in a factory in small-town Bartow, Florida. The latest evidence suggests the mysterious stranger, spotted outside of the building on the night of the murders, might be the company's former accountant, Francisco Serrano. Tommy Ray digs deeper into Francisco's background and discovers that while working at Erie Manufacturing, more than $250,000 went missing. Money he was accused of stealing.
And he refused to allow George Gonsalves or Phil Dasso to look at the books.
You got proof? No, you don't. If you had proof, I'd already be in jail.
No longer able to trust the accountant, Phil Dasso and George Gonsalves pushed him out of the company. The firing didn't go over very well with Francisco.
We found that at the time that Francisco was terminated, that he was in the process of purchasing a home, and he wasn't able to purchase a home because he had lost his job. So there was a lot of reason that Francisco was upset with George and Phil.
But was he upset enough to commit murder? Francisco pleads innocence and backs it up with an airtight alibi.
I was out of town, and I got 3 friends to corroborate.
He had 3 other people that came forward verifying his alibi, that he wasn't in Bartow when the homicides occurred.
Pushed back to square one, Ray delves deeper into the company records at Erie Manufacturing. If the stranger spotted outside the plant wasn't Francisco Serrano, then who could it be? A 911 call placed 5 months earlier by an Erie Manufacturing employee forces police to shift their suspicions from one Serrano to another. Ray tracks down the employee who made that call.
I was over here and I was mopping the floor and he was trying to get into his office.
Mr. Serrano came there one day, tried to get into what used to be his office, found the door locked.
Overheard having loud arguments within the offices, and definitely a lot of threats being made at the time.
The police responded and gave him a trespass warning that he shouldn't come back on the property.
It was apparent from talking with the employees there at Erie that Nelson and George Gonzalez really had a bitter dislike for each other.
Is Nelson Serrano the victim of a nasty firing or a vengeful executioner? Tommy turns his attention back to the money still missing from Erie Manufacturing. The $250,000 Phil Dasso and George Gonsalves accused Francisco of stealing. He subpoenas Nelson Serrano's financial records and discovers a bank account for which Nelson has sole signing authority.
We found that Nelson took $247,000 from the business and diverted it to a separate account.
From there, suspicions only continue to mount.
Nelson Serrano owned every Browning that's been made. He was an expert shot. They used to target practice out behind the business, like in a clay pit area. He had gun permit for 37 different guns, majority of them being 22s.
The exact type of weapon used in the murders. The question is, Serrano may be a thief and a gun collector, but is he a killer? Tommy Ray studies Nelson Serrano's initial interview with police.
You don't work at any homicide. You have to review, you have to go back over, because usually within the first 48 to 72 hours, there's something that's come up that may help solve the case.
Nelson Serrano fits the suspect profile to a T. He knows the crime scene, he's a skilled marksman, and he's got a perfect motive. The only problem is security tapes show he was in Atlanta, nearly 500 miles from Bartow, Florida, at the time of the murder. Nelson Serrano has a picture-perfect alibi.
There's no way he could have committed this homicide. He's up in Atlanta. There's no way he could have committed this.
If the former CEO of Erie Manufacturing isn't responsible for pulling the trigger in Bartow, Florida, then who murdered 4 innocent people in cold blood? After weeks of tracking a killer responsible for the largest mass murder in Bartow, Florida history, Special Agent Tommy Ray finally locks in on a prime suspect, one of the victim's former business partners, Nelson Serrano. But security footage seems to suggest otherwise. While checking through Serrano's old corporate cell phone records, Ray comes across a suspicious series of calls, all made by Nelson Serrano on the day of the murders to a certain Alvaro Peña Herrera.
Alvaro Peña Herrera was Mr. Serrano's nephew and also his godson.
As it turns out, Alvaro is no stranger to the scene of the crime.
Alvaro had worked at Erie Manufacturing, so we knew that Alvaro had knowledge of the business, the layout of the business, so we were looking at him a little bit harder.
Police want to know why Nelson Serrano was so eager to talk to his nephew in the days leading up to the murders. Peña Herrera explains that his uncle asked him to rent a car in Orlando on December 3rd, the day of the murders. But if on that day, Serrano was 500 miles away in Atlanta, why did he need a car in Florida?
My uncle Nelson told me to rent it for one of his friends and leave it at the airport in the parking lot.
But who is this so-called friend? Alvaro claims he doesn't know.
So you normally just go rent vehicles for complete strangers?
Well, it was for a friend for my uncle, and I trust my uncle.
Did this friend pick up the car in Orlando, drive to Bartow, and commit the murders?
I felt if we tried to talk to Alvaro, he would clam up and wouldn't talk to us.
So Tommy Ray puts Alvaro under surveillance.
We had one of our undercover vehicles that was parked across from the front entrance of Alvaro's apartment, and we had a time-lapse camera set up, camouflaged. Here he is, he's living in a very nice apartment complex. He's driving a very nice car, so we're getting to wonder where the money's coming from.
Clearly, we didn't feel that money came from him. He was working selling hats in a mall. So where's the money coming from?
Alvaro is hiding something, and Ray needs to find a way to get him to talk.
Tommy Ray organized what came down to be somewhat of a sting operation.
Because sometimes you have to create your own leads. So I was able to obtain a arrest warrant for Nelson for the grand theft.
But Ray purposely doesn't tell Nelson why he's being arrested.
When he said, "What am I arrested for?" I said, "You know exactly what you're arrested for."
Ray has no intention of charging him for the stolen Erie manufacturing money. In this particular sting, Serrano is merely the bait. The real target is his nephew Alvaro. In the room, every detail has been calculated for effect.
We had blown up a photograph of the rental car. We also had a copy of his rental agreement where he had signed it, so we had his signature blown up. So we had all these things, including photographs of his uncle, surveillance photographs that we had taken of him coming and going out of his apartments. You could kind of see his heart beating through his shirt. You know, he started to break down, he started to tear up, and he goes, "My uncle's gonna kill me."
I rented the car for my uncle and his Brazilian mistress, okay? Just left it at the airport.
That story stood in direct conflict with what Nelson Serrano had told investigators, that he was tucked away up in Atlanta and wasn't even in the state when this happened. So there was a huge conflict in those two stories.
Either he was lying or Nelson was lying.
Suddenly, Nelson Serrano jumps to the very top of the suspect list. And Tommy Ray takes a closer look at his picture-perfect alibi. He reviews the surveillance footage obtained from the hotel in Atlanta, Georgia, where Nelson Serrano was staying on the day of the murders. The videotape shows their suspect approaching the front desk at 12:20 p.m. And then again almost 10 hours later at 10:17 p.m. Serrano had claimed that he suffered from a terrible migraine and stayed in his room all day, only coming out twice to talk to the front desk staff.
We had pulled his credit card reports, his phone calls. There was nothing, no phone calls or any activity that Nelson had between 12:20 p.m. and 10:17 p.m.
supporting Serrano's alibi that he never left the room. But while watching the video over and over, Ray notices one important detail.
If he was coming from his room, he would have come in from the east door, not the west door, which was the main entrance into the lobby. It suggested to us that he, in fact, had just arrived and was entering the lobby area so he could be seen on video to kind of pad his alibi even more.
Is it possible Serrano didn't spend the day in his room after all?
There was a 9-hour and 57-minute gap where he's unaccounted for.
Did Tommy Ray find a crack in Serrano's airtight alibi? Did this 10-hour gap give Serrano enough time to commit the murders?
Nobody had looked at it from that point of view before. Everybody just said, Well, he's on videotape in Atlanta. Obviously, he was in Atlanta.
To leave Atlanta, travel to Florida, commit the murders, travel back to Atlanta, and be back at the La Quinta in 10 hours just seemed like a Herculean effort that could not be done.
But what if Nelson Serrano had found a way to do the impossible? Tommy Ray is forced to rethink the puzzle from a different angle. According to flight schedules on December 3rd, several flights left Atlanta for Orlando, but flying back was the problem.
You know, we found there was no flights going out of Orlando back to Atlanta that would fit the time period.
The agent looks for alternate routes that might have allowed Serrano to get back to Atlanta by 10:17 p.m. on the day of the murders. Ray takes a closer look at the rental agreement for the car that Alvaro Peña Herrera supposedly rented for his uncle at the Orlando airport. If Alvaro's story is true, what did Nelson Serrano do with the rental car?
And the car was rented in Orlando and dropped off in Tampa, the Tampa airport.
To rent a car at an airport, you're usually going to bring it back to the same airport because you're going to fly back out of the same place that you came from.
Unless the flight you need back to Atlanta flies out of Tampa airport.
The mileage, which was 139 miles, didn't match the drive from Orlando airport to Tampa.
But the mileage does match exactly to the distance from Orlando to Bartow and then to the Tampa airport. Tommy Ray decides to put the 10-hour window to the ultimate test. He drives from the La Quinta Hotel to the Atlanta International Airport. At 1:26 p.m., he checks in with Delta Airlines and flies to Orlando, arriving at 3:05 p.m. Theoretically following in Serrano's footsteps, Ray picks up a rental car from the parking garage at the Orlando airport at 3:49 p.m.
I drove from the Orlando airport to Erie Manufacturing. That took approximately an hour and 30 minutes.
He arrives at the Erie Manufacturing plant at 5:20 p.m. and begins to play out the brutal events of December 3rd, 1997.
There at Erie, kind of went through the scenario is what we felt happened, you know, as far as walking through the hallway into the offices. It's almost like you're reliving what he has done. You know, try to get in his head. You know, what was he thinking? You know, he was rushed. He had a short time frame.
Keeping an eye on the clock, Ray drives from Bartow to Tampa International Airport, where he catches the 8:20 flight from Tampa to Atlanta and lands at 9:41 p.m. In a race against time, Tommy Ray rushes back to the lobby of the La Quinta Hotel. It's 9:57 p.m., well within the time frame, with 20 minutes to spare. For the first time in 3 years, Tommy Ray knows exactly how Nelson Serrano created the opportunity to commit the murders. The question is, does he have the forensic evidence to back it up? After establishing that Nelson Serrano had both the motive and the opportunity to kill 4 people in Central Florida, investigators face the biggest challenge of all, proving it.
You know, after we were able to prove that Nelson could have made the trip, that the time frame fit perfect, you know, meet with John Aguero, tell John we've got Nelson now coming back to the hotel on video at 10:17 p.m. Let's charge him. And he's like, you know, no.
If we go into court and we don't have enough evidence and a jury finds Nelson Serrano not guilty, the double jeopardy clause completely prohibits us from ever prosecuting Nelson Serrano again. If the guy is guilty, you are sending a cold-blooded killer back on the streets, never to be able to try him again.
Nelson Serrano's freedom and his lack of remorse only fuels Tommy Ray's search for the truth.
Nelson Serrano knew Diane Petiso, one of the victims, that she was a teenager. He had been to Frank Dasso's wedding and danced in the wedding. As far as George Gonzalez, he had been to George Gonzalez's house, he and Phil, and they all would eat dinner, play cards, and things of that nature. Yet he's able to get in his car, drive to Tampa, fly back, being jovial, laughing. You can see him on the videotape like nothing ever happened. So it's clearly, no conscience at all, no feelings. It was a monster that could have committed a crime like this.
Ray is still missing hard evidence to put Nelson Serrano away. He can't find Serrano's name on any of the flight lists flying to or from Atlanta, Georgia on December the 3rd.
There's nothing with his name. No proof that he actually flew back, to this area. Nothing to put him at the crime scene, nothing to put him back into the slate.
Mr. Dasso? Come on in. Welcome, welcome.
Is it possible that Nelson Serrano used an alias?
I'm asking Mr. Dasso, did he ever recall any names that Nelson may have used? Talk about any kind of fake passport or fake driver's license.
Tommy taps deeply into Phil's knowledge about Serrano's past. His persistence pays off.
Tommy learned from a discussion with Phil Dasso that Serrano had had a previous relationship and there was a child from that relationship.
That child's name is Juan Serrano.
I got to thinking, wonder what the wife's maiden name was. The name was Agacio.
On a hunch, Tommy tries a composite of the name Juan and Agacio and strikes a direct hit.
We have a Juan Agacio that flew from Atlanta to Orlando and fits the time frame perfect. So, bingo. We had him flying into Orlando.
For his theory to hold, Ray needs to prove that Juan Agacio also bought a return ticket, flying from Tampa back to Atlanta on the same day. But the name Juan Agacio doesn't appear anywhere on the Tampa flight lists.
So they started to look at it from another approach.
Tommy studies the merchant's copy of the ticket and discovers that Juan Agacio made his purchase in cash.
Rarely are tickets purchased with cash anymore.
Sensing he's onto something, Ray then searches the December 3rd flight lists, looking for anyone who purchased a ticket from Tampa to Atlanta in cash.
We found the name on the ticket on the manifest from Tampa to be a John White.
John is an anglicized version of Juan, and Ray quickly learns that White Industries was one of Serrano's biggest clients. But the names on the tickets are only circumstantial. Ray needs physical evidence proving Serrano was in fact in Orlando the day of the murders. Ray remembers his own test drive.
I knew that once you come into the airport, you're giving a paper parking ticket. You then put it in your car. When you leave or exit the airport, then you hand the ticket. I wanted to try to obtain the parking ticket that Nelson Serrano would have given to the attendant from the rental car on the day of the homicide.
He was going to have to handle that card, hand it to the person, the attendant, and pay for his parking ticket before he left.
And possibly leaving his fingerprints behind.
All right.
Tommy pays a visit to the offices of the Orlando Airport Parking Authority with fingers crossed.
I think investigators knew it was a long shot that the Orlando Airport might still have these parking tickets.
We put on gloves and we started going through the tickets one by one.
Ray searches through hundreds of boxes, looking for a ticket that bears the license plate number of the rental car and the date, December 3rd.
And there were thousands of tickets. So we were just taking our time, going through one by one, looking for the tag number of that rental car.
Buried under mountains of tickets, assembled in no particular order, for Tommy Ray, it's a search for a needle in a haystack.
So we went through till we finally found December 3rd. Bingo, this is it, we've got the ticket.
The evidence is immediately tested, and Lynn Ernst manages to pull a thumbprint from the ticket. The print perfectly matches Nelson Serrano, proving that he lied about his whereabouts on December 3rd and placing him in Orlando, Florida on the day of the murders.
It busted his alibi, is what it did. And it became an entirely new case for law enforcement because they now had him in the state on December 3rd, 1997.
It's hard to explain. It was like, we've got it. This is the piece of puzzle that we needed to put Nelson Serrano in jail for the quadruple murder.
That was the piece of the puzzle that was missing. The fact that Mr. Serrano's fingerprint is on the ticket that says there's only one way this could have happened. Nelson Serrano was at the Orlando airport on this day, December the 3rd, 1997. He was not in Atlanta, Georgia.
So on May 17, 2001, we went to the grand jury in Bartow, and we obtained an indictment on 4 counts of first-degree murder.
After trying for 3 years to connect Serrano to the murders, Tommy Ray is finally ready to reel him in. But the savvy businessman is long gone. And he has no intention of ever coming back. After chasing a cold-blooded killer for more than 3 years, police finally have enough concrete evidence to put Nelson Serrano away for good. But the problem is, Serrano has fled the United States for his native Ecuador, where he is protected from the U.S. government.
At the time of the indictment, after 2001, Ecuadorian law would not permit an Ecuadorian citizen to be extradited to another country.
So at this point, it appeared that as long as Nelson hid out and stayed in Ecuador and didn't return to the United States, he was going to be home free.
It was, oh my God, we've spent all these years doing this investigation. We finally solved it. We know who killed all these people, and now we can't get our hands on them.
A year passes, and the case is paralyzed by rigid Ecuadorian extradition laws.
It was like dead end after dead end, basically same thing. If he's Ecuadorian citizen, he's not allowed to come back, especially if you're seeking the death penalty.
Meanwhile, Tommy is transferred to Miami to work on another assignment. But no matter how he tries, he can't quite get the case out of his head.
I have breakfast, and I look up and I see a sign over a meeting room, and it said, International Military Intelligence Meeting.
The agent that never quits seizes the opportunity.
Tommy went over to the meeting and asked those at the desk if there was anybody there from Ecuador.
There was a gentleman that stood up, and he advised that he was a colonel in charge of the U.S. Embassy in Quito, Ecuador. And I said, you're just the man I need to talk to.
Please have a seat. Briefing the colonel on the case, Tommy Ray gains the cooperation of the National Police and discovers a legal loophole.
If an individual has dual citizenship, as was the case with Mr. Serrano, if Mr. Serrano or anybody can be declared to be an American citizen rather than an Ecuadorian citizen, then the possibility exists that not extradition will be used to get this person, but rather deportation can be used.
Nelson, when he had came back into Ecuador from the United States, he had signed in as a U.S. citizen, not as an Ecuadorian citizen. I wasn't about to let Nelson stay over in Ecuador. I'd made a promise to the family that we would bring him to justice, and that's what we were going to do.
Tommy Ray and the Ecuadorian police track Serrano to a restaurant in Quito. As police are about to make their move, Serrano spots an undercover agent and makes a break for it.
Drag her around the back door.
For the hunter and the hunted, the 4-year chase is finally over.
Nelson Serrano! Tommy Ray, Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
He goes, I've never seen you smile before. I said, well, I've never had you in custody before.
Get him inside.
Serrano is deported and brought back to the U.S. to face a jury of his peers. It's the timeline of events that convinces jurors to vote 9-3 in favor of a guilty verdict.
In my reporting after the trial, I talked to several of the jurors, and they said that that timeline brought it all home to them, and that is what they used as the basis for their opinion.
The verdict in the case of the state of Florida versus Nelson Serrano was that he was guilty as charged of first-degree murder of all 4 of the people who were killed. The jury then recommended and the judge imposed the death penalty upon Mr. Serrano. I think Mr. Serrano felt that he had committed the perfect crime, and but for the determination of Tommy Ray, he probably would have.
Do I think there's such thing as a perfect crime? As far as a homicide, no. It may not be this year or 4 or 5 years down the road, but I think eventually you'll get caught.
Buffalo, New York, known affectionately as the City of Trees, with miles of lush green parks, sports fields, and bike paths, it's an urban haven for local residents. That is, until one man's thirst for violence and his need for absolute control transforms the nation's friendliest city into a deadly hunting ground.
People were afraid. What's going on? How could this happen here?
The panic is up. He's looking for joggers. He's looking for women.
A relentless search for an unstoppable predator. A manhunt spanning more than 20 years.
We were living this case. When we didn't sleep, it became your life.
We all have that crime. That one crime that just sticks in your head.
Until a revolution in DNA technology finally places the killer squarely in police crosshairs, with one last chance to stop the hunter in his tracks. Amherst, New York, a large suburb just outside Buffalo, is a vibrant university town. Each fall, returning students look forward to making the most of the lush city parks that border the campus. But all that changes on September 29, 1990, when a student goes missing from a local bike path.
Linda Yalom was a 22-year-old student. She went to the University of Buffalo. She left her dorm room on that Saturday practicing for a marathon. Later that afternoon, one of her roommates realized she had never returned.
Okay, we're gonna make a sweep through these woods. And I want everybody to stay close.
Detective Lieutenant Joe LaCourte of the Amherst Police Department leads the search.
We immediately had patrols and detectives out searching. They searched late into the evening hours, but they didn't find anything. The very next day, they went out early again, and that's when she was found.
The body of 22-year-old Linda Yalom of California was found only 50 feet from the path she was running on near the UB campus. Police say she was a new student who had been on campus for 3 weeks. She was training for a marathon, went for her daily run, and never came back.
Get these people back, please.
Captain Michael Melton and his forensic team join LaCourte at the scene.
On Sunday, I was called in from home. On a major case, we respond with our evidence team. Her body had been moved through the wooded area because there's a briar patch in there, and I could see the scrapes on her skin from that.
The physical evidence suggests Yalom was dragged from the bike path into the woods, where she was raped and murdered.
In looking at the scene, I have to say probably the most telling thing was the way he left her. the duct tape across her nose and her mouth. It's a picture you'll never forget. When you see it, you'll never lose the image.
The marks on the neck of the victim were very significant.
You could see the double ligature around her neck, so you could see how the attack was actually perpetrated.
It's not the first time that Amherst investigators have come across the haunting markings.
We immediately knew there was a connection. We had 2 prior attacks on the bike path, similar circumstances at the same time of day.
2 women were raped in the same area, one in March of 1990 and one in the fall of 1989. But unlike the latest victim, both survived their ordeal, carrying on their necks the same unmistakable markings now found on Linda Yalem. The court digs into the case files of the first 2 rape victims and is reminded that male DNA was recovered from one of the victims. An examination of Linda Yalem's body confirms that she was also raped, her attacker leaving behind a crucial piece of evidence.
DNA was, in fact, recovered from her body during the autopsy.
Dr. John Simich compares the 2 DNA samples and firmly cements a connection between the earlier rape and the recent murder.
We knew that the DNA from Linda matched our first victim. We didn't have DNA from our second, but the MO was close enough. Now we had at least 2 DNA hits. We had evidence. We needed a name.
Investigators searched the National Criminal Database, looking for a match. But the killer's DNA isn't in the system.
It's very frustrating when you have something you can use to identify a person, yet you don't have that person to identify it to. We had nothing to compare it to.
Meanwhile, the town of Amherst demands answers. 22-year-old Linda Yalem left her University of Buffalo dorm room to go running here along the Ellicott Creek bike path Saturday afternoon. She never came back. Her body was found yesterday. She was strangled to death and sexually attacked, not far from where a woman was attacked here May 31st, and another teenager raped here last year, attacks in which no one was ever arrested.
The Linda Yalem attack was nerve-wracking for college students in particular. A young girl just snatched up, raped, and killed. It was very disturbing.
With 2 proven rapes and a murder, police strongly suspect they are dealing with a serial rapist. Their first priority now is to protect the women of Amherst.
We have not only a murder striking in the heart of town, we have a murder and a rapist. We're just about begging women not to walk alone on the path.
Investigators turn their attention to the killer's MO. They look to his choice of victim, the attack locations, and most importantly, his trademark signature, the double ligature marks.
When we looked at the injury patterns from all of our victims when we were at the autopsies, we looked for fibers, any pattern. What could cause this?
Captain Melton analyzes the ligature marks and concludes they were made with the crudest of weapons, a deceptively simple homemade garrote.
A garrote is nothing more than a piece of cordage or wire. It may have handles affixed to either end, it may not. It's simply a device that can be wrapped around the neck and pulled tight with the hands.
To be able to use the garrote as quickly in the fashion that he did and take control so quickly, the feeling was there was some kind of specialized training with our suspect. So we knew he was comfortable with it. There was a sense of that he wouldn't stop his attacks because he was getting away with it.
But narrowing in on a suspect is a nearly impossible task until one surviving victim steps forward with a startling piece of new evidence. In 1990, a peaceful suburb of Amherst, New York is rocked when police discover the body of a college student, brutally raped and murdered in one of the city's parks. Realizing the killer's MO matches that of 2 earlier rapes, police fear they are chasing a serial rapist who has now graduated to murder. On high alert, investigators cast a wide net, every effort dedicated to catching the notorious bike path rapist. They start by contacting neighboring police divisions, looking for reported attacks that bear the killer's signature MO, and get an immediate response in nearby Buffalo, New York.
Very good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Now we're starting to work with the city of Buffalo. Now we're into a position where everybody's starting to look at the crimes to see what the connections are, if there are any.
Pulling out unsolved rape reports, the Buffalo PD uncovers 3 cases that bear strong similarities to the Amherst attacks.
The areas where they were done was similar to the area in our town. They had the double garrote. They had duct tape.
From the files, they also discover that physical evidence was recovered from each of the Buffalo rape victims.
They had developed DNA, and we asked that that DNA be sent to the lab for comparison to our cases.
In comparing the Buffalo DNA samples with those recovered from the Amherst victims, police strike gold.
They had DNA that now they matched to ours, so we knew that we had the same guy.
We knew the cases were linked.
And I noticed a man.
Seeking more information on their rapist, police re-interview Buffalo victims, focusing on the various details of their attacks.
Wire.
They would go by him on a bike path sometimes. He would let them go by, and then he would turn around and commit the attack.
The rapist revealing a brazen show of aggression.
Some of them described looking into his eyes.
She had been attacked with a garrote, and the medical information that we had is she was suffering from oxygen deprivation.
The woman describes slipping in and out of consciousness during the attack, making it impossible for her to fight off her attacker.
A garrote can work in a couple of different manners, but basically what it'll do is shut off the blood flow through the carotid arteries. It cuts it right off, and it takes the person unconscious in anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds. If it's pulled tightly, you can cause more damage. You can render a person unconscious, or you can kill the person.
Deliberately choking his victims and forcing them in and out of consciousness, investigators suspect the sadist is using the attacks to act out his most perverse fantasies.
I'll tell you, with the garrote, as we were doing the investigation, we tried it with a rope. I mean, you're totally helpless. There's nothing you can do. So once it was around her neck, she was totally under his control.
The interviews provide police with chilling insight into the mindset of their killer and unearth a major breakthrough in the case. All 3 Buffalo rape victims stared directly into the eyes of their attacker.
There were a number of victims that actually got a good look at him. They gave a great description of him.
They put their suspect at somewhere between 5'7" and 5'11", that he was shorter in stature, stocky build. Everyone gave us full head of wavy hair. Matter of fact, we were then able to compile some composites that were put out to the public.
The composite is broadcast on Western New York stations. Tip lines are flooded, and the publicity surrounding the case starts to pay off.
One woman that came forward actually was a prostitute in the city of Buffalo.
The woman recounts how she was recently picked up by a John and suddenly attacked inside his car.
She had the garrote around her neck, and she was actually held down on the passenger side floor as he drove out of the city into one of the local suburban areas into Hamburg, took her into a remote field area with a creek, and actually attacked her there, left her unconscious, and I think he believed she was dead.
The prostitute leads police to the clearing where she was raped. She then discloses another horrific detail about the rapist's MO.
It was so staged that not only did he already have the area planned out, he already had ripped the duct tape, hung it nearby. There was a lot of pre-planning. He was well prepared.
We could surmise that he was studying his locales. You could tell that he wasn't just out there for a few minutes.
I think he sat and he waited And when the time was right and there was a victim, he felt comfortable that they were alone, that was the victim that he attacked.
LaCourte notes another similarity across each attack. They all took place in the morning, between 7:30 a.m. and noon.
We were under assumption based on the time of day that our perpetrator either worked the midnight shift or the afternoon shift, so he was just available during the day.
Spurred on by this new piece of information, police ramp up their message to women using the bike path.
The biggest warning that came out was don't do it alone. If you have a partner, you're safe. But if you're alone, you're at risk. There's somebody out there, and you didn't know who it was. Women were nervous. They were very, very concerned.
And with good reason. Despite their intense investigation, Buffalo area police are still no closer to nabbing the bike path rapist. What starts as a simple murder case in Amherst, New York, explodes into a complex investigation involving 7 rape victims across 3 jurisdictions. Up against a brazen offender who strikes in broad daylight, police decide to zero in on his attack sites.
We knew that our perpetrator now came back to our location 3 different times. So we knew he was comfortable with it. He knew he was getting away with it. There was a sense of that he wouldn't stop his attacks because he was getting away with it.
Police know that if they want to catch their killer, they have to lure him out of hiding. They start by planting undercover female officers along the bike path.
We had officers in the woods watching our decoys, taking photographs. Hundreds and hundreds of photographs were taken of possible suspects.
But the killer doesn't take the bait.
Hi, good morning.
Investigators are forced to turn to the public for help.
We're looking for any witnesses. We're begging the public for anything they may have seen.
Police blanket the area with photos of the composite drawing, hoping someone will recognize the killer.
We always felt that based on who this man was and his MO of being available in the morning and his description, that someone out there knew him, someone lived with him. We were reaching for a sense of, you know, something's not right, I'm gonna call and give his name.
And the names start pouring in.
We got an abundance of tips all over the country, from ex-husbands to present husbands to ex-rapists to people that were well-known rapists in communities. We probably got close to 2,000 tips.
Investigators follow up on the leads, questioning hundreds of men. But after countless interviews, there's still no further ahead. But steady media attention pays off when a Buffalo dry cleaner notes a striking resemblance between the sketch of the rapist and one of his customers. Following up on the tip, investigators bring the man in for questioning and learn that the suspect has a record a mile long. They place him in a lineup, hoping Buffalo rape victims can identify their attacker.
Number 3.
Matched the description, height, weight. He looked like the composite and actually had a record. It matched what we would be looking for in a suspect. 2 of the victims in Buffalo were able to pick out the same suspect as their attacker.
Now, all they need is the physical evidence to tie him to the crimes.
And he gave us his blood, and we got his DNA.
The suspect's DNA is then compared to the semen samples taken from Linda Yalem's body and the other victims. The results are shocking.
The DNA is saying no. And that's what you have to go with. You have to move that person aside. They're no longer a suspect.
After months of searching for their killer, investigators are once again left grasping at straws.
So at that point, again, we were going through one of our highs and lows. We thought we had our guy and then found out we didn't.
Despite a composite sketch, thousands of tips, and hundreds of hours on the case, police are no closer to finding the brazen attacker, a killer capable of hiding in plain sight.
He was real good at blending in, so no one came forward and said, we saw a suspicious-looking guy or someone who looked like he didn't belong on the path. We were looking for someone we felt was connected to every area because he was so familiar with shortcuts in areas that not everybody would know.
Investigators are convinced the killer is living among them.
You just didn't think that somebody, a Buffalonian, someone living and working in this community, that someone you would see in the grocery store could be responsible for something so heinous in his own community. No one wanted to believe that.
And while police pour every resource into patrolling the bicycle paths,
Hi, baby. Looking for a good time?
the killer is about to cast a wider net, ready to tighten the noose around his next victim. For 2 years, Buffalo police have been searching for an elusive serial rapist, patrolling city parks in an effort to prevent another brutal attack. And their hard work seems to be paying off. Until the fall of 1992, when an investigator makes a gruesome discovery.
There was a body that was found that belonged to a woman who was known to be a prostitute in the city of Buffalo.
The woman is identified as 32-year-old Jane Mazer, yet another victim branded by the serial rapist's double ligature marks.
I think our guy's back.
The coroner reports that, like the earlier victims, Jane was raped.
The DNA actually came back to the bike path rapist.
Looking at Jane Mazer, what immediately stood out was that she was a known prostitute.
The second prostitute to be attacked in the Buffalo area. Investigators question Jane's boyfriend, hoping to piece together her final hours.
This is just not
The boyfriend tells Petronic that Jane was last seen disappearing into a customer's car.
Right over there.
At the time that she was picked up, her live-in boyfriend looked out the window, and he actually gave close enough a description that he said the hand that reached over to unlock the door when she was getting in the car was that of a white male. He described the car as a Pontiac Sunbird that was a four-door vehicle.
I'm not sure if you guys picked her up, right?
Police follow up on the make of the car, but without a plate number, the lead goes nowhere. Was the customer driving the Pontiac Sunbird a regular John? Police officers scour the city, canvassing Buffalo prostitutes, hoping someone will recognize the composite sketch of the killer.
And we weren't coming up with anything as far as, interviewing prostitutes.
Bringing investigators right back to where they started. The elusive bike path rapist continuing to operate under the police radar.
We were looking for every man, and it's truly what he was. He'd blend in. The fact that he went this long without being caught showed you that he was someone who could blend in. He was nondescript.
Desperately, LaCourte decides to broaden his search for suspects by looking outside the Buffalo area. He begins to develop a suspect pool, turning his focus to convicted rapists recently released from New York State prisons.
Going back over old tips, reading the file over and over again, we were able to develop the name of a gentleman who, as it turned out, was a convicted rapist who looked exactly like our composite. He lived in every one of the locations where we had attacks. So we were tasked with finding him, and we located him in North Carolina.
LaCourte wastes no time in chasing their new suspect. He checks in on his last known address, but learns from the landlord that the man has since moved on. While canvassing the area with his photo of the convicted rapist,
Excuse me. You have a second?
LaCourte finally catches a break when a local cocktail waitress recognizes the man as a regular patron. She's even able to supply an address.
Thank you very much.
Make sure you catch him.
But the convicted rapist has no interest in talking to police. Only backing LaCourte's suspicions that the man from North Carolina is their long sought-after bike path rapist.
He was doing almost 100 miles an hour. We're trying to keep up with him. We have 3 officers in 3 separate cars chasing this guy at 100 miles an hour.
Investigators immediately collect a sample of the suspect's DNA. LaCourte stands by, ready to throw the rapist back in jail.
It was one of those times that we allowed ourselves to get real high because we never had a guy before who matched the description, was connected to every area, had prior rapes, looked like our guy, was the same size as our guy, looked like the gentleman that the 2 prior victims picked out of the lineup. It doesn't get any better than that.
Dr. Simich compares the suspect's sample to the bike path rapist's DNA.
And we were so sure. We were just waiting the results. We were ready to go slap the cuffs on him.
But once again, the DNA doesn't match the killer's sample, and the convicted rapist is suddenly off the hook.
What do you mean? It's not our guy. Has to be our guy. We just didn't want to believe it. So we literally went and had a visit with Dr. Simich. Doc, you sure something can't be wrong? I mean, now it's like, everything's right. Not your guy. And he kind of hesitated, and he says, but I have to tell you that he is wanted for another rape that occurred in the village of Hamburg, a brutal rape of a young girl behind a mall. His DNA does match that attack. So we were happy. Now we've got a rapist, but kind of sad it's not our rapist.
With the suspect behind bars, investigators are back to square one, left to wonder when and where the bike path killer will strike next. That is, until Erie police receive a frantic 911 call and learn that a young woman was violently attacked on a bike trail in the small Buffalo suburb of Clarence, New York.
Better call an ambulance.
A 14-year-old girl who was on her way to school, walking along the bike path almost as a shortcut from her house, was grabbed from behind. She was dragged over a fence, and then she was raped.
A DNA sample taken from the young woman perfectly matches that of the bike path rapist, bringing the offender's violent tally to 9 innocent victims. The man's impulsive behavior continues to baffle police.
He murdered, he rapes. The only thing that we thought is she didn't fight. She gave up control to him. He got what he wanted, control. He acted out his sexual fantasy, he had his control.
With that insatiable need for control, the killer increasingly shows that when it comes to women, everyone is fair game. The rape of a 14-year-old girl has only served to light a blazing fire under police. But with the offender attacking right under their noses and brazenly leaving his DNA at every scene, why can't investigators find him? Can police unmask the deadly bike path rapist before he strikes again? For the last 5 years, Buffalo police have trailed a serial rapist with a vicious taste for murder. Following the recent rape of a local high school student, investigators dedicate every police resource available to finding their killer. But the offender doesn't resurface, and more than 12 years pass without further incident. Although a top priority for police, the case grows cold, and the elusive bike path rapist appears to have vanished.
Was he in jail? Was he dead? Nobody knew. Or nobody knew if he just had an abundance of self-control, where he was just waiting for the right opportunity to do it again.
With a sudden lull, headlines of rape and murder fade from the front pages, and calm is once again restored to Buffalo parks.
People were just wondering, did he die? Did he go away? Is he in jail now? That was a big concern, or a big thought that, you know, well, there haven't been any rapes in a long time until 2006.
When a woman from Clarence, New York, a small town northeast of Buffalo, is reported missing.
Her husband reported that she didn't pick their child up from nursery school, and that was out of the norm for her.
When Buffalo investigators learned that Joan Diver, a mother of 4, was running on the local bike path when she disappeared, they are struck with a morbid sense of déjà vu.
We actually called in helicopters for an aerial search. We had dogs from neighboring jurisdictions doing searches. And by the end of the search, we still haven't found anything.
But 2 days later, while scouring the thick brush off the main path, officers finally discover her body.
She was found about 20 to 30 feet in the brush, and it looked like that she was dragged head first. The thing that stuck out to us was the ligature marks on her neck.
And the one thing I knew for sure was that the MO was similar, and the date was the exact date that Linda Yalem was raped and murdered.
22-year-old Linda Yalem was killed on a bike path in Amherst, New York on September 29, 1990, 16 years ago to the day.
And that's when it first hit in my head, like this eerie feeling that this individual may be back.
What was that you wanted to show me?
But investigators are puzzled by Joan Diver's autopsy results.
There was no sign of any sexual assault.
And no DNA left at the scene.
The big question was, is he back, or is this someone else that's trying to copy what he did?
Investigators interviewed Joan Diver's husband and learned that she drove to the park that morning, likely parking her SUV in the lot near the running path. But police can't locate the vehicle anywhere on the grounds.
Her vehicle being moved is something that we never, experienced, that he would actually take something belonging to the victim.
Searching the area, they discover the missing SUV.
We found it parked about 3 miles away. What I believe happened was that he used the vehicle as a mechanism to get away from the scene, quickly, and parked it closer to where his vehicle was, so he wouldn't have had to spend 5 miles either running or biking down the bike path to get away from the scene.
The question is, if the killer drove the car, did he leave any clues inside the vehicle? To find out, the SUV undergoes extensive forensic examination.
The swabs were coming back either negative or they were coming back with someone from the Diver's family's DNA.
But investigators refuse to give up.
If you're gonna move the car, what do you have to touch? Someone's gotta touch that key and turn the key.
On the ignition, a seasoned Erie County deputy recovers a single bead of sweat and a familiar DNA signature.
One of the swabs that came back and the match was the bike path rapist, and it just gave you goosebumps that now you know for a fact that this person's back after 12 years.
My initial reaction was my heartbeat went up extremely high. I muttered a few words that I can't repeat. We have the same guy, the bike path rapist, same profile.
Investigators focus on their DNA evidence, looking for answers in recent advancements made in forensic science.
A new technology was developed that was capable of determining the biogeographical origin of an individual.
The biogeographical technology studies 160 genetic markers, or DNA sequences, each marker corresponding to a population that lives in a specific geographical region or country. Using the new test, Dr. Simic examines the bike path rapist's DNA, and based on the markers, is able to determine a percentage breakdown of the killer's geographical ancestry.
And it was dead on for a Hispanic individual. I then requested to meet with the task force.
When we talked to Dr. John Simic, he told us it's probably someone of Latino descent.
Knowing their Latino killer frequented prostitutes, investigators revisit old leads.
We looked at everybody who's ever arrested for patronizing a prostitute in a 10-year period in Erie County. We took all the Latino surnames and pulled them off that list.
We had a book with hundreds of names.
Negrelli pulls every Latino name from a long list of men arrested for soliciting prostitutes between 1989 and 2006.
You're next.
He cross-references the two documents, zeroing in on names appearing on both lists.
Two names came up. One was a gentleman who's in jail, and the other one is Altimio Sanchez.
Investigators learned that Altimio Sanchez, a local Buffalo man, was arrested twice for patronizing prostitutes, first in 1991 and then again in 1999. Police also interviewed Sanchez in 1990 after a witness reported seeing him on the bike path the day Linda Yalem was murdered. But the 1990 interview reports indicate that Sanchez was highly cooperative with police and bore no resemblance to the rapist. The attacker described as a man with a full head of wavy dark hair. Reluctant to let Sanchez off the hook, the team digs into his background, searching financial and employment records. They discover that 20 years ago in 1986, he co-signed a loan for his uncle, a man named Wilfredo Carabello, and a prime suspect in an unsolved Buffalo rape case dating back to 1981.
A Buffalo State college student was cutting through Delaware Park to go home. She was raped very close to the area a lot of these other bike path rapist attacks occurred. 3 days later, she was at a mall in our area, the Boulevard Mall, and she saw her attacker. She reports that to her sister. The sister follows the attacker out of the mall. They get the license plate. They call the police.
From the 1981 case file, Petronic learns that the vehicle spotted at the mall was registered to Wilfredo Carabello. Carabello was questioned at the time but denied any wrongdoing. He was finally dismissed as a suspect when the victim failed to identify him as her attacker.
No.
But why was Carabello's name resurfacing 25 years later and in connection with recent rapes? Police bring him in for questioning.
What we wanted was to swab him as a potential suspect to clear him or possibly identify him as a bike path rapist.
The swab is sent to the lab for immediate DNA analysis.
Dr. Simic called us and said, that swab that you handed in has very close familial ties with the bike path rapist.
Sir.
The test results clear Carabello as a suspect. But police still want to know why the rape victim recognized his vehicle at a Buffalo mall back in 1981.
That's my nephew. He said, well, there's something I didn't tell the police back then. My nephew, Altimio Sanchez, was driving the vehicle.
Carabello confesses. He loaned his car to his nephew the day the college student was raped in 1981. And then again 3 days later when it was spotted at the mall, holding back the information all these years to protect his nephew.
We immediately that day turned around and started focusing. Basically, we shut down everything we were doing and we focused on Altimio Sanchez.
The pieces of the puzzle suddenly start to fall into place.
He actually had a Pontiac four-door Sunbird registered to him in 1992.
The same make of car that Majane Mazer was seen getting into the day she was murdered. Sanchez is placed under 24-hour surveillance, where investigators discover that the man they've been hunting for 16 years is a respected family man, a very unlikely candidate for a serial rapist and killer.
He worked at a local company, had a great work record, married, 2 children, real active with his church.
With the prime suspect finally in their sights, do police have enough concrete evidence to prove that Altimio Sanchez, a pillar of his community, is the cold-blooded serial killer they've been searching for all along? Buffalo area police are convinced that the bike path rapist, responsible for terrorizing 11 innocent women across the state for more than 2 decades, is a local, hardworking family man. But the suspect, Altemio Sanchez, denies accusations of rape and murder and refuses to cooperate with police.
Now we have to figure out, to find out whether he truly is our guy. Now it has to be determined how to get his DNA.
We started surveillance on him 24/7. We attempted a couple of different things.
Digging deeper into his background, investigators learn that Sanchez is illegally in possession of a gun.
He actually had an outstanding permit that was suspended because of one of his prostitution arrests. We went over to his house on a ruse to pick up the weapon, hoping we'd have DNA on the weapon. We were posing as 2 detectives from pistol permits. We needed to pick up this weapon.
The gun undergoes immediate forensic examination.
And we were hoping that he was going to leave some DNA on the weapon. And, you know, Murphy's Law, when it came back, there wasn't. We weren't successful with a DNA match.
Surveillance teams continue to watch Sanchez, looking for any opportunity to collect his discarded DNA.
We're on 24/7.
But Sanchez gives police little to work with, never playing into their hands.
We were frustrated, but we knew we're just going to stay on this guy until we get it.
For 10 whole days, investigators remain in a standoff until Sanchez takes his wife to a local restaurant, where police wait for him to make a mistake.
Altemio and his wife kind of got dressed up, and they went to kind of a nice urban, little chic restaurant, and our investigators went in there, and they sat at the bar and watched him. And as soon as he's done with his meal, they were able to collect his napkin and utensils, drinking glass.
Once again, Dr. Simic wastes no time and tests the evidence, looking for traces of Sanchez's DNA.
I was working almost around the clock just because of the feeling that this was the person, and I really wanted to see if this was going to be the end of it.
As we were waiting for Dr. Simic to call us on that DNA, we all grouped together that evening, and we were in the task force. And when the phone rang, I asked Dr. Simic to hold on and put him on speakerphone. And everybody was huddled around the telephone, and the first words out of Dr. Simic's mouth was, "You got him." And everybody was so excited that we finally identified this person that's been evading us for decades.
Scott Petronic called me up and said, "Steve, it's him, it's him." And I'm in the car, driving on the New York State Thruway, screaming. My wife that looks at me, she goes, "Are you crazy?" I go, "We got him." She's like, "No." I said, "We got him. We got him."
Police tracked down Sanchez on his way home from working the night shift at a local factory.
As soon as he left work, we were on him. No matter what, he wasn't going home.
What's that? After eluding the law for more than 2 decades, the notorious bike path rapist is finally in police custody.
He's often been called a monster, also known through the years as the bike path rapist. 21 years after the first case linked by forensics, authorities now have arrested Altemio Sanchez, saying they have a 100% DNA match.
The community where Altemio Sanchez lived was very upset by this. You know, they didn't believe it. I even received calls from some of the neighbors that, you know, you guys have the wrong guy. We just have to let you know this is not the guy. But the thing that we had in our corner on this case was the DNA.
And in the face of irrefutable forensic evidence, on May 16, 2007, Altemio Sanchez pleads guilty to 3 counts of murder. 3 months later, he is sentenced to 75 years in prison with no chance of parole. Because in New York State, rapes are subject to a 5-year statute of limitations, Sanchez is only prosecuted for a portion of the rapes he committed. Authorities believe he is responsible for 25 more, dating back as far as 1975.
He was just an average guy, an average working guy in Buffalo. Held a blue-collar job, family man. Everyone said he loved his wife. He would open up his home in the summer, have the neighbors over. If the neighbors needed anything, he was there to assist them. Did things at the church, worked bingo. It's the guy you would see at the corner store.
He had the capability to turn the switch on 1 minute, and be this horrific monster, and turn it off and be the good family man the next.
I think all cops want to just go out knowing that someone didn't get away, someone didn't beat him. And very honestly, he beat us for a long time.
Every year, Greater Buffalo honors victims of the bike path terrorist with a focus on preventing any such tragedies from ever happening again. The annual Linda Yalem Safety Run is held at the University at Buffalo to remember the victims and to promote personal safety. Meet John Doe, a quiet, friendly type who likes to keep his yard trim and tidy. He's a perfect neighbor in every way but one. John Doe kills women, a lot of women.
The bodies are piling up. People began wondering what's going on here. Who are these women? Who's killing them?
17 women dead, and police can't find him. He's a serial killer with the ultimate weapon. He's a chameleon.
Serial killers' trademark is their ability to manipulate those around them into believing that they're nothing more than just a regular human being.
It was like a puzzle, and I wanted to solve it.
A dark, twisted puzzle spawned from the mind of a killer that only forensic science can stop. Spokane, Washington. By day, it's a safe place to raise a family. But when night falls, a darker underbelly emerges. In the past 3 years, 6 women have been found dead, shot and dumped in the countryside. Their bodies are so decomposed, police find little evidence, and identifying them takes months. When investigators finally do put names to the victims, they discover they have one thing in common. They are ladies of the night.
It was extremely unusual to have dead prostitutes in the city of Spokane within a short period of time. We had some type of a serial murder situation going on here. There was somebody preying on that segment of our society here in Spokane.
Then the streets grow quiet, and investigators pray the killing is over. August 26, 1997. A rider on the outskirts of Spokane sees what he thinks is a dead deer.
That is no animal.
Detectives Rick Grabenstein and Fred Rooch respond to the crime scene. Is this woman the latest victim of the serial killer? The location of the body strikes a chord with investigators.
It was in a rural area, wheat fields and trees.
Grabenstein and Rooch know this countryside well.
Every single body that was found in this county, regardless of the reason, we responded to it.
Previous crime scenes have yielded little evidence. This victim's wounds are fresh, potentially offering clues about the killer. A small hole in the skull points to the cause of death.
Yeah, I've got a bullet hole in the back there.
She had apparently been the victim of a gunshot wound to the head, shot with a small caliber handgun.
But if they're right, the crime scene doesn't match the crime.
Every time you have a head wound, you have a great deal of bleeding, particularly with the gunshot wounds. That blood should be there at the scene.
When there's a lack of blood in an immediate location, that generally indicates that the killing did not occur there, and this is what's commonly referred to as a dump site.
Every one of the victims had been transported by a motor vehicle to their body found sites. We know we have a car somewhere, more than likely it has a great deal of evidence in it.
And the method of transport isn't the only similarity to the previous crimes.
The fact that they were in the rural areas, all female, in different conditions of disrobing, and the fact that they all having been shot, it did lead you to at least suspect strongly that there was some relationship there.
If the serial killer is back, investigators need hard evidence to confirm their suspicion. But first, they have to ID the victim. Through dental records, they learn her name is Jennifer Joseph, a local prostitute. At the autopsy, the coroner looks for the serial killer's signature MO.
There were generally at least 2 gunshot wounds to the head region, very closely situated. And this is sometimes referred to in police and military circles as double tapping. In other words, the habit of firing, if you're going to fire the gun, fire it twice.
But Jennifer Joseph's body tells a different story.
In this particular autopsy, there were some distinctly different findings. She had gunshot wounds elsewhere. That included the left shoulder, and there was also a gunshot wound to the chest region, the anterior chest region. This strongly suggests that this lady either resisted or may have potentially almost got away.
Bullet fragments indicate the killer used a .22 pistol, a discovery which gives them pause for thought. Investigators know the previous victims were shot with the larger .25 caliber weapon. Now they must ask themselves, is the killer changing his MO? Or worse, could this be the work of a copycat killer? To link Jennifer's murder to the others, they'll need more than circumstantial evidence. The coroner searches her body for traces of the killer's DNA.
What we're looking for primarily is seminal fluid. That gives us the opportunity, if we can recover it, for DNA identification of a perpetrator, or at least somebody who's had intercourse in a brief interval prior to the death.
In previous cases, the massive deterioration of the bodies made DNA retrieval almost impossible.
In many cases, putrefaction was so bad that you weren't even sure that you could tell where you were sampling.
Despite these challenges, the coroner has managed to get 2 matching DNA samples from previous victims. Now he searches for male DNA in Jennifer Joseph's body. True to form, the coroner gets his sample, and with it, the answer investigators have been waiting for.
It became very apparent to us that this was the DNA of our killer.
Despite the different MO used in the Jennifer Joseph killing, the DNA evidence leaves no doubt that after a year of silence, the serial killer is back on the prowl. If investigators want to catch their killer, they have to head down to his watering hole. And in Spokane, that means East Sprague Avenue, better known as the Track. They spread a wide net, attempting to identify regular customers.
We briefed the uniform division to try to make as much note as possible of everybody that was utilizing the prostitutes out there.
What's going on?
But winning the confidence of these women presents police with a challenge.
The relationship between police and prostitutes is typically real adversarial. We're on opposite sides of the law.
The prostitutes stonewall the police at every turn.
They're reluctant to report any of this to the police, and because they don't trust the police.
The killer chooses his victims wisely. He stalks the Track, knowing full well that a missing prostitute attracts little police attention.
There were people at higher levels controlling purse strings, that sort of thing, that did make some off-the-cuff comments about spending that much time investigating the death of a prostitute.
But the attitudes of local citizens presents an even greater obstacle.
Because only prostitutes were showing up dead, there was really, unfortunately, not a lot of attention paid to this, and this community woke up very slowly to what was going on. If these had been school teachers or nurses ending up dead and tossed into these fields and along the roadsides, something would have been done much quicker.
You know, the public's perception of the victims out there, that's a very little concern to me as a detective. I'm the guy at the bottom. My job is to catch who's killing them.
That job's about to get a whole lot harder. In a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, the killer continues to elude police. Over the next few months, right under their noses, he strikes again and again and again.
This guy is not going to quit killing people.
With every murder, the Spokane serial killer is cleaning up his act. In Spokane, Washington, investigators are chasing an elusive serial killer. They have his DNA, but no viable suspect to match it with. And with his latest victim, he's getting better at covering his tracks.
I noticed that placed over her head was a plastic shopping bag with a smiley face imprinted on it. And at that time, myself and the other detectives present discussed whether this was some kind of a sick joke, for lack of a better term.
The latest victim is 26-year-old Darla Sue Scott. Investigators question the purpose of the plastic bag.
These are obviously not playing any role in the death. And the reason for that is there are no holes in the bags, and there are gunshot wounds at the head underneath the bag. The only explanation that seems reasonable for this is that a person is probably transporting the body and needs to stop the shedding of blood from the wounds.
With this new trick under his belt, the killer won't be leaving any more evidence behind in his car. He's cleaning up his act.
If I can use the term learning in a perverse sense, that's what's going on. He's learning from each of his victims as he moves along through the course of these murders.
With the death toll rising, women working the streets, like Christine Smith, know that every trick is a high-stakes gamble.
How you doing, honey?
It's like playing Russian roulette, really. Everybody was in fear. I mean, it wasn't just, I don't think it was just the prostitutes. I mean, everyone was concerned.
Although the track is a hunting ground, many prostitutes stay for one simple reason: drugs.
Every penny I made went to crack. Every single penny. I would work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, go, and it was just to buy crack.
In the women that work the track, the killer knows he's got a desperate and captive supply of victims. For Christine Smith and the others, leaving town isn't an option.
I mean, you gotta feed the gorilla on your back, no matter what.
Pressuring the prostitutes for information isn't working, so investigators adopt a new strategy. They send in officers with special instructions: build trust with the women.
We had detectives assigned just for that purpose, whose marching orders were basically to overlook any of the misdemeanor or low-level criminal activity they may be involved in, befriend them, become their friend, become their trusted somebody, so that they'll call you.
Through sheer persistence, they finally succeed in getting one of the women to open up. She reveals a key piece of information about the night Jennifer Joseph disappeared.
Last time I saw her, she was getting into a white Corvette.
A white Corvette? Did she get a plate? Is he a regular?
No.
We had a good identification that Jennifer Joseph had been seen in a white Corvette, the last time that we could verify that she was seen alive.
It's the first big break in the case. But locating the car is not as easy as it might seem.
We had about 4,000 Corvette registrations from eastern Washington and another 900 from northern Idaho.
Investigators are also concerned that the car's color might have been misreported.
Some people's idea of what white is another person's silver or another person's light blue, so you're worried about excluding cars that might be the killer's car. So the list is several thousand Corvettes long.
Right. I got the pictures of the vets.
In an effort to focus the list, they re-examine their evidence looking for any connection to the car. Forensic technician Kevin Jenkins recovers a red fiber from Jennifer Joseph's shoe.
The characteristics that I look at to determine if something is a carpet fiber is generally the size. Carpet fibers are generally larger than those used for clothing or upholstery.
Based on the lifestyle of the victim, he concludes that those fibers are not from just any carpet.
The fibers were likely from a automotive source, just by the nature of the victims being prostitutes and in and out of cars on a regular basis.
Now investigators have a specific tool to pare down the 4,900 Corvettes on their list. They meet with Corvette owners. They check all used car lots and Corvette clubs, collecting carpet samples from every Corvette they find with a red interior.
Carpet samples from several vehicles were sent to the laboratory for analysis to compare against the carpet fibers that were found on Jennifer Joseph.
But there is no match. Checking almost 5,000 vehicles is going to take time. Time the killer can use to hunt his next victim. Investigators finally know the make of the Spokane serial killer's car and even the color of its carpet. But they are no closer to determining his identity. They turn to the one piece of evidence they have that might bear the mark of their killer.
We were hoping to potentially get a print off of those bags, if at all possible.
Investigators turn to a radical new approach in fingerprint technology.
I first became aware of it one night at home watching a television show about forensic work.
The new cutting-edge technology is called vacuum metal deposition. It's the last chance they have to get the killer's fingerprints.
This machine is a large metal tank from which they extract all the air and turn it into virtually a perfect vacuum.
The device works by heating zinc and gold within the tank until they vaporize. The metals coat everything except contaminants.
The fingerprints show up because that is a contaminant, and any contaminant disrupts the deposition of the metal onto the article.
Having now retrieved 4 smiley face bags from the killer's latest victims, police are confident they'll find something. But the first bag reveals nothing. Disappointed, they return to the drawing board. 3 bags from 3 victims are painstakingly run through the system, but still no sign of their killer. On their last try, they finally catch a break and manage to pull a print. It's not the fingerprint they'd been hoping for. It's a palm print, and that poses problems for investigators.
The palm print has to be compared 1-to-1 with a suspect palm print by a human examiner.
The trouble is, investigators are a long way from finding a suspect.
I likened the whole investigation to a roller coaster. We would be up one moment, believing we were on the trail of our killer, only to find that the lab would prove us wrong.
With every blind alley they go down, the killer gets another chance to strike. And 2 weeks after his last murder, he decides to double his efforts.
Both of us?
The latest victims are Laura Wasson and Sean McClenahan. Again, it's the same MO. The victims are prostitutes found in an isolated rural setting. Both have been shot in the head. Both are tagged with the killer's infamous calling card. But this time, one of the bodies yields a clue. A strange mark behind her left ear.
When a contact gunshot wound occurs, there's a good chance the skin is blown back against the end of the barrel, and that can leave an imprint.
Please! Please!
Based on ballistics, police know the killer used a .22 caliber pistol. Now forensic technician Ed Robinson hopes to use the gunshot mark to zone in on the specific make and model of the murder weapon.
I was provided with photographs of one of the shooting victims which depicted damage to the skin near the ear of the head. Looking at the photograph, I was fairly sure, based on my original list of 3 firearms, that I was going to be able to narrow it down to 1 firearm. The process that I used was to put a thin layer of clay on a styrofoam mannequin head and then make impressions with various portions of the firearms that I had previously listed. The process for the photography was just to make everything one-to-one so that all of the images were the same size.
After several attempts, he gets a perfect match.
I narrowed the list to Raven pistols.
Police get a list of Raven owners. They compare it to lists of Corvette owners and sex offenders.
It was felt if we could compare all those lists together and sift it and see what shook out the bottom, whose name appeared the most times in all those lists, that was probably our suspect.
13 women dead, and police still don't have a suspect. As the death toll rises, so does the fear in the community.
The pressure was really mounting, and so the public's awareness was really mounting. Even though these women were viewed by many as, quote, just prostitutes, it still was becoming an issue of significant community concern.
I think that the public was also afraid that it was going to stem into, like, not just out on Sprague with the prostitutes, that possibly he'd start killing off other just quote-unquote normal people too.
Police authorities respond to the public pressure.
We formed a task force made up of detectives from the city police department, the sheriff's department, the Washington State Patrol. We had participation from the FBI as well as the Washington State Attorney General's office.
The heightened attention triggers an overwhelming public response.
Once the task force was formed, a hotline was set up, and a lot of people were calling in their neighbors, their friends, their ex-boyfriends, saying, I think you ought to take a look at this guy. And so, in quick order, the task force had a long list of people they needed to look at.
Despite the outpouring of tips, no credible suspects are put forward, suggesting to police the killer is a master at blending in.
Serial killers' trademark is their ability to manipulate those around them into believing that they're nothing more than just a regular human being.
They don't stand out for any particular reason. They don't look like Frankenstein or anything.
The man who is killing prostitutes in cold blood could even be a family man, someone his friends and neighbors would never suspect, someone who's not likely to ever come to the attention of police, someone with an ironclad cover.
Please don't kill me.
With the murder count now at 13, law enforcement agencies across the region join together to catch the elusive Spokane serial killer. Investigators believe they are chasing someone with an ironclad cover, a killer with the ability to hide in plain sight. But with no viable suspects, police follow up on the only concrete lead they have, the killer's brand of weapon. They contact Raven gun owners in the area and bring their weapons in for testing.
25 auto caliber firearms were submitted to the crime lab for test firing and microscopic comparison to the bullets taken from the murder victims. All of the firearms that were submitted were test fired into a water recovery system, which allows for the collection of nearly pristine or pristine bullets and the collection of the test-fired cartridge cases. The bullets were recovered, and those test fires were microscopically compared to the bullets from the murder victims.
But no matches are made, and the frustration wears hard on the team.
My biggest challenge in these cases was to have a positive attitude that hopefully this time we're going to find something that's going to shut down this activity. And over again, that didn't happen, so it's frustrating.
You can't sleep at night. You go to bed at 10 o'clock, you wake up at 2, you turn the coffee pot on, you get the books out, and you start reading about the case. You can't put it away.
Just when they're at their lowest, the killer throws another sucker punch. The 14th victim is Linda Mabin, but this time is different.
The body had been dumped into a ditch and then buried in the botanical debris. There was quite a lot of it in forensic standards still on the site, enough to tell that it did not match the local vegetation.
After thoroughly examining the debris, forensic botanist Richard Old makes an expert determination.
The evidence that was dumped with the bodies was all horticultural in nature. The site where it was dropped was primarily exotic weeds and a few native plants.
The debris provides another clue.
There was no pine needles associated with it, And this is largely a pine needle area.
Instead, Old recognizes traces of Japanese maple, oak, and dark bark chips.
This was typical of horticultural material that would have fallen in the fall. It was deciduous vegetation.
It's the kind of vegetation found in backyards.
There's a lot of illegal dumping that goes on in that area typically, from people getting rid of lawn clippings and cleaning up their yards, that sort of thing. But no one would just put lawn debris on top of bodies, unless you were the killer.
A killer who likes to keep his yard trim and tidy. Based on the materials he found at the crime scene, Richard Old sets about creating a picture of the killer's yard. If he can find that yard, he can find the killer.
That yard that material came from was out there someplace. It was like a puzzle, and I wanted to solve it.
Old knows that the debris came from a landscaped garden. Based on species type and natural proximity from tree to tree, he begins to assemble a unique botanical fingerprint of the killer's lair.
What I imagined the yard to look like was 2 bark beds within 50 feet of each other based on the amount of cross-contamination, and I knew the species composition of each of those bark beds. To know the vegetation as well as knowing that there are 2 separate bark beds made this a very unique location that this material had come from. Normally, botanical evidence is used after a perpetrator has been identified. In this case, we had an opportunity to use the evidence to actually identify the perpetrator.
But legally, they can't just walk into any yard to check the flower beds. Instead, they develop an invaluable investigative tool.
The detectives in the case put together a book of the species that I found in the debris and used this when they were visiting suspects' homes to see if that plant composition occurred on those sites.
This is obviously not the yard.
In his lab, Dr. Lindholm continues to pore over the bodies, searching for any trace evidence the killer may have left behind.
We do take samples of the pubic hair off. We comb it, and we also do pulled samples now. On the comb and the brushings, that you're looking for somebody else's pubic hair is what you're looking for.
Months of examination pays off. Lindholm manages to recover foreign hair follicles from each of the victims.
I analyzed the hairs and compared them and determined that these pubic hairs did not match the victims.
Suggesting one thing: the pubic hairs belonged to the killer. A DNA match to the semen sample recovered from Jennifer Joseph's body confirms their suspicions.
When I analyzed the pubic hairs, I found them to be light brown and likely from a Caucasian person.
Wanna have some fun?
Armed with new information about their killer, investigators return to the track, this time with a new tactic. Undercover officers pose as prostitutes. Every John is a potential suspect.
We had instructed the certain officers who worked that downtown corridor to look for evidence that was pertinent to our investigation, such as grocery and merchandise bags, small caliber weapon, and specifically in any vehicle that might be capable of carrying or conveying a body and a large amount of debris in it.
Hey, where you going?
Even if there's nothing suspicious in the car, a John is still fair game for closer inspection.
Yeah, check this guy out, okay?
If a potential customer contacted them and agreed to a sex act for money that was constituted the crime of soliciting for prostitution, then they would be arrested. We would get their identification. We would get fingerprints and palm prints when they were booked that could be compared to information we already had.
Trying to stay one step ahead of the killer, the task force adopts a radical approach in dealing with missing persons.
We learned real quickly in this investigation to treat all missing persons, particularly females, as if they were homicide victims.
Melody's missing. Remember the last time they saw her?
Police fear the worst when a woman reports that her roommate, Melody Murfin, has gone missing. The local prostitute was last seen leaving her house with a repeat customer, someone she knew well, someone she trusted.
It's not unusual to have repeat customers. I feel safe, he feels safe, we know each other, we know we're not, I'm not out to get him, he's not out to get me, I'm not a cop, he's not a cop.
You ready to go?
The roommate describes the caller as white, middle-aged with brown hair. He fits their serial killer description to a T.
There's a killer out there.
Don't worry. I'll take care of her.
Melody Murfin's disappeared near Mother's Day. Although we had no body with Melody, it was felt that she had been killed because she wasn't around anymore.
Investigators search the city streets and Spokane countryside, but they find no trace of Melody Murfin.
Can I get your name?
3 weeks later, the case takes a dramatic turn when police question local prostitute Christine Smith.
I got hit with something.
You a good man?
A black van pulled up and I got into the van and I had, since there was a serial killer running around, I was trying to always put up my feelers out to get an intuition on whether or not the person was, you know, okay or not.
Yeah, I'm good.
I asked the customer if he was the serial killer.
You sure you're good?
And he said that he was a helicopter pilot with the Army National Guard. He was a father of 5. Now, does that sound like a serial killer to you? We proceeded to drive down the street, and I told him that I wanted to go to my spot. He gave me $40 for oral sex. And nothing was really happening. He said, okay, like he was talking to somebody else. I thought that I had been hit in my head really hard by maybe a wrench or a crowbar. I jumped out of the passenger seat, ran down the street screaming to the top of my lungs. My youngest daughter's life is what flashed before me. And that's what kept me from passing out.
Hello? Hello?
And I went into the elevator and I started pushing buttons so that the elevator would keep the door closed, hoping not to see, you know, a hand come in to open the elevator door. And an arm did come through the elevator at one point, and I thought it was, you know, the person that had just hit me, and it turned out to be the security guard.
After almost 9 years and 13 murders, can someone finally put a face to the notorious Spokane serial killer? After 9 years of hunting the infamous Spokane serial killer, police have a potential eyewitness. Prostitute Christine Smith has survived an attack with an aggressive John.
Because it was a violent crime, the hospital said that I had to make a police report.
Do you have any idea where you were when this happened?
I don't remember.
Smith describes the attack and reports that she was struck in the head with a heavy, blunt object.
No, I don't remember anything.
Christine Smith's case didn't fit the profile that we had of our victims at that time.
The most glaring discrepancy was the fact that she indicated that she had been hit with something, struck with a club or something different.
All of our victims had been shot in the head. We knew of none of them that had been physically assaulted.
Back to square one. The elusive nature of the killer continues to baffle police. Who is he, and where is he hiding?
We had over 7,000 tips, which ultimately led to about 80,000 pages of investigative material to clear those 7,000 tips. It's a needle in a haystack.
To cross-reference and filter the mountain of leads, forensic technicians turn to a new program called Tipman. From 7,000 tips, tip man narrows the field to just 44 suspects.
Most of these suspects, when they were approached, if they were truly innocent, they were rolling up their sleeves and offering up their blood sample. And if they weren't guilty, bingo, they walked.
Closing in on a possible suspect, police turn their attention to finding the white Corvette.
The Corvette might disappear. I might find it in the woods burned up after it had been reported stolen, or any number of things which would destroy evidence in it.
One by one, investigators approach the 44 Corvette owners on their list of suspects and search their vehicles.
I took a number of samples from the interior carpeting of the Corvette in different areas.
Here it is, guys. Have a look if you want.
Nearing the end of the list, their search pays off. The red carpet fibers strike an immediate chord with investigators.
Those fibers were microscopically almost identical to the fibers that were recovered from Jennifer Joseph's shoes and the towel that are with her body.
But there's a snag. The car owner only recently purchased the Corvette.
I got all the paperwork in the house. We can go get it if you want.
Yes, please.
Now police have to track down the previous car owner and bring him in for questioning. The Corvette is immediately impounded.
As part of our analysis, we pretty much took the Corvette apart piece by piece on the interior of the vehicle.
The vehicle was spotless. It was actually a real collector's car. I would have loved to have owned a car like that.
The team quickly discovers a small white button encased in the passenger floorboard.
I recognized that button immediately as a button that I had seen before.
I compared it against the buttons that were still on the Jennifer Joseph jacket.
It was an identical match to the one that was underneath this car seat.
Despite the fact that the car had been professionally detailed, the forensic team makes out a faint stain on the passenger seatbelt. Immediate DNA testing proves the blood belongs to Jennifer Joseph. The evidence in the vehicle confirms what investigators had earlier suspected. The killer viciously murdered Jennifer Joseph, then drove her lifeless body to the outskirts of Spokane, dumping her in the countryside. Now police need a name in connection to the car. Who was the previous owner of the white Corvette? Police quickly learn that the car was last registered to a helicopter pilot, a doting husband, and a father of 5. The man's name, Robert Yates. Police move in to make an arrest.
We picked an isolated section of highway in case the worst case scenario happened. We weren't going to jeopardize those people in the community.
Copy that. We're taking him down.
Possibly armed. Police leave nothing to chance.
Robert Yates! Want to see both hands out the window now! Out of the car! On the ground now!
When Yates fully complies with police, it begs one question. In their desperate attempt to catch the Spokane serial killer, have investigators captured the wrong man? After a decade of slaughter, Spokane police arrest 47-year-old Robert Lee Yates and charge him with murder. Investigators are convinced they have finally found their killer. Now they need the evidence to prove it. All units are dispatched to the Yates family home.
What I wanted to do is find the weapons in the house first and foremost.
Sorry to have to do this, but we have a warrant to search the premises.
Can you believe it? This guy's a war hero.
He's a helicopter pilot. Mr. Average, Spokane. He had 5 children and a wife. He'd been married. He'd been in the Army. He'd been in the Army National Guard.
It's unbelievable.
A search of the house turns up nothing.
Let's take a look in the yard.
Hoping that Yates may have buried his guns in the garden, investigators move outdoors. But again, the search comes up cold. Forensic botanist Richard Old is initially puzzled by the elaborate landscaping in the backyard.
It didn't work. It wasn't the way I had pictured it in my head.
But a closer examination of the individual plant species draws Old back to his original sketch.
That's what I was saying. It's the stuff that we found in the field, right?
He determines that most of the plants used to cover Linda Maven's body are present in Yates's backyard. But there is one glaring difference: the new red bark.
He covered the black bark with red chips.
When I saw that old bark that I'd spent so many hours digging through, the hair on the back of my neck just stood on end.
Old's theory pays off in spades and fuels a search for more evidence. When police discover a black van on the property, they strip it for clues and turn up a bullet fragment. But is it enough to guarantee a conviction? Investigators are then approached by former prostitute Christine Smith. She tells them about the recent visit she made to her doctor.
He comes back into the room and he says, well, Miss Smith, you have the beginning of osteoarthritis in your neck, but can you tell me what year you were shot?
X-rays reveal bullet fragments lodged in the bone at the base of Christine's skull. Her attacker didn't hit her with a crowbar, as she had earlier believed. He shot her point blank in the head.
I was shot right here, and it being that close to my ear, all you hear is an immense ringing.
It's a miracle that Christine Smith survived the attack. The fragments are removed from her skull and sent to the ballistics lab for comparison.
I was able to say that they were consistent in design with the bullet that had been recovered from a van where Christine Smith had been.
DNA testing will make or break the case. If investigators can prove that the semen samples recovered from the earlier victims belong to Yates, they have their killer. The DNA results are unmistakable. Robert Lee Yates is the Spokane serial killer, responsible for murdering 14 women in Spokane County.
I gotta tell you that I started to cry. I sat at my desk and I cried. I was so happy that we had finally done what we'd set out to do.
The state's agreement.
But investigators aren't done with Yates. The prosecution makes a deal. They'll waive the death penalty in exchange for information. They suspect Yates is responsible for the disappearance of Melody Murphin, the prostitute reported missing 2 years earlier.
He drew on a little map that he gave to his defense attorneys, and we followed his defense attorneys.
From a helicopter thousands of feet in the air, our own Dave Midgley points to a house in South Spokane.
The map leads them right back to the Yates family home.
Got something here.
We encountered a badly decomposed body that had obviously been buried for some time. That body that had been buried at Mr. Yates' home for the better part of 2 years was that of Melody Murphin.
In a Spokane courtroom, Robert Lee Yates receives a life sentence. In a separate trial in Pierce County, there's no obligation to honor Yates's plea bargain.
The jury ultimately decided he should be put on death row, where he still is today.
I can tell you that every one of those women were loved dearly by somebody at some point in their lives.
A memorial service is held for all the victims. Closure for their families.
Because the victims, even though they were prostitutes, they were still mothers and daughters and aunts and nieces and, grandkids of people.
It's 1981 in Colchester County, a bucolic region of small towns and farmland near Windsor, Ontario. A place where neighbor knows neighbor and few people lock their doors. Until the trust that binds this community together is suddenly shattered. A woman arrives at her neighbor's door in the early morning hours. She's been the victim of a vicious crime. The first in a string of crimes that will terrorize the region.
Well, this was something we hadn't really seen before. It was something we weren't prepared for.
It was a mystery man. There wasn't really a clear picture of who was doing this.
You realize that you have a ticking time bomb out there that's going to happen again.
Initially, this was a case that was probably never going to be solved.
Terror will reign over Colchester County for more than 18 years, until a revolution in forensic science strikes fear into the heart of a predator. August 31st, 1981. Police get a call from a 65-year-old woman.
Division, Smith and Dibley.
She indicated that 2 men had broken into her house and had stolen her car.
As far as I knew, it was just a break and enter.
But when the police arrive at the crime scene, they learn there's a lot more to the story.
I did a circle check of the house and found that the phone wires had been cut at the rear of the residence. They were trying to prevent her from calling for help.
The air conditioner had been pulled out of the front window and was outside of the house on the ground, which showed us the point of entry. In the house, there was mud leading up the steps.
The trail of mud leads police to a shocking discovery.
The bedroom door was actually kicked in.
That was such a violent act that it had broken the door frame in half.
In the bedroom itself, there was chairs upside down, and there appeared to have been a struggle.
When investigators question the victim at the neighbor's house,
It's okay, take your time.
they discover that she is overcome by emotion.
I asked her, well, what is it you want to tell me? And
he tore my nightdress. And
with the encouragement of investigators, she now tells the full story. The victim says that she had fled to her bedroom after hearing the intruders, and that one man had followed her upstairs.
He threw the lady on the floor and ripped her nightgown off. She had been sexually assaulted. At first, it was disbelief when we heard this, that someone would do this to this lady. It was very disturbing.
But the attacker is interrupted when the second intruder comes upstairs.
The other suspect saw what he was doing and said, "Let's go." And they'd stole her car when they left.
Obviously, she was petrified. So she remained in this bedroom, awake, I'm sure, the entire night, afraid, alone, terrified of, is this guy coming back?
Investigators can find nothing that points them to a prime suspect. There are no fingerprints because the intruders wore gloves. The victim cannot describe her attackers because they wore balaclavas. And outside the house, there are no discernible footprints or tire tracks except those from the stolen car. The victim tries to get on with her life, but she lives in constant fear that her attacker will return.
She was traumatized, and it basically ruined the latter part of her life, this attack.
1 year later, on November 17th, 1982, a woman living in an isolated farmhouse settles down for a quiet night.
The suspect then moved her to the bedroom and sexually assaulted her in her own bed.
He keeps her hostage for hours and then steals her purse. The victim cannot bring herself to report the crime until a full day has passed.
What can be more embarrassing than having to tell a group of people how they've been degraded, how they've been assaulted, and then to repeat that over a number of times to different people for different purposes.
In the investigation that follows, police find no evidence that identifies the attacker, and they doubt that the cases are connected.
In the first instance, the obvious intention was to steal the car. In the second occurrence, the obvious intention was the sexual assault.
And on the second attack, the victim actually said that there was only one person in the house.
But when they compare the two crime scenes, they draw a different conclusion.
At that point, I noticed there was some similarities. The culprit had entered through a first-story window. The phone wires were cut to the residence.
The victim's description of the attacker also matches the previous crime.
He wore dark clothing, his hands were covered with gloves, and he had a balaclava.
Investigators see one other similarity. Both women are in their early 70s.
Targeting elderly women is an unusual characteristic. It may simply be that these were victims who were available, just like a wolf picking off the weakest of a herd to attack.
But I think what made them vulnerable was that they lived far enough from their neighbors and they lived alone.
But police consider another reason for targeting seniors.
The person may choose an elderly victim just like a pedophile chooses a child, because that's a particular group that specifically arouses them.
This was something that was very unique and very upsetting.
So it was very disturbing. I mean, we all have mothers, we all have grandmothers.
As police search for the sexual predator, the attacker continues to prey on the innocent. His penchant for violence is growing. Leaving the 73-year-old victim tied to her bed, the rapist steals her valuables.
Selection of minor, trivial, personal items may well serve as a stimulus for further fantasy. So these are like souvenirs that will bring back a memory of an experience that they want to recapture and which is arousing for them.
What happened afterwards, the attacker left and she heard him drive away. She went out and listened, waited for the vehicle to go away, and then eventually, after sitting on her porch for a while, walked to her daughter and son-in-law's house, still with binder twine that he had tied her to the bed with on her ankle.
By now, police are profoundly worried, especially because of something that was said to the last victim.
He said that next time he would kill her.
Those who are sexually excited by causing injury and pain and suffering and humiliation of their victims may well require more violence to sexually arouse them.
How far will the attacker go? And will his appetite for sexual violence finally drive him to make a mistake? Three women living alone in the Colchester area have been sexually assaulted and robbed. At the third crime scene, police discover a semen stain on the victim's nightgown, the first piece of physical evidence that could point to a suspect.
In the early 1980s, if there was a semen stain that was found on a piece of evidence, the only kind of analysis that could be done was ABO typing.
This technique establishes blood type. The semen sample from the third attack comes from a person with type O blood.
The only thing that really could be done in this case was eliminating people who had A or B or AB blood types.
This leaves everyone who is type O.
40% of the population are type O, and to go after 40% of the population is ridiculous.
But blood type can be combined with other information to build a case, and police do have other clues. First, all three victims describe an attacker of a similar stature. They also agree on something else.
The victims indicated that their attackers spoke with an accent, so we started looking heavily at the immigrant community.
Colchester South is quite a mix of people who've lived there for many generations from actually many different European ethnic backgrounds.
I was thinking it might be an immigrant worker from another area because being a farming community, there were a lot of workers that come in during the harvest season.
But their biggest break comes after the third victim reports that her attacker drove away in a car with a noisy muffler. When patrol officers in the area hear a car matching that very description, they are desperate to question the driver.
Can I have your name, please, sir?
Then they notice that he speaks with an accent.
I ask you to get into the car, please.
And there is something else.
And the officers found binder twine in the vehicle. The third victim was bound to the bed with binder twine. Found knife blades with a black substance on the knife blades.
The man's name is Manuel Fortuna. When police bring him in for questioning, they learn that he lives just down the street from the third victim. And more suspiciously, cannot account for his whereabouts on the night of the attack.
Where were you that night?
At a bar.
What would the bar be called?
Those things put together drew some heavy suspicion onto Mr. Fortuna.
Police decide to lay charges against him. A bizarre turn of events now puts the man in an even worse position. When his wife hears of his arrest, she comes forward with some additional evidence.
There is blood.
Information came from his wife that she had gotten a pair of underwear from him that had blood on it.
Out all night, always at the bar. I can't keep track of him.
When police test the blood, they find that it is type O, the same as the attacker. But the evidence is not enough to get a conviction, so police use it to push for a confession.
Let me ask you this. Why is your wife coming down here?
I really don't know.
But the man does not break.
At the time we dropped the charges on Mr. Fortuna, the investigation essentially was dead. We had no place to go, we had no evidence to go from, and nothing forthcoming in the immediate future that we could see that was going to help us.
Police try everything to prevent another attack, advising the public on safety measures, stepping up patrols, but the predator feeds off their efforts. On a spree of escalating violence that targets 3 more women. The eldest is 83 years old.
The 6th victim had been beaten up quite badly. She had bruises on her face and her arms. Something was going to happen where he would kill one of these ladies, whether he would kill them on purpose or that a heart attack could claim them.
Desperate for help, local investigators turn to the Ontario Provincial Police for backup. Together, they form a task force. They start by reviewing every scrap of evidence and asking every possible question.
Who delivers your oil? Who delivers your newspaper? Do you have anybody cutting your lawn? Did you have a roofing job done recently with a gang of guys up on your roof? Anything at all.
Here, look at this. The investigators also seek out new forms of crime analysis.
I went anywhere that I could go that I thought might shed some light on who we were looking for. And at that time, the FBI were into crime profiling.
The FBI agrees to help Canadian investigators produce a profile of the Colchester rapist.
We'll look at the conduct of the offender in his interaction with the victim. We'll look at the level of violence, the type of sexual activity, factors that might suggest this offender is aware, conscious of the risk of being identified through forensic evidence. And sometimes we might be able to associate crime scene behavior to known criminal personalities.
This is an individual who doesn't have much power, authority, much significance in the real world. And so through these attacks on elderly women, he's able to feel empowered.
Today, police did release an unknown offender profile, the same ones commonly used by the FBI. It was produced by special investigators with the OPP. The suspect is a white male in his 30s who is probably familiar with the victim. He would be a loner, not physically powerful, with a history of domestic strife.
The profile partially fits their strongest suspect, Manuel Fortuna. It also generates a list of 200 new suspects. But the suspect list is vast and unspecific and creates more work for the already busy investigators. Fear and frustration plague the community.
There was a lot of fear after the first few attacks because there was so many unanswered questions and they were such horrible crimes.
There were a good many people who had elderly relatives living in the county and didn't want them terrorized.
It changed a lot of people's lives. A lot of houses went up for sale.
Women did sell farms or move into town or move in with family.
They were just terrified to stay at home by themselves.
The work of investigators has been widely publicized. Everyone knows about it. So when the rapist strikes again, there is no doubt about the message.
Well, there's no question about it. It's a kick in the teeth.
They're above average intelligence, most of them, and they often get a kick out of being ahead of the authorities.
But this time, the attacker has made a crucial mistake. He's stolen a piece of traceable evidence that could blow the case wide open. Frustrated by a violent predator that rapes and robs elderly women, Colchester police are no closer to finding their attacker. But when the rapist steals the purse of his latest victim, she remembers something distinctive that she left inside.
There was the first piece of actual traceable evidence stolen, and it was a $20 bill.
Which had something written on it or stamped on it.
Someone had scribbled an odd comment about a politician on the bill.
Had Pierre Trudeau resigned today written on it.
Police now release information about the bill to the media, hoping that it will generate a lead. Within a day, they hit pay dirt.
We got a call from a linen supplier, a guy who drops off hand towels and so on in bars.
They indicated that they had gotten the bill in payment from Silver's Tavern.
It was a strip bar in Windsor.
The bartender vaguely remembers receiving the marked bill for a drink. The man who paid him was a part-time employee at the establishment.
Hey, honey, take a break.
His name is David Chevalier.
He ran and got coffee for the strippers, and he cleaned up any messes that might occur and this kind of stuff.
Come with us, please.
Police take him in for questioning.
You know why you're here today?
When confronted by the evidence of the $20 bill, Chevalier offers little resistance.
What else happened that night with that old lady?
I raped her.
Now, we were very interested in, if you've done this one, how many others have you done?
It doesn't take much. Within hours, the suspect confesses that he committed 2 of the 6 remaining assaults. Do police finally have their rapist? They're worried that the confession was too easy, so they decide to test it.
Normally, in a matter like this, you've always got some holdback evidence, something that only the bad guy would know, or possibly the victim as well, and ultimately the police. He wasn't able to come up with any holdback stuff that we had.
Broke in the front door?
And I saw her going to the house.
So the investigators ask Chevalier to point out the locations of the crimes he claims to have committed.
He pointed out a couple of houses where, to the best of our knowledge, nothing ever happened. I think he was enjoying the spotlight a little bit.
I just used a crowbar.
But the suspect now surprises police by showing knowledge of the crime involving the $20 bill.
And then her bedroom was on the right-hand side.
We ended up charging him with that one.
Chevalier is eventually convicted of that crime. But police aren't convinced that he had any connection to the other 6 attacks.
He was, I think, 21, early 20s when he was convicted, which would have made him a teenager when these attacks started. So I didn't get the sense in the early 90s that anyone thought these cases had been solved because of that one case.
There wasn't a great sense of relief on the part of the investigators. I know there certainly wasn't on my part, simply because we felt he was good for the one, but that left the other 6 unaddressed.
With Chevalier behind bars, 2 new reports of rape and robbery in the area force Colchester police to confront a cold reality. Their rapist is still at large. A disturbing pattern starts to emerge.
We were looking for a commonality between all these victims.
Some victims had members of the police actually in their families. The third one had 2 grandsons who were RCMP, a son who was actually on the Colchester police. The second one, her son was actually an identification officer with the RCMP.
In fact, one of my investigators, his aunt was a victim.
So it sort of raised the specter, did this person hate the police?
Was the attacker trying to engage police in the ultimate game of payback? Who is the monster who has been terrorizing this community for over 11 years? Only a revolution in forensic science can shine light into the darkest corners of our fears. From 1981 to 1992, 9 women have been brutally raped and robbed in the countryside near Windsor, Ontario. The eldest is 83 years old. Police have been repeatedly frustrated by a lack of solid evidence. But now a revolution in forensic science is underway.
This is just when DNA technology was coming to the fore in Canada.
Surprisingly, the new technology is based on a very small part of human DNA.
Most of that DNA is actually the same amongst the whole population, but a small fraction of that DNA differs, and that's why you look different than the people around you. And a small portion of that differs tremendously. Those are called hypervariable parts of the DNA.
DNA technology compares these hypervariable areas in 2 samples of DNA, usually one from a crime scene and one from a suspect. If these hypervariable areas are the same, the chance that the 2 samples come from separate people is low.
If you just looked at one area, the chance of you having a profile and another person having the same profile at one location might be 1 in 10. Not very discriminating. But when you get to 3 and 4 locations, then that discrimination potential increases to 1 in thousands to 1 in hundreds of thousands. Once we get to 9 locations, there's a great discrimination potential.
But the good news is quickly overshadowed when the rapist sends shockwaves through Colchester County. The worst fears of police are realized when a woman in her 70s is found murdered. Her hands are tied to her bed. The MO is consistent with the previous attacks.
The body of Mary Louise Amlin was discovered in her house in Malden Township. Police say she was bound and gagged before she was murdered. Police know how she died, but won't release that information. There is no forensic evidence that Amlin was sexually assaulted. However, the position of the body and the fact Amlin was tied up led police to that theory. Inspector Jim Hutchison of the OPP.
Person broke in, but not with the intent, the sole intent of stealing, that a sexual assault was the intent of the break and enter.
Gord Amlin discovered his mother's body.
I'm thoroughly convinced that it's someone locally, and I'm thoroughly convinced that they will find the person.
A new task force is created to investigate the murder. Their first question, is this homicide related to the previous sexual assaults?
There was a lot of similarities. A lot of similarities. Point of entry, window. Similarity. Phone lines cut. Similarity.
She lived in Malden Township, which was in the area of the geographic hunting zone of the Colchester rapist.
Investigators are very aware of the power that DNA technology puts in their hands. They scour the murder scene for the killer's DNA, but another question still haunts them.
If we catch the person for the rapes, do we catch the person for the homicide?
With the rape cases, police can now make use of the new technology and return to the semen samples collected years ago for blood typing.
These were either internal samples taken from the victims, or they were the nightclothes worn by the victims. And these samples contain semen. We produced DNA profiles from those semen stains. Those profiles then were compared to each other to see whether or not they came from different people or the same person.
After 15 years, police finally get their first definitive answer.
Those cases indicated one individual that had committed the sexual assaults at the time conclusively.
It was a single offender for each case, and the same offender for each case.
Pretty violent affair, would you say?
With this decisive new information, investigators approach their first major suspect, Manuel Fortuna. Fortuna now has a chance to exonerate himself.
It gnawed away at him for those 18 years. I think it's a pretty devastating allegation.
He jumps at the chance to give a DNA sample.
Months after we had collected his buccal swab, and I went back to Manuel Fortuna's house personally. And we felt that we had to do that rather than a phone call, and advise him and his family that, that he was not responsible for these rapes.
After many years living under a cloud, Manuel Fortuna is finally and completely exonerated. Police then approach David Chevalier, the man convicted for the rape involving the $20 bill. He too agrees to provide a DNA sample for comparison to the DNA gathered at 3 of the crime sites.
They did not match.
DNA proves that Chevalier had nothing to do with the 3 rapes for which there are semen samples. The rape for which he was convicted yielded no DNA, so he serves out his sentence for that crime. Investigators finally have evidence that can identify a suspect with absolute certainty. But they have no suspect to match to the evidence. So the team turns to an emerging forensic technique.
This seemed to be the exact type of case that geographic profiling would assist the investigation.
The theory behind geographic profiling is that offenders commit crimes in areas they're comfortable.
Rapists, like many other kinds of offenders, will feel most comfortable in an area that they're familiar with, just as all of us have our own little habits and ways of controlling our environment, if you like. So that for a rapist to choose individuals to rape that they can get easy access to and make a good escape would make perfect sense.
We can look at how far they're likely to travel in certain directions based on what kinds of crimes they're willing to commit.
The profiler then identifies a central area that is within a comfortable distance of the crime sites.
I was able to identify an area south of Windsor where I believed it was most likely that the offender lived.
Police now have a target zone only a few kilometers across. They look for people on their suspect list who live in this small area.
Took the list from 200 people of interest down to a possible 29 or 30.
The goal now is to approach every one of them for a DNA sample. Surprisingly, most people cooperate.
Just want to clear you as a suspect, sir. We just need a sample of your DNA.
Why do some comply and why some don't? I mean, the ones that comply do because they have nothing to hide.
Oh, what can I do for you? Sir, mind if we come in? By all means.
Just outside, kids.
But there is another reason. Even the men on the suspect list with criminal records are shocked by the nature of these crimes.
Several of them were quite upset that we would even think that they may have something to do with it.
Police.
But not all contacts go so smoothly.
Just wondering if you wouldn't mind providing us with a DNA sample.
You gotta be kidding.
Just to clear your name up.
Several of the suspects politely told us that they didn't want any part of it. So now we had to develop ways to acquire their DNA. And what I mean by that is now we're looking at throwaway DNA, discarded DNA, garbage DNA. So we spend months following people, doing surveillance on people, watching people's houses.
There's the goods. Right there. Good.
Like two arms of a pincer, geographic profiling and DNA analysis are slowly closing in on a suspect. In a race against time, police ramp up their resources. Every effort is devoted to catching the killer.
You realize that you have a ticking time bomb out there that's going to happen again.
Investigators are poised on a nice edge between hope and fear when a routine interview leads to a dramatic breakthrough. A violent rapist has been terrorizing Colchester County for more than 17 years. His most recent attack ended in murder. Police turned to geographic profiling to identify a list of suspects. Now they need their DNA.
On that suspect list was a person by the name of Stanley Bayliss. He was well known to police. We went to his residence, spoke to him, asked him if he would come out and speak to us in our van. And within seconds of being in the van, he starts saying that, "Oh, I know why you're here. It's about the car."
It's that car thing, right? All I was there for was to steal that car.
Police listen intently as Bayliss unexpectedly takes them back to his role in the very first case 17 years ago.
In and out.
They hide their surprise and play along.
And I went, "Yep, that's exactly why we're here. We're here to investigate that." Of course, now we're buying into his story because he's telling us something that is completely unexpected, and this is just a great break for a police officer when someone gives you information that you can deal with.
Bayliss tells them that he stole the lady's car with a friend.
Are you alone?
That it was this friend who sexually assaulted the victim.
Had nothing to do with it. I pulled him off the lady. And after that, I never saw the guy again.
Then Bayliss gives up the friend's name.
You pulled who off the lady?
Dale Greer.
The first victim was assaulted in her bedroom. Bayliss had come upstairs because he'd found the keys for the car and was yelling at Greer, "Let's go, let's go," and was upset with the nature of what Greer was doing to this elderly female. That it was just, you know, a horrifying act.
And after that, I never saw the guy again.
The FBI profile has said that they felt that on the very first rape, which was actually supposed to be just a theft of a vehicle, that the two offenders that went in the residence were friends. That after what happened to the first victim, they would probably part ways.
Stanley Bayliss is not their rapist, but he has given police a prime suspect. After 17 years, they finally have a name.
We have Mr. Bayliss telling us that he was at the first scene, he was with Dale Greer. Now we're thinking, geez, I wonder if Dale's the guy for the rest of them.
Dale Greer is actually one of the men on the suspect list developed from the geographic profiling. He also has a criminal record. Police have not yet approached him for a DNA sample.
We knew with his previous police involvement that he was not a fan of the police, and that we would have a very tough time even approaching him and even talking to him.
Dale Greer is not exactly what the criminal profile pointed to. He is black, not white, and a family man, not alone.
Dale Greer came from a large family that's lived in the community for a long time, a well-respected family, so people knew each other. I think he himself was not well known in the community. He was an ordinary guy.
Inconsistent to victim reports, he doesn't speak with a foreign accent, but this doesn't rule him out as a suspect.
If you speak with an accent that is not a true accent, it would throw the police off.
That may have likely just been something on his part to confuse the investigators.
What the police need now is a DNA sample, but they believe that asking him directly might tip him off.
So we tried to follow him around. We tried to get his garbage. We tried to get cigarette butts, anything that would give us a solid profile of this person.
But this suspect does not make it easy.
We had really no success in acquiring anything.
What happens next shocks the investigators. Despite wide media coverage and a large police presence, the rapist strikes again. The victim is 77 years old. The MO for this crime is consistent with the other attacks. Incredibly, the house is only a few doors down from Dale Grayer's.
What struck me about that was the boldness of it.
His confidence had to be huge, and every time he did one of these rapes, and apparently in his mind would continue to get away with it, his confidence just kept growing.
In fact, he is so arrogant that he leaves behind another piece of evidence, his balaclava. Police are convinced that this overconfident man is Dale Grayer, but they still can't prove it, so they devise a plan to box him in.
I was able to coordinate and obtain enough personnel to have him under surveillance for 24 hours a day.
Trailing Grayer is complicated because he maintains a home in Windsor where his wife and children live and a house in Colchester where he lives alone.
What that entailed was 2 actual surveillance teams, and in order to do that, they had to go to ground. They literally had to crawl and lay on the ground through the night from the time that it became dark until it was light in the morning.
And all officers were instructed that if Dale Grayer left that house at night for any reason, they were to arrest him.
But there is a gap in their surveillance plan. During the day, Grayer drives to his job as a construction worker. They have to keep tabs on him without being seen. So police develop a method to track Grayer in his car. First, they visit a used car lot and find a car almost identical to Grayer's. After getting a tracking warrant, they break into Grayer's car and remove it from the driveway. It is temporarily replaced with the nearly identical car from the dealership.
So we obtained the use of a vehicle that was identical to his, park it in exactly his spot, so that if there was, an opportunity where he may have looked out a window or something, the vehicle was there, and he wouldn't have been, wise to the idea that, something was happening.
A police technician now installs a hardwired tracking device under Grayer's car.
And we had the vehicle for less than an hour.
Soon after, they exchange the cars again. Police track Dale Grayer constantly, but they still have no DNA sample, and he is careful not to leave one. After 17 years, will police finally outsmart the Colchester rapist? For more than 17 years, a violent rapist-turned-killer has eluded police, viciously attacking 10 elderly women. Police need a DNA sample to bring in their #1 suspect. October 14th, 1998. Dale Grayer is finishing his lunch when his attention is suddenly distracted.
Grayer, get this thing out of here!
He'd spit on the ground. He'd throw out a paper cup. Then he'd throw out a napkin.
Photographs were taken of Grayer as he discarded each of those 3 items.
One of our surveillance officers who was in communication with us was told, go and grab the napkin, the cup, and wipe up the spit if you can.
It's a busy construction site. The sample could be destroyed at any second.
I made a call to Cecilia Hageman at the Center of Forensic Science, and she was prepared for us to come down the next morning.
Saliva contains buccal cells. Buccal cells are the cells on the inside of your cheek, and they contain DNA, and that DNA, of course, is the same as the DNA in a person's semen, in the person's blood, anywhere in the body.
The sample from Dale Greer is compared to the samples from the 4 rapes for which DNA was obtained.
This gentleman's profile was the same, so either he's the source or it's a coincidence. But the chance of the coincidence of the 9 locus profile was 1 in 1.7 trillion.
Police now get a warrant to search Greer's house. In his basement, they find newspaper articles and other mementos of the Colchester rapes. They also find a collection of violent S&M pornography. Dale Greer is arrested and charged for the 4 rapes for which DNA is obtained. But he professes his innocence.
He denied being involved vehemently and insisted on many occasions that we had the wrong person.
No one believes Dale Greer's denials.
How do you refute scientific evidence that the only person on the face of the earth has contributed this body fluid and left it at a crime scene? How does that person explain how his DNA got to be left on the clothing or inside the body of one of these women who had been victimized?
Neither Greer nor his lawyer can explain the mystery. He is convicted on all counts. In 2003, he is declared a dangerous offender. He will never see the outside of a prison cell.
Been clean and straight for a while, man. I'm not trying to see that, you know.
Stanley Bayless is not charged after agreeing to testify against Greer.
That's exactly what it is.
The remaining 6 rapes and the murder have not yet been solved, and many questions remain. The deepest question is also the simplest. Why?
I think it haunted the victims at the time. I remember that coming out in court, at least one of them asking why. And I don't know that the question why was ever really answered.
It's hard to understand, hard to know what triggered these assaults for which Greer has been convicted. We just don't know. He didn't cooperate with a psychiatrist. We got no real information, no insight.
I guess he enjoyed the control of these individuals when he broke in. The fact that he could sexually assault them, the fact that he could steal from them, the fact that he could get away for doing it.
Greer's trail of devastation across Colchester County will forever scar the tight community.
The worst part of it was many of these victims had passed away as a result of natural causes, and they will never know that we caught this guy.
But there are exceptions. These women lived to see Dale Greer led away in handcuffs. A desert town with its very own little shop of horrors.
I think most people wouldn't want their teenage children going in there.
Young people who like to play by their own rules.
They took these games very, very, very serious.
One night, the games get out of hand.
You know, when you have a crime of that magnitude that goes on, that obviously has behind it somebody that's deranged.
A killer who thinks he's invincible. Police in a race against time. Can forensic science decipher the puzzle and stop a killer in his tracks? The desert of the American Southwest. A land once famous for Navajo battle and bloodshed is now a thriving metropolis. Farmington, New Mexico is the region's hub. November 29, 1996. Police receive a call from a downtown store owner. He says the eclectic novelty store, the shop next to his, has just been robbed. At the scene, police discover this is no routine robbery. Two men lie in a pool of blood.
Yeah, I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot. But this is up there in the top of the worst.
Police identify the first victim as Matthew Trecker.
He had just turned 18, I believe. Matthew was actually living at the Eclectic as kind of a live-in security guard at the request of the business owner.
Investigators are horrified by the brutality of the crime.
He was on his side, somewhat in a fetal position. There was a large amount of blood.
A knife had been inserted into the abdomen, and then there was another stab wound directly into the heart. An attempt had been made to actually remove his head.
Trecker was nearly decapitated.
Police identify the second victim as 25-year-old Joseph Fleming.
He had been in the military, came out of the Army. He was working as a security guard at the mall. He had one severe injury to the base of his throat that was sufficient to cause his death.
He had a laceration across his throat from pretty much ear to ear.
The store is full of possible murder weapons. Some are missing.
I noticed a rack hanging on the wall that had a couple of samurai swords in it. There was an empty place for something to be hanging there.
It looks like a robbery gone wrong, but the evidence at the scene tells a different story.
Desk was overturned on top of papers that had blood spatter on them, so it was done after the fact. It was kind of staged to look like there was a struggle back there when, in fact, I don't believe there was.
The examination of Joseph Fleming's body confirms their suspicions.
He had no defensive wounds. There wasn't anything where he had warded off the blade of a knife or anything like that.
Typically in a knife encounter, there's going to be some injuries, to the hands, arms.
He had no blood on his hands, which a natural reaction would be to come up to try to staunch the flow of blood.
There are no defensive wounds on Matthew Trecker's body either. Why didn't the victims defend themselves? Did they know their killer and feel they had nothing to fear? One thing is certain. The killer is somebody with an axe to grind.
Somebody that really had a lot of hatred directed towards the victims.
But who would want Matthew Trecker and Joseph Fleming dead? Police take a closer look at the Eclectic store and its clientele.
There were masks. There was also some lingerie and smoking devices. I guess you'd call it a headshop for lack of, a more accurate term.
It was a hangout for this group of people.
Kids 16 to 25 years old, kind of in that age group, tended to be, more of the gothic types.
The Eclectic was an odd little business that featured knives and swords and Dungeons and Dragons and that kind of atmosphere.
Many of the young people outside the store knew the victims.
The sidewalk and the entrance in front of the business became a tribute to the victims. Anybody that knew them would bring down candles and flowers and teddy bears and stuffed animals and, things from an emotional standpoint.
Police know the store's popularity will cause problems for the investigation. Anyone who had anything to do with the Eclectic could have left behind trace evidence.
Anytime there's a contact, there's an exchange of microscopic material.
Everyone had a legitimate reason for their DNA being there.
Word of the killings travels fast. A growing crowd lines the sidewalk outside the store. But when police try to track down the store's owner for questioning, he is missing.
2 murders had occurred in his store, and he didn't come in. That was taken as, maybe an indicator of guilt.
With their prime suspect missing in action, police have to wonder, what was really going on behind the closed doors of the eclectic? Where is the store owner? And what does he have to hide? Two young men are brutally murdered in a Farmington, New Mexico head shop. News of the horrific killing hits the town hard.
That sort of thing is shocking. It's things you read about and see on the news that happens in other places. You don't really see it happening here. And so really it was more shock than anything else.
So far, police have only one significant lead. The store's owner is missing. Even before the killings, people in the community had their doubts about the owner of the eclectic.
I think part of it was he had a business that wasn't necessarily a popular business. He did have some criminal history from Oklahoma, but nothing violent by any means.
Investigators learn he has a highly unusual management style.
Just wondering, any chance I could crash here tonight?
Yeah, you can. If you don't mind the floor, you can stay.
No, you sure?
You can help out.
I can help.
Employees and customers would often turn to the store for refuge when they had problems at home.
They seemed pretty enthralled with the owners of the eclectic.
Police discover a new clue that takes them deeper inside the bizarre world of the eclectic. On the tape, they see the store owner and his young clientele gathered together in the desert.
Welcome, brothers and sisters. We are here once more to continue our story.
It was a gothic crowd where they would be involved in very intense role-playing games.
Begin!
Yeah, the role-playing games were something where they would go into a character, and in some of the games they could get various powers.
They would reenact fights that were taking place in the games. They took these games very, very, very serious.
It was Vampires Masquerade.
They were actually cutting each other and bleeding, and they were drinking each other's blood.
There was also the rumors about the occult, black magic, satanic worship.
9 hours after the murders, the store owner finally makes an appearance. Police want to know what took him so long.
He said that he didn't have a vehicle that was running at the time, and so he didn't come in.
Why don't you tell me what you know about these murders?
I don't know anything. I just found out.
The store owner claims he had nothing to do with the murders.
You know, I don't know why you're asking me these questions, because it occurs to me you should be asking someone else.
He tells police about a recent vampire game that involved murder victim Joseph Fleming.
Stop it! Get off! Relax, it's just a game.
Apparently, the game ended badly.
On the outside.
Joseph Fleming said, look, this is getting out of hand, and he basically shut it down, being the game master.
But one of the players didn't want to be told what to do, and he threatened Joseph Fleming. The store owner says he is the man police should be talking to.
His name's Robert Fry. He used to hang out at the store.
Normally, police would discount the store owner's self-serving theory.
He's a person that, maybe his credibility is somewhat suspect. He would certainly have had motive to implicate someone else had he been involved.
But this time, there might be something to it. Police have their eye on a local group of rebellious young people. They call themselves the Wild Bunch.
The Wild Bunch was a group of young teens, maybe into their mid-20s, and they would go around and they would do parties, and they were probably involved in some property crimes and things like that, some vandalism, as far as we know. They may have actually even done, some strong-armed robberies.
Robert Fry is a member of the Wild Bunch, but not just any member.
He supposedly was called the Enforcer. He was a big guy, and like I say, when he would drink, he would fight. He could be somewhat intimidating. He was just kind of a bully.
Police learn that murder victim Matthew Trecker wanted to join the gang.
Matthew was, I think, kind of a hanger-on in that Wild Bunch group. Wanted to be with them because he thought it was cool, and they were older guys, and he just kind of had that persona that he wanted to be, one of the Wild Bunch.
Eternal death!
Robert Fry apparently had a problem with Joseph Fleming. Did he also have a problem with Matthew Trecker?
I heard it was bloody.
When police bring Robert Fry in for questioning, he is friendly and forthcoming. He admits that he and his friend Harold Pollock were at the Eclectic the night of the murders.
Hey, can I use your bathroom?
Yeah, sure, man.
Robert Fry and Harold Pollock had been there, like say, as late as 3 a.m.
Fry says he and Pollock just dropped in to use the washroom. He adds they often stop by the store at night.
They hung out at the Eclectic quite a bit. That's one of the groups that they hung out with, and they liked the store. They were friends with the owner.
Fry says he had nothing to do with the murders. When police ask him to take a polygraph, he readily agrees.
Is your name Robert Fry?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Matthew Trecker?
No.
The way they score polygraphs is from a -6 to a +6 is considered inconclusive. So anything below a -6 is indicative of telling a lie. Anything above a +6 is indicative of telling the truth. Now Harold Pollock, I think, scored a +7, and Robert Fry, I think, was a +6.
After Fry passes the polygraph, he makes an accusation of his own. He turns the tables on his accuser and suggests that the store owner had his own motive for murder.
Hey, guys. Is he in the back?
Joseph Fleming had failed to stop the owner's wife coming in the store when the owner had another young girl in the back of the store. He would have been angry with Joseph Fleming for, not intervening to keep his wife from catching them.
Robert Fry may have some questionable interests, but his family has lived in Farmington a long time. His mother is a probation officer. Fry himself is a junior corrections officer. The store owner has few ties to the community.
Do you own the Eclectic?
Yes.
When he scores a dismal -7 on his polygraph, investigators believe they have their killer.
There was just a lot of things that came together that made the initial investigation kind of discount Robert Fry's involvement and gear more towards the business owner. The standing of the family in the community that made Robert Fry less of a suspect than the owner of the business, who was relatively new to the community, opened a business that wasn't, really popular. So the owner of the business, he was the primary suspect.
Police are frustrated. They have plenty of suspicions, but no concrete evidence. They are forced to let the store owner go. With the investigation stalled, fear grips Farmington.
We had a very violent murder that just displayed very inhuman qualities. So there was a huge concern at the time.
There was a lot of apprehension by the citizens, not knowing what had happened, and if there was some maniac running around killing people.
There was a lot of concern. I mean, it happened right downtown, and the fact that no one was immediately arrested for it caused even more concern. Are these people out? Are they going to strike again?
But when the sun sets on Farmington, a killer continues to haunt the desert night. 2 young men have been savagely murdered in a Farmington, New Mexico head shop.
Did you kill either Joe?
Police have a
Matt?
prime suspect, but not enough evidence to make an arrest. April 29th, 1998. A sheriff's office near Farmington receives a call. Someone has made a grisly discovery just south of town. When police arrive at the scene, they discover the decayed remains of a human body.
It was lodged in between that rock and the face of the cliff. You could barely see it from here.
The body is lying 150 feet above the canyon floor. Police need to find out how it got there.
At that time, we knew we had a possible homicide. We didn't know how old it was or how long the body had been here.
Closer examination reveals the body is in an advanced state of decomposition, making identification almost impossible.
He was fully dressed, other than he was barefooted. And there was socks and 2 cowboy boots down below the body. It looked like they'd been thrown over the cliff. There was a white straw cowboy hat near the body, a pair of broken sunglasses.
Police discover a name written inside one of the cowboy boots.
Donald Sosi.
On the cliff above, they find signs of a struggle.
There were shoe impressions in the ground that looked like there'd been a fight.
Police can usually analyze these impressions, but in this case, too much time has gone by.
Because of the wind and the weather, they erode. I tried to do plaster casts of 1 or 2 in the fight scene, but they didn't show any detail at all.
Police used the rest of the evidence to piece together what happened.
The tissue and hair sample on the side of this rock facing indicated that the body had indeed been thrown over from the fight scene, and nobody had been down here since then. There was some cast-off blood on this little bush here. There was some broken pieces of a stick that looked like it had been used as a weapon. I believe that's how the sunglass lens got broke, poking him in the eye with his stick.
The crime scene evidence reveals little. Police can only hope the victim's body will tell them the rest of the story. Retrieving it is no easy task.
The fire department was called in. They put the body on a stretcher and used ropes to pull it up the side of the hill. They wore full hazmat suits, oxygen, just because of the decomposition.
Once the body is recovered, it is sent to the pathologist to try and find the cause of death.
Because of the decomposition, the autopsy results did not determine the cause of death. They determined that he had numerous broken ribs, that he had some blunt trauma injuries to the head. He had 2 teeth that had been knocked out, and he had some abrasions on his hands that were probably defensive or offensive wounds from the fight.
The last time police here saw a murder this brutal was at the Eclectic. But nothing apart from the savagery and the geography connects the crimes. The only way to learn more about the killer is through his victims. But even that is proving difficult.
There was 3 or 4 Donald Sosis in our records, and we had fingerprints and photos, but the body was pretty decomposed. It was hard to compare photographs.
It takes a month to confirm the dead man's identity. He is a 40-year-old Native American and a professional rodeo rider.
They finally were able to roll the fingers for fingerprints, and that's how they did a positive identification, but it took a while.
I know you're upset.
Donald Sosi's girlfriend tells police she drove him into Farmington the day he disappeared. Police hope that by retracing his final movements, they can track down his killer.
Here on the right is where Donald would be dropped off by his girlfriend.
They find a bartender who remembers seeing Donald Sosi that night.
That's him for sure.
Sosi left the turnaround bar with a woman the bartender cannot identify, and the trail goes cold.
This case very quickly became a cold case because of the circumstances and the fact that it had happened at least a month prior to our arrival.
Farmington police now have 3 unsolved murders on the books. 2 years pass. June 9th, 2000. Police receive a call from a power line worker out in the desert. They are suddenly hot on the trail of their killer.
When I arrived at the crime scene, there were blood trails, there were drag marks in the roadway, there was extensive blood pooling in several locations. And then as I progressed along a series of drag marks, I continued to see more and more evidence. A copper bracelet in one location, body tissues, and then eventually a female's body that was on a rock.
The victim is a Native American in her 30s. She has been sadistically brutalized.
The first thing that struck me was the fact that she was nude. And then I noticed that there was bloodstains across portions of her body, and on her head, and the back of her head had significant trauma. When we rolled the body over, there was an injury to the sternum area that was very obviously a stab wound.
The wound is reminiscent of the one that killed Matthew Trecker in the eclectic novelty store. Outside of the stabbing, police cannot connect the crimes. Does Farmington really have a serial killer on its hands? It's what people here fear the most.
See, it's very unsettling. We had no idea that we truly had a serial killer that was killing individuals simply for no reason.
The killer remains at large, but one thing is clear. Whoever he is, he's starting to slip up.
Why would you leave a sledgehammer sitting basically right on the side of the road up against the embankment? And I think it's a combination. Maybe physically he was taxed, and also I think some degree of overconfidence, but ultimately you could classify it as sloppy.
The Farmington murders are becoming more and more violent. As the frenzy increases, so do the killer's mistakes. Police in Farmington, New Mexico are investigating 4 unsolved murders. The savage death of Farmington's latest victim, a young Native American woman, has shocked investigators.
Nobody deserves to die like this. This case for me left an indelible impression, one that will be with me till I retire and beyond.
Previous crime scenes have yielded little evidence, but this one is different.
We found a large Bowie-type knife. The blade was turned in such a fashion that with the sun in this direction, it reflected, and that's what caught our attention. The sledgehammer was actually sitting up here against the embankment. The head and a good portion of the handle was just brilliant, brilliant red.
Once again, police used the evidence to reconstruct the crime. Blood marks indicate the victim was first stabbed.
She's been stabbed in the sternum. She's running for her life.
Small bare footprints indicate the victim tried to flee. Boot prints show the killer pursued her. A mass of blood marks the spot where she was killed, and drag marks lead away from it.
The marks were consistent with somebody having been dragged from the roadway, but I believe she was struggling because the marks were not parallel as if 2 feet were being dragged. The marks went all around, indicating a struggle.
The drag marks end where the woman's body is found, but there is more. In amongst the victim's footprints and her attacker's boot marks, police discover a set of running shoe prints. Police conclude there had to be a second attacker. When police send the evidence to the lab for examination, they get their first solid lead they can tie to the killer.
The sledgehammer was a piece of evidence that had bloodstains on it, bloodstain patterns. The bloodstains on the hammerhead were also projected up the handle. So what I'm implying is there's a possibility those stains that are traveling up the handle could also land on the person's clothing, including shirt, pants, or shoes.
Police recover the victim's belongings not far from her body.
We found an identification card in the pants that had the name Betty Lee.
Betty Lee is a 36-year-old mother of 5 and a member of the Shiprock chapter of the Navajo Nation. When the Navajo community hears the news of her death, their response is immediate.
The community reacted with considerable outrage when we learned of Betty Lee's murder, especially in the manner that she was murdered. When we learned that it was the Betty Lee from our community, there was outrage amongst the people.
Police learned Betty Lee was reported missing the morning after she failed to return home. A family member tells them Betty was out with friends the night she died.
Betty had been with a lady by the name of Gloria that evening, and another friend of hers by the name of Shirley.
Shirley tells police the 3 women ended up at the turnaround bar.
Once they got here at the turnaround bar, And they begin to drink and party, hang out.
The turnaround bar is also where Donald Sosi was last seen alive.
What ruined what for you? You're drunk and you're going home with a couple of strangers. Like,
Police learned Shirley and Gloria met 2 men here. The men wanted to party, but they didn't want Betty coming along.
They got into the pickup and they started to leave. Betty was screaming and beating on the side of the pickup and yelling, "Don't leave me, don't leave me."
A gas attendant remembers seeing Betty Lee later that night. She stopped by the station to use the payphone.
Yeah? Yeah.
She was looking for a ride home. They suspect Betty Lee met up with her 2 attackers near the gas station, and the stranded woman got into their car.
You see a woman crying. Want to lift?
Police return to the crime scene looking for clues. They start with the tire tracks.
There were tire markings. The tire markings were very distinct because there was 3 separate tread patterns.
The tread patterns suggest the killer's car has 3 different tires.
I started trying to follow those tire tracks to a point about a mile south of where the scene was. We came to an area where the ground was greatly disturbed.
Police make a startling discovery. Fresh tire tracks indicate 4 vehicles recently converged on this spot.
It was obvious many vehicles had been stuck in the sand. I was just amazed when I saw some of the tracks out there.
A number of people had gathered not far from where Betty Lee was murdered and not long afterwards. Police cast their thoughts back to the eclectic. Is it possible Farmington has a pack of bloodthirsty killers in their midst?
Right. Now go!
A piece of evidence will finally give them their answer. Police in Farmington, New Mexico wonder if vampire gangs have spawned a group of killers. A mile south of the spot where Betty Lee was brutally murdered, a piece of evidence is discovered that sends the investigation in a new direction.
A few yards off from where the tire marks were, we found the cell phone.
It wasn't dirty or rain-covered or mud-covered. It was fairly recent, and that was really unusual.
Police ask the cell phone service provider for the owner's name.
The cell phone belonged to a tow truck driver, a guy by the name of Charlie Bergen.
Is this your cell phone?
Yeah, this is it.
Charlie Bergen says the night Betty Lee died, he got a call from another tow truck driver.
A guy got his car stuck in the sand wash. His dad came out to get him unstuck, and he'd got his pickup stuck. They called a tow truck to come get him unstuck, and the tow truck got stuck. That tow truck driver then had to call another one, who happened to be Charlie Bergen.
Hello.
Just as Bergen arrived, his wife called.
The phone was breaking up, and Charlie sometimes is emotional and basically, out of frustration, turned around and just threw the cell phone.
See you later.
Bergen says he searched for his phone but couldn't find it. He then tells police he got a check for his services that night.
Yeah, this is the one.
The check is signed by James Fry. The name James Fry leaps out at police. He's Robert Fry's father, and police remember Robert Fry all too well.
Terry Eagle looked over at me and he said he was a suspect in the eclectic homicides. He said, "We gotta go. We need to go to his house right now."
Robert Fry lives with his parents.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fry. Robert?
What do you want?
We want permission to search your house for evidence. Robert's room. Yeah? Oh, okay.
We got consent to search Bobby Fry's residence, and we went in to do the initial search. And when I looked at the bedroom, for a moment, it was just almost overwhelming.
Police quickly realized they have their work cut out for them.
It looked like there were clothes piled on the floor that were probably going to be knee-deep to me. It was just incredible what was in the room.
So we knew this was going to be a pretty big task to go through this clothing. We need to go through every piece of clothing.
It takes hours, but police finally find what they're looking for.
We recovered a black T-shirt with a white skull on it, and on this shirt we could clearly see some bloodstains.
Nice job.
Fry tells police the blood is his. He claims he hurt himself in a recent vampire game.
We also recovered a pair of shoes that when I saw the outsole pattern, I told Detective Truby, I said, this is the pattern that I saw where the vehicle turned around.
The pattern and the size of the shoes match the boot marks found at the Betty Lee crime scene. Outside, police discover more incriminating evidence.
Here was this small compact car, and when I looked at the tires immediately, the tire tread patterns just jumped out at me. There was a moment there where your heart almost stops for a second. It's like, my gosh, this is the car.
Is this your vehicle?
Yeah.
Why was it stuck at the murder scene?
Police ask what he was doing in the desert the night of the murder. Fry says he was off-roading for fun.
Simple. I off-road in that area sometimes with my friends.
He says there's someone else who can back up his story.
He mentioned that there was somebody else in the car, and he told us there was a gentleman by the name of Leslie Ing.
Police sent Fry's boots and T-shirt to the lab for analysis.
The boots worn by Robert Fry had projected stains of blood on them. And those stains look like just little round drops that hit the shoes, like so.
The blood drops tell analysts only part of what they need to know. Blood transfer tells them the rest.
The difference between blood transfers and blood spatter is very simple. If I have blood on my hand and I wipe it on my sleeve, that's a transfer. If I'm bleeding and someone hits me with a baseball bat, when that impact occurs, that's a projected pattern versus transfer patterns.
Forensic analysis shows blood was transferred onto Robert Fry's shirt.
Two very small areas of projected stains were located on the front of Mr. Fry's shirt. What's remarkable about this pattern that is on the back of the shirt is blood transfer that is different from any other area of the shirt, and it has sand embedded in it.
Further analysis reveals the blood and the sand could only have come from one source.
The sledgehammer was found with dried blood on it, and embedded in the blood was numerous particles of sand.
Analysts conclude the blood and sand on Robert Fry's shirt is from the murder weapon. Police can now link Fry to Betty Lee's murder. They need to find out who else was at the scene. Police go to question Leslie Ing, the witness Fry says can confirm his joyriding story.
I extended my hand to him, and I said, hi, my name's Tyler Truby. I work violent crime and homicide with the sheriff's office. And his head dropped, and he exhaled. It was the reaction that I was looking for.
If Robert Fry is expecting Leslie Ing to back up his alibi, Robert Fry is in for a big surprise. 4 murders have gone unsolved in the Farmington area in less than 4 years. Police can now connect Robert Fry to Betty Lee's murder. Robert Fry denies he was involved. He tells police he and Leslie Ing were out joyriding in the desert the night Betty Lee died. Fry expects Ing to corroborate his story. Police need to know whether Ing was at the scene of Betty Lee's murder. They send Ing's running shoes to the lab. They then take him into the station house for further questioning. Ing falls apart.
Leslie told me that it had been eating on him inside.
Ing says he and Fry found Betty Lee at the payphone. She seemed very upset, so they decided to offer her a ride home.
Hate to see a woman cry. Can I give you a lift?
Yeah, okay.
But Fry and Ing didn't take Betty home. They took her out to an isolated spot in the desert. Soon after they got there, Ing says Fry tried to rape Betty Lee.
Get out! No! No! No!
When she fought back, Fry stabbed her. She was able to run away and somehow pull out the knife. Fry got a sledgehammer out of his trunk, chased after Betty Lee, and bludgeoned her to death. Ng says all he did that night was help Fry dispose of the body. Word comes back from the lab that it was Ng's running shoe prints police found all over the crime scene. Is he lying about his involvement in the crime, or is he telling the truth? Forensic analysts take a second look at the physical evidence.
Mr. Ng only had bloody transfer patterns on his shoes mixed with sand. The patterns of blood on Mr. Fry was all projected stains.
The evidence indicates Ng is telling the truth. DNA results further back up Ng's story. They confirm it is Betty Lee's blood on Fry's shirt and shoes.
The person that did yield the blows with the sledgehammer was Mr. Fry.
Police ask Ng about Donald Sosi. He admits they also took Sosi out to the desert. They planned to beat and rob him, but they got a surprise.
They didn't know about Donald Sosi. Donald Sosi was he was a bull rider. He was very stout. Leslie Ng said that they actually got into a fight, and Donald Sosi was getting the better of Fry.
Leslie, get the shovel!
He said then he became involved and helped Fry out. They stabbed Donald Sosi with a stick. They beat him, and they killed him, and then they threw him off a cliff.
Have anything you want to tell me about the eclectic murders?
Ng denies any involvement. With no witness and no forensic evidence, police can't connect Robert Fry to that crime. Police go back to the eclectic store owner, not as a suspect, but this time for help. They ask if he can identify the Bowie knife recovered from the Betty Lee crime scene. The owner says it's one of the weapons stolen from the eclectic on the night of the murders.
That connected Robert Fry to Betty Lee homicide. It connected him to the eclectic murders. It was something that, we were able to put in his possession and that we knew where it originated from. That was kind of an aha.
Autopsy reports confirm the stab wounds on the two eclectic victims are consistent with the wounds on Betty Lee. Police now re-interview Harold Pollock, the young man who was with Robert Fry at the store that night. Pollock says he won't talk unless he's given immunity. But they soon catch him in a lie that nullifies the agreement. In the end, like Leslie Ng before him, Pollock decides to come clean. Pollock admits he was with Fry at the crime scene.
You're either with me or you're against me.
But did he help carry out the murders? The police investigation totally exonerates the eclectic's owner. He acts as a witness for the prosecution at the trial. He later leaves Farmington and never reopens his shop. Harold Pollack is found guilty of 2 counts of being an accessory to the murders of Matthew Trecker and Joseph Fleming. He's given 30 years. Leslie Ng is found guilty of murdering Betty Lee and Donald Sosi. He is given 2 life sentences. Robert Fry is found guilty of murdering Matthew Trecker, Joseph Fleming, Donald Sosi, and Betty Lee.
Bobby Fry is a classic serial killer.
Robert Fry killed. He had a cooling off period, and he killed again. That's the definition of a serial killer.
Fry murdered in a frenzy that was so intense, he was barely able to cover his tracks afterwards. Ultimately, it was Fry's need for an assistant that led to his undoing.
He always had a weaker personality person with him when he committed these murders. I think he wanted someone there that could see that he's a really bad guy. It's reinforcing this persona that he's built in his own mind of this stone-cold killer. But he wanted someone there that he knew that he could control and threaten and intimidate, that he would, if you go to the cops, you'll be dead too.
What causes a man to be so bloodthirsty, so consumed by hatred and the need to kill? Police here will never know.
I was trying to get a good, clear picture of what he is, but understanding why and how somebody can not only kill, but do it with such violence and such overkill, such a... and then feel excited and jubilant? No, I don't understand that.
Robert Fry is currently awaiting execution on death row. He lurks among us. To the unsuspecting, he is a man like any other, a face in the crowd. He could be anyone, even your next-door neighbor. But this is no ordinary man. He is a hunter and a murderer, a criminal unlike any other. He is a serial killer. Relentless and random by nature, he is notoriously hard to catch. Again and again, he's driven to kill. And with every murder, he improves his methods. But as serial killers perfect their deadly craft, so too have scientists and law enforcers honed their own techniques to bring serial killers to justice. The world's leading forensic experts and behavioral analysts go behind the scenes of their toughest cases to reveal the power and limits of forensic science to catch a killer. Serial killers are a rare breed. They comprise just 1% of all murderers. Most are men. Each will have killed 3 or more people, with a cooling-off period between each murder. For centuries, these sadistic killers have tried to outsmart authorities and avoid capture. But it's not easy to get away with murder. These killers square off against an army of experts who study every aspect of their crimes, the evidence, and the mind of the killer, each using the latest techniques, from DNA to trace evidence, from pathology to profiling. And every case presents a unique challenge. August 26, 1990. Police get a routine call from the university campus in Gainesville, Florida. A request to check up on 2 roommates. The parents of Christina Powell and Sonia Larson have been unable to reach their daughters for days.
Sonia? Christina? Gainesville Police Department, can you open the door, please?
When the responding officer checking on the two women gets no response to his knock, he breaks down the door and discovers a dorm room bathed in blood.
Officer Barber, I have a victim down.
Sonia, an 18-year-old, has been stabbed 20 times. In the downstairs living room, CSIs find Sonia's roommate, Christina. The 17-year-old has been viciously raped. Her body has been mutilated and pornographically posed. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. William Hamilton believed this was just the beginning.
This crime was the work of a Bundy-style serial killer. The only question is, how many victims will he take before he leaves Gainesville and goes on to another area?
Hamilton's prophecy would soon prove correct. 9 hours after the discovery of the first two victims, cruisers roll again 2 miles away. Krista Hoyt has failed to report for her midnight shift as a clerk at the Alachua County Sheriff's Department. She has been brutally murdered. Her naked body is slumped forward on her bed. The killer has cut off her head and propped it on a bookcase like a trophy. As the chilling details leak out, local media give the killer a name: the Gainesville Ripper. To catch him, investigators set in motion a cat and mouse game that will test the limits of forensic science. Technicians scour the scenes for evidence and discover the killer has left almost nothing behind. The murderer doused Christina and Sonia's bodies with detergent to destroy trace evidence.
The perpetrator obviously had some knowledge of what type of evidence could be used against him.
Sticky residue found on the victim's wrists and ankles show the killer used duct tape during the rape and murder, then carefully removed the tape after death to avoid leaving fingerprints. Smudged prints found on a paper towel and on one victim's leg confirm the killer wore gloves. To narrow their search, police call in a specialist to create a psychological profile, the first step in mapping the mind of a serial killer. Retired FBI profiler Alan Brantley has been tracking and profiling serial killers for almost 3 decades.
One of the main purposes of a profile is to reduce the suspect pool down to manageable terms.
Profilers break serial killers into 2 major groups.
When it comes to serial homicide, there are 2 major categories of offenders. Those that commit well-planned and well-orchestrated offenses, or the more organized, and those that commit poorly planned and poorly executed offenses, the more disorganized.
The Gainesville Ripper's effort to clean up the crime scene narrows the suspect pool. Brantley's profile suggests police are looking for an organized killer.
When you talk about the organized serial killer, you're more likely talking about an offender that is intelligent, that is criminally sophisticated, that is evidence conscious, that pre-selects his weapon of choice and brings it to the scene and takes it away from the scene. He's more likely to be mobile.
The Gainesville Ripper stands in marked contrast to the style used by disorganized serial killers.
The disorganized offender is more likely to walk to the scene, to wait until he arrives at the crime scene to obtain a weapon. There's usually a minimum of interaction between the victim and himself. He's also more likely to leave obvious items of evidentiary value behind.
One man stands out as a disorganized serial killer, a cold-blooded murderer whose rampage shocked the small town of Barrie, Ontario in 1993. Late Friday night, a man hails a taxi in Barrie's industrial South End. Within seconds, he launches a sudden, vicious attack on cabbie Fred Shapcott.
I got kids, man, go!
What should have been Shapcott's last fare for the night becomes his last fare forever. Police processing the scene the next morning see a large pool of blood on the rear floorboard, indicating that Fred Shapcott was pulled into the back seat, repeatedly stabbed and left to die in a pool of his own blood. 3 days later, the killer strikes again. 85-year-old Ellsworth Beers, his granddaughter, 22-year-old Pamela Constable, and 28-year-old Scott Seabrook are found strangled and stabbed in Beers' Peel Street home. Pamela Constable has been raped, then strangled with the cord ripped from her window shade. Unlike the Gainesville Ripper, the Barry killer came unprepared and left behind an abundance of evidence. Unmoved and unposed, the bodies have been left where they were murdered. Pamela Constable's clothes were replaced after the rape in a feeble attempt to hide the sex act. But in his haste, killer left behind traces of semen, handing the police his unique DNA profile. Sloppiest of all is a footprint found on the upstairs carpet, where the killer has walked through his victim's blood. More physical evidence that can link him to the crime scene. Research shows disorganized killers usually strike close to home. So police believe the suspect is a Barry local. But were cabbie Fred Shapcott and the Peel Street victims butchered by the same man? Investigators discover the victims have one gruesome trait in common. The males all have fatal, distinctive stab wounds on the neck.
It suggested to me a type of a military stab, that it was something to quickly incapacitate someone.
Barry police are about to encounter that telltale gash again. A man wielding a knife has attacked a boy and his mother. The boy escaped, but his mother is trapped inside with the assailant.
There was one particular wound to the back of the boy's neck, which was again very similar to the vertical wound that Scott Seabrook had suffered.
Police respond to the 911 call. They enter the victim's house.
Police! Are you all right, ma'am? Is he still in the home?
And holed up inside, they find Barry local Eric Ross.
We have a witness, Eric.
Caught red-handed, Ross confesses under police questioning.
The epitome of being a disorganized offender is the fact that he was discovered at one of his crime scenes.
Linked by the distinctive stab wounds, Ross confesses to the earlier murders of Shapcott, Ellsworth, Beers, Constable, and Seabrook. He is convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. In Gainesville, Florida, investigators face a more organized and devious foe.
He didn't just walk into these locations. He pre-selected these victims. He did his pre-crime surveillance. He maximized on the cover and concealment of darkness.
The Gainesville Ripper is highly organized, but this intelligent, efficient killer has made one fatal mistake. When police hunt down a murderer, one class of criminal presents an unusual challenge. A well-organized serial killer, a man determined to cover his tracks. In Gainesville, Florida, investigators are looking for such a man. A vicious, organized killer who has raped and butchered 3 female college students in 2 days. And the killing continues. On Monday, August 27th, the Alachua County Sheriff gets a call about 2 more students, Manny Taboda and Tracy Pauls. Their friend can't find them. The 23-year-olds are lifelong buddies, the homecoming queen and the football star. Investigators find Tracy's naked body just inside the front door. A trail of gore, her blood-soaked bed. The scene screams of terror and torture. The mass of stab wounds shows Manny fought to his last dying breath trying to save himself and Tracy. For criminal profiler Alan Brantley, the murder scene provides new clues about the identity of the killer. He prefers petite brunettes, and he's strong enough to kill a fit young man who gets in his way.
We considered the offender to have good upper body strength because of the depth of penetration in placing the stab wounds where he did.
A picture of the killer is continuing to develop. To throw police off his trail, the Gainesville Ripper cleaned his crime scenes and his victims. But there is something this clever killer doesn't know. In 1990, an emerging technique changes the way police track a murderer: DNA analysis. Up until the late 1980s, blood or semen left at a crime scene by a suspect could only be matched by blood type. This process was called ABO typing, named after the 3 blood types that contain detectable antigens.
With ABO typing, there are 2 possibilities when doing comparisons. Either the samples came from the same source or they came from different sources.
Blood type analysis gives a conclusive match 58% of the time, leaving a staggering 42% chance that the courts will convict the wrong man. 1990 brought about a quantum leap in the power of forensic science. DNA technology allows scientists to isolate and quantify the minute parts of the DNA strand that makes us all different.
And a small portion of that differs tremendously. Those are called hypervariable parts of the DNA. As forensic scientists, that's what we're mostly interested in, because the more that they differ, the less chance that there is of a chance match.
If these hypervariable aspects are matched to a suspect, the chance of a false match is less than 0.1%. This new forensic tool may soon tip the scales against the Gainesville Ripper. Christina Powell's panties and a nearby paper towel both test positive for semen. So do swabs taken from the bodies of Krista Hoyt and Tracy Pauls. DNA results show without a doubt that all the women were raped by the same man. With the DNA fingerprint, details of the Ripper's profile are growing. But police still need a suspect. And while DNA analysis may lead Florida cops to their killer, some criminals turn the tables and use forensic science to get away with murder. In Yosemite National Park, February 1999, a mother and 2 teenage girls mysteriously disappear. Looking for clues and signs of foul play, investigators scour the women's motel room. Not a shred of evidence is found. A month after the women disappear, 100 miles from their motel, a hiker finds a burned-out car in the woods. The trunk is filled with charred and gruesome remains. Dental x-rays and DNA analysis show that only 2 of the missing women were in the car. 15-year-old Julie Sund is still missing. And police don't have a single suspect to link to the crime. Whoever he is, the Yosemite Park killer has thoroughly covered his tracks. Then on March 24th, a letter arrives at FBI headquarters. It contains a map and a taunting message. We had fun with this one. Forensic scientists scour the envelope for evidence and find some telling clues. A partial fingerprint near the stamp, and on the flap of the envelope, male DNA. The map and the envelope lead police to Vista Point, a remote overlook 5 miles from the missing women's motel.
We went down the hill to recover Julie Sund's body. She was naked, other than a 2-inch black duct tape wrapped around her left ankle.
Like the Gainesville victims, Julie's body has been posed after death. 5 months later, on July 22nd, naturalist Joy Armstrong goes missing from Yosemite National Park. But this time, the crime scene is teeming with signs of a struggle. Outside, footprints and drag marks tell a tale of a violent battle. Tire impressions and more footprints lead police to a bubbling brook and a grisly scene.
It struck me immediately that the position of her body was almost identical as the position that we recovered Julie Sund in.
The identically posed bodies suggest that the same man killed all 4 women. A sadistic, sexual serial killer. Authorities scout the area for witnesses and find a lone man. He is Carrie Stainer, a staff handyman at the motel where the missing women spent their final night. The ranger brings him in for questioning.
Please come with me.
Sure. Mr. Stainer, what I'm showing you are pictures of tire treads.
The two front tires on Stainer's Jeep did not match the back two tires of his Jeep, but yet we had both of those tires at that crime scene, and he was telling investigators he'd never been there.
The evidence links Stainer directly to the Joy Armstrong murder. But will evidence from the envelope containing the map to the murder location imply Stainer slayed Sund and Peloso as well? Police ask Stainer for a DNA swab, and he willingly complies. Investigators compare Stainer's DNA to the DNA recovered from the envelope flap. Incredibly, no match is found. But when technicians compare Stainer's fingerprint to the partial print on the letter, they get their match. Police have Stainer cornered. He admits to the violent murder of Carol, Julie, and Sylvana, then boasts about using police forensic methods against them. Before the murders, Stainer shaved his body, removing hair he might leave at the crime scene. He murdered and raped his victims in their motel room, then scrubbed down the room to remove his forensic footprint. He disposed of the bodies and wrote a taunting letter to suggest more than one killer was involved in the crime.
He used the word "we." I think it was an attempt to divert attention away from the fact that there was one offender versus multiple offenders.
He knew that we could extract DNA from things like envelopes and the flap used to seal an envelope.
So he went down to Modesto and found a little Hispanic boy and paid this little Hispanic boy $5 to spit in a cup.
Stainer uses the boy's saliva to seal the envelope and throw police off his trail. In spite of his clever attempts to use forensics against them, FBI agents catch their serial killer. On December 12, 2002, Stainer receives the death penalty. In the Gainesville, Florida case, police also suspect the killer may be using his knowledge of forensics against them. They have been able to get a DNA profile of their killer, but still don't have a suspect to match it to. To identify a prime suspect, investigators turn to a new technique. It's called signature analysis. And for a profiler, it's the key to the inner workings of a killer's mind. 5 students in Gainesville, Florida have been violently murdered. Their killer enjoys rape and torture, and takes pleasure in staging his death scenes to maximize shock value.
The bodies were posed in sexually explicit positions, designed to terrify people when they walked into the crime scene. The killer wanted to leave a message with the carnage.
The message is the killer's unique signature. Gainesville investigators call on profilers to analyze this signature to gain insight into the killer's mind.
When we're talking about signature, these are behaviors, for the most part, that occur that are unnecessary to the commission of the offense or homicide. They're more ritualistic, if you will, or symbolic.
The Gainesville Ripper's signature is evident in the way he posed his victims after death.
It's probably the most glaring feature in what would be considered signature is the mutilation of the victims.
Crime scene analysts observe another disturbing example of the killer's signature.
We know that the body has to have been moved several hours after death. We're trying to determine what would this killer have been doing in this very small one-bedroom apartment for several hours.
Food scraps and glove prints on utensils suggest rape and murder only whetted the killer's appetite.
The consumption of food items also can be a signature feature or aspect. It can also demonstrate an offender's comfort at the crime scene.
For Brantley, the killer's comfort level is a crucial clue.
This is someone that demonstrated a history of those kinds of acts.
If Brantley is right, outlying police forces may have information on other unsolved crimes committed by the Gainesville Ripper. In Gainesville, a signature analysis was possible because the killer left bodies posed at the crime scene. But not all serial killers put their deviancy on display. Some hide or bury their victims, making it much harder for police to profile the killer and bring him to justice. In January 1994, in the hog trails of Punta Gorda, Florida, two hunters stumble on mummified human remains. The body is naked, which suggests foul play. But police struggle to determine the cause of death.
The bodies in the state of Florida decompose rapidly because of the moisture, the heat. Out in a wooded area, you've got animals, insects, so it doesn't take very long for a body to decompose.
The medical examiner's first task, identifying the body. The pelvic bones indicate he is male. To determine the victim's age, the chest is x-rayed to look more closely at the sternum. The remnants of the growth plates indicate the victim is approximately 25 years old. X-rays reveal a lack of proper dental care, suggesting the victim was either poor or even homeless. By painstakingly rehydrating the remnants of skin on one finger, police get a partial print, but find no matches in their database. But even in this decomposed state, a trained medical examiner knows the signs of foul play.
There were some indications during the examination of strangulation. They found some possible ligature marks on the neck and the arms and the legs.
Someone has committed murder, but police don't know the victim's identity and no one has claimed the body. 9 weeks later, the mystery deepens. Another decomposing body is found.
It was obvious his genitalia had been removed.
Obviously, that was an identifier that there's definitely some kind of a sexual deviancy involved.
Again, no one claims the body, leading police to believe this victim, like the first, may have been a transient. Near the body, police find evidence that echoes back to the ligature marks on the young male found 9 weeks earlier.
There was a ligature mark around the tree at throat level. There was some at hand level, and there was also some about where the ankles and shins would be on the tree.
Ligature marks on the first victim and on the trees near the second body are clues to the killer's signature.
Acts of torture can include cutting, strangulation with ligatures or manually, is where you will strangle or choke a victim into unconsciousness and then revive the victim, only to repeat the process.
Investigators draw a grim conclusion. These men were the victims of a serial killer with an appetite for bondage, and the killer is still on the loose. Weeks later, 2 more bodies are found. One has been killed very recently.
And he didn't appear like he had been there very long, maybe 12 hours. He was really fresh, so to speak.
The victim's face is intact. Police finally are able to identify one of the bodies, and it confirms their thesis. All the victims are young transients. Police go public with the news. A serial killer is preying on homeless men. Soon, they get the tip they hoped for. David Payton, an inmate from Florida State Prison, recognizes the killer's brutal style. He tells police he almost suffered the same fate. Payton drove out to the hog trails with a man in a blue Mercury Capri to pose for photographs. The car gets stuck in the mud. The driver gets out to push, and Payton finds something unnerving in the back seat.
He saw a bag that had items like duct tape, some ropes, a large type knife.
And with what he had seen inside the vehicle and the way the guy had acted, when he had the opportunity, he was behind the wheel of the car. When they got it free, he took off in the car, leaving the guy out there in the woods.
Payton was arrested for stealing the car. Police interview Payton in jail, and he gives them a name for their perp, Daniel Conahan. Conahan is charged and convicted of murder and is currently waiting out his time on death row. Conahan was captured thanks to forensic teams who helped establish this killer's unique signature. Catching serial killers is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But when a killer chooses victims he knows, closer to home, It gives police the edge they need to catch a killer. Sexual serial killers appear to pick their victims at random. One of the tasks of forensic investigators is to attempt to understand the sick fantasies that drive them to kill. The Gainesville Ripper likes to brutalize petite brunette college girls. The Hog Trail Killer inflicted bondage and mutilation, then murdered homeless young men. The Yosemite Killer fantasized about his victims before viciously murdering them and covering his tracks. Eric Ross carelessly murdered anyone he could rob on his reckless hunt for drugs. Understanding the mind of the killer and his relationship to his victims may be the only way investigators have of tracking him down. But when police realize that it's more than a fantasy that connects him to his victims, it can help crack open a case. November 2001, in the storybook town of York, England, a dog walker finds an abandoned suitcase. Inside, police discover a naked female body. Even police are unprepared for what they see. The victim wears an elaborate death mask.
The cause of death was upper airway obstruction, which in effect was suffocation, which had been caused by the covering of her nose and her mouth.
The precise layering of the blue duct tape suggests the killer relished his total control over the victim.
The violation of this woman was entirely psychological. The person was able, quite literally, to bind her, to set her death in process, and have the sense of control, the sense of power that is particularly important to the sadist.
Using fingerprints, coroners eventually discover the identity of the victim. She is 21-year-old Korean student Jin Ho Young. Police now know who she is, but they don't know where she died. A search of Jin's apartment reveals nothing, until Detective Smith finds something unusual near Jin's bed.
Noticed that there were bleach stains on the light carpet. By quickly smelling it, it was quite obvious that body fluids had seeped into the weave of that carpet.
Police have found their crime scene.
The murder happened in the flat, and that the way it was carried out, the way it was cleaned up, means that it was unlikely to have been a stranger. It's someone who's very close.
Then police discover that Scotland Yard is looking for another missing Korean girl, Song In-hae.
It seemed too much of a coincidence to us that the two could not be linked.
Song and Young share more than Korean heritage. Investigators discover they live mere blocks from one another.
The two were linked through the fact that both properties were managed or leased by the same man.
That man was Korean national Kyu Soo Kim. When police try to question Kim, he is nowhere to be found.
He had said to friends that he was visiting friends in Germany and gone to Germany, but he became our first suspect.
Now, Miss
Ishimura.
Ishimura.
In his absence, police tracked down Kim's former girlfriend. She says she bought the distinctive roll of blue duct tape at London's Tape Gallery. Kim borrowed it and returned it half-used. Police examine the tape. On the inside roll, they find spots of blood as tiny as they are telling. Forensic tests prove the blood belongs to Kim. While he struggled with his victims, it appears Kim himself was injured.
Stand up, turn around, put your hands behind your back, please.
When Kim rolls back into town, police are there to greet him. They arrest him for Jin's murder and interrogate him about the second missing girl, Song In-hae.
Come on.
It was imperative that we find her body because we couldn't charge him with her murder until we found the body.
Police soon get their break. A plumber working in Song's bathroom finds flies buzzing out of pipes in the wall.
Hollow wall here.
Police follow the pipes to a hallway below and discover a false wall.
I said, smash it down.
Inside were piles of women's clothing, and behind the clothes, Song's body wrapped in a sheet.
When we opened up the sheet, Immediately, we saw the stark resemblance in the way she died to that of Miss Jin. Her head had been bound with tape, exactly the same way as Miss Jin.
Kyu-Soo Kim is convicted for the murder of both women. With less than 3 known murders, Kim does not fit the profile of a classic serial killer. But based on the clothes found hidden with Song's body, police believe more than 2 girls may have died at his hands. Police caught Kim by linking him to his victims.
Mr. Kim assaulted and killed people that he had a connection to. The investigators were able to determine that he had had contact with these victims.
In Gainesville, Florida, police have determined the killer did not know his victims. And with no direct link, the list of possible suspects tops 600. If police are going to find their killer, they must turn their case into a high-tech hunt. 8 weeks into the investigation, Gainesville police have over 600 potential suspects. Each must be interviewed, every lead checked before a suspect is eliminated. An effort that eats up time and manpower.
If you as a profiler can tell me where my offender resides relative to the crime scene, that is a big plus for helping to conserve investigative resources.
In 1995, a Canadian computer program takes the policing world by storm. Through complex algorithms, it dramatically narrows investigators' search for an offender by predicting where he lives. It's called geographic profiling, and it has an astounding 85% success rate. Canadian detective Blaise Doherty saw geographic profiling in action in 1998. After months of reports of a flasher in a suburban park, the unknown offender committed a violent rape. Profilers know that when a peeper or flasher escalates to rape, he may be on the dark path to murder. To find the offender before he strikes again, Doherty turns to Brad Moore's geographic profiling program for help. Moore's first task, detail the crime scenes.
I need to see things like why the offender chose the area, ease of access, ease of escape, the closeness, the proximity of residences.
Moore inputs these details and creates his geographic profile.
Geographic profiling is based on the concept of distance decay, that many people do more things closer to home than they do further from home. So we have a computer algorithm or an equation that is used to calculate distance decay, and we use that distance decay to determine where offenders are based.
The program creates a 3-dimensional shape known as the Jeopardy surface. The red summits are the most likely location of the offender's residence. One prime suspect in the rape case lives in the bullseye of Moore's geographic profile. Police move on their target, and the system works. The rapist is caught and convicted.
Detective Sergeant Moore jokes that he wasn't able to give us the apartment number, but he still did very well.
Geographic profiling is powerful, but it has one major flaw. It assumes criminals operate close to home. In fact, organized serial killers avoid capture by staying on the move. And to catch a mobile killer, police must use another computer technology. A powerful database called VICLASS, Violent Crime Linkage Analysis System, known in the United States as VICAP or Violent Crime Apprehension Program. The database uses information from across state and international jurisdictions, linking criminal cases by behavioral pattern. This system allows police to conduct an electronic hunt for killers on the move.
VICAP not only captures MO information, but it also captures signature information. You also have analysts that are working with these cases to analyze that information and provide that information to a variety of jurisdictions that may be having the same kinds of crimes.
In Gainesville, Florida, Captain LeGrand Hewitt enters the details of his crime scenes into the VICAP program. VICAP analyzes Hewitt's Gainesville data and reports a crime with similar characteristics, a recent triple murder in Shreveport, Louisiana. Julie Grissom, a petite brunette college student. Her father, Tom, and her nephew, Sean, were stabbed to death in a suburban home.
Julie Grissom was the target, and it was very obvious in that crime scene that she was staged, similar to the way our main victims were staged. She was stabbed. It appeared that she had been bound with duct tape. He attempted to potentially eliminate DNA evidence by pouring a fluid on her, the same that he had done in our crime scenes here.
The Shreveport killer was never caught, and some officers believe this hardened criminal fled the state. Profiler Alan Brantley has deduced that the Gainesville Ripper was a cool and experienced criminal.
We believed that he would have an extensive criminal history, consistent with burglaries, breaking and entering, robbery, and other types of violent offenses.
Based on Brantley's theory, Captain Hewitt combs police files looking for armed robberies committed near Gainesville at the time of the murders. He strikes pay dirt with a holdup of the First Union Bank near Krista Hoyt's apartment the morning her body was found. Deputies chased a suspect into the woods that day, but the gunman escaped. Gainesville police bring in the tracking dogs and find a campsite.
Sheriff's Office K-9. Anybody in the tent?
As they close in on the suspect's tent, it looks like they may have cornered a serial killer.
Sheriff's Office K-9. Anybody in the tent? Come out now.
As Gainesville police close in on a suspect's tent, they believe they may have cornered a serial killer. But once again, the killer is one step ahead. By all appearances, the suspect is long gone. Has he fled Gainesville? Or is he lying low, waiting to rape and butcher again? Detective Hewitt soon gets his answer. 2 weeks after the Gainesville murders, 40 miles away, a grocery store is held up. Police get their man and lock him in a local jail. Police check the crook's ID. His name is Danny Rowling, and he comes from Shreveport, Louisiana. Police study the campsite evidence to see if this is Danny Rowling's forest hideout.
The campsite revealed numerous pieces of evidence that linked our perpetrator to the campsite and our perpetrator to the crime scene to the campsite.
A ski mask matches fibers found on a tiny piece of duct tape left behind at the Pauls and Taboda crime scene. Blood on a pair of pants belongs to Manny Taboda, and one of Krista Hoyt's pubic hairs is found inside Rowling's sleeping bag. A screwdriver found at the site is matched to the pry marks on the doors of the 3 apartments. It's more than enough hard evidence to finally nail down the case against Rowling. But Florida investigators leave nothing to chance. They visit Rowling in jail to get a DNA sample. The results come back and seal Rowling's fate. The DNA matches semen found at the scenes of the crime. Danny Rowling is the Gainesville Ripper. Faced with an airtight case against him, Danny Rowling confesses.
I let my guard down. I let the evil in, and the evil just took over. And it was like when the sun would go down, I couldn't resist it. It just pulled me like a tidal wave. And in the day, when the morning would come up, it was just like I would hate myself.
People have described serial killing as being like an addiction. I think the probability is that they do continue to kill until they are stopped. You've got this internal drive, this compulsion to kill.
A serial killer's compulsion to kill is what leads to his capture.
They seemingly make stupid mistakes. And it's not because they want to get caught. They want to either fulfill some type of fantasy or ritual, and/or they crave the excitement and stimulation of greater and greater risk-taking.
Alan Brantley spends 2 days with the man he profiled.
We compared the profile that we did for the Shreveport triple homicide with Danny's traits and characteristics, and it was almost 100% accurate.
Brantley believed the killer was cunning, careful, and organized. A strong man with a history of violent crimes, holdups, burglaries, break-and-enters, escalating to murder. But Brantley owes the accuracy of his psychological profile to hard science. From signature analysis to specialized computer programs, every day, police build up their arsenal of tools to capture serial killers. The rolling case tested law enforcers' ability to track and capture an organized, evidence-conscious, and highly mobile serial killer. But in the end, Gainesville police got their man. On October 26, 2006, Danny Rolling is put to death by lethal injection.